This happened to me because I made a video about why Trump can be considered a postmodern president, and a Brazilian philosopher made a response video. He thought I was wrong because postmodernism to him is a philosophical project worth defending. I, of course, respectfully disagree. One of my favorite YouTubers, Tom Nicholas, recently made a video about postmodernism. I would die. I still think all of these discussions are missing the point. So today, I'm going to sort out the issue of postmodernism once and for all, with 100% certainty and clarity. And to me, the biggest problem in this conversation is I still think no one's talking about what postmodernism actually means. My understanding is the sense of the mess that we're in, and to make it get out of it.
Okay, so her buffs are whatever.
It's not a philosophy, it's not a philosophical system, it's not a theory of morality or ethics or anything like that. Say that one more time so everyone in the back can hear it. Postmodernism is not a philosophical system. I'll say it again. Postmodernism is not a philosophical system. Postmodernism is not a philosophical system. So to understand it, I want to look at the work of two writers that wrote incredibly long and dense books that everyone acts like they've read, but I don't believe anyone has actually read any of these books. I'm talking about David Foster Wallace and Frederick Jameson. The novelist David Foster Wallace wrote a really long novel that no one who has had sex has ever read, and that book is called Yes. The title of the book comes from the name of a fictional film. It's also referred to as Now, this film, yes, it's so enjoyable that it can completely transform your life.
Bring it! Laline, it's Papa! Light up the blazing sun! Try and stop me! Let's light it up! Off we go! Teamwork is true! Hey! Wrath from the sky!
But that's the basic legal of your time. You're gonna die.
Bring it! Going in! Get to work! Suffer the wrath of pyroclastic surge! Rev the engine! Let's light it up! Lolling, eat Papa. Get light of the blazing sun.
Also, with the increased commercialization of beverage, there's a need for corporations or sponsors.
Let the world collide. At first, the flavor. Obey. By ordinance divine. Annihilate. Strike a pose. Time to shine. Off to the freezer. Goose on the loose. Unleash. Cryo incarnate. Yoo-hoo! Let my name echo in song! A little amuse-bouche! The pinnacle of excellence! Do your master's bidding!
Okay.
Understand Jameson's critique of postmodernism. First, you need to understand that produced cultural.
Burn it down! Bring it! Everybody stand! Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of the pyroclastic surge!
Which is what Jameson's basic definition of postmodernism.
Incinerate! Rise with going in! Get to work! You two! Time to end them! Light of the blazing sun!
Somebody's character.
Oh.
Yeah.
Let's light it up! Teamwork is show no mercy! Eat Lolling! Eat Papa!
I think
Pyroclastic surge!
you want to hear me talk about this features, please let me know. I would love that. A bunch of videos.
Behold, the abyss has come.
Let the world collide! Off to the freezer! At first, the flavor. By ordinance divine. Search!
My holy proclamation.
Showing you praise! Time to shine! A dash of frosting! The pinnacle of excellence! Obey! Yoo-hoo! A little amuse-bouche! Unleash! Let my name echo in song! At first, the flavor! Cryo incarnate! Extinguish! That's more like it. Time to shine! Off to the freezer! The taste isn't right.
This highlights stories that are disproportionately reported by either side of the spectrum. It's nice to see what's going on outside of my bubble.
Burn it down! Let the mountain's veins boil! I'm going in! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of the light of the blazing sun! Incinerate! Full throttle! Bring it! Everybody stand! Show no mercy! You two! Time to end! Wrath from the sky!
To put this in really what an actor. Bart uses the dire. That's
Strike a pose!
right. Gotta choose.
Let my name echo in song! Deuce on the loose! Manifest! By ordinance divine! Sword!
Name of the truth.
A dash of frosting! The pinnacle of excellence! Unleash!
The power.
Yeah. Yeah.
That you breathe.
Power! Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Off to the freezer! A burst of flavor! Obey! Cryo incarnate! Strike a pose! Let my name echo in song! Refuse on the loose! Manifest!
It's not like when stuff happens. Very freaking happy. So either crude, everything. Magic or the terror. Oh, now another thing that Jameson, we have the split between history and nostalgia. Now,
Let's go
history
like
is what-
this.
Light it up! I'm going in! Get to work! You two! Time to... Pyroclastic surge!
Now,
Oh, come on.
involved history.
Rise with the sun! Let's light it up! Teamwork is... Suffer the wrath of Eastleaf! Wrath from the skies! Light it up! Everybody stand back! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline! Eat Papa! Get light of the blazing sun! Bring it! Let's light it up! I'm going in! You two! Time to wrath from the skies! Yoo-hoo! Yeah! Time to shine! The pinnacle of excellence! Unleash! Do your master's bidding! Extinguish! Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Let my name echo in song! A dash of frosting! A burst of flavor! Manifest! By ordinance divine! Annihilate! Ha! Yeah! Yeah! Ha! Ha! Yeah! Let the world come alive! Off to the freezer! Deuce on the loose! Unleash! Cryo incarnate!
Some people say it's sort of bad, but not good. I really want to think that more of the person open-minded. Both of them. Jameson is happening. When we treat postmodernism as a stylistic condition, Jameson writes, I cannot stress too greatly the radical distinction for which the postmodern, unoptimal style seeks to grasp it. Yeah. Which is why he thinks that we treat postmodern. You have to have to acknowledge that it's a historical condition that is often offer us the chance to dialectically attempt to think about our present time history. You know, as Jameson says, when we treat and I think this is so crucial. There's so much of the discussion on the internet about modern but as Jameson notes, that's a full-on category error. No, the point isn't to say whether it's bad or smart or dumb. It simply is. It is a historical condition that we are living under. And to try to critique it as a moral condition is like critiquing the morality of humidity. You know, you're going to be sweating whether you like it or not. And I'll say more about this, but Jameson gets at this because Jameson is a Marxist. And what he's doing here is avoiding one of the same mistakes that a lot of people make when they talk about capitalism. Now, guys, this is really important. Marx did not think that capitalism was bad. We sometimes want to read Marxism as a moral philosophy, or as a way for us to be like, yeah, capitalism is immoral. It can be good or bad. Bad. Marx was a dialectical thinker, which means that he was interested that how capitalism was good and bad at the same time. You know, I kind of think the rapper Future has outlined this dialectic pretty well. You know, because basically like capitalism is good and bad at the same damn time. You know, postmodernism can be good and bad at the same damn time. How about that? At the same damn time. So leads us to another really important point. Please listen up here. Postmodernism is not Marxist. But there's no such thing as postmodern neo-Marxism. It doesn't make any sense. There's no magical connection by which postmodernism Marxism hates postmodernism. Not how it works. But a lot of the dumb guys will tell you that that's how it works. They're wrong. I'm right. And to be clear, the reason I'm right is because I read books. The wrong guys tend to not read books. Jameson is a Marxist critic. What he does, that's his style. He's using the framework of Marxism to diagnose the cultural conditions of late capitalism, which he calls postmodernism. So again, postmodernism is not a theory, it is not a philosophy, it is a diagnosis of the cultural conditions of late capitalism. This is why to say that postmodernism is Marxist or the thing postmodernism Marxism simply just doesn't make sense. Because if postmodernism involves a disconnect from history, Marxism is a way to directly connect our present experience to historical analysis. You know, postmodernism wants us to ignore history, right? And just buy manufactured nostalgia, whereas Marxism is a way to analyze history to find the roots of our current cultural crisis. And this connects to an idea that you hear a lot of people talk about postmodernism. This comes from Jean-Francois Lyotard, which is that postmodernism
Pretty much useless.
the idea that postmodernism rejects overarching frameworks that explain everything. Jameson thinks this part of postmodernism is bad because it serves the interests of capital. He writes that only Marxism can give us an adequate sense of the essential mystery of the cultural past. A mystery that can only be reenacted if the human adventure is won. And this also relates back to the moralism thing, because again, Marx wasn't like, capitalism is bad. You know, he was like, capitalism is really good and really bad, and we need to understand precisely why this contradiction exists and where it's going to go. And this is another thing that Jameson points out as Marx did. Just like Marx wasn't saying that capitalism is bad, so we need to go back to some sort of pre-capitalist utopia. It's not that like postmodernism is bad, so we got to go to what came before it. Postmodernism is a necessary condition of the current economic configuration of capitalism. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. We need to figure out what does it mean to look contradictions in our culture. Basically, capitalism to do stuff that's more human, like I'm right here now.
Oh, come on.
Or at least one how production basically it shows us the sort of connections that are in play that postmodernism might be right. So for example, in my last video I talked about depression, how we might be phenomenon, but what we did see that it's something that involves our relationship, economy, basically, make a cognitive map to see that depression is a capital. And this makes sense because Jameson goes on to later say that cognitive map is nothing but code or class consciousness. So in the context of the depression video I just mentioned, it's realizing that mental health often relates to our class. And until we eradicate that class position, we're going to have health issues. And if you want to check out that depression video, I'll put the link in the description. Okay, there's a lot more I could talk
Where's
about,
Yumi?
but I think that's the main issue.
I
People are
didn't
getting postmodernism
pick her.
wrong because they're thinking about it like a philosophical or moral theory, when it is not that.
Shield. Shield is nice.
Cultural logic. Missed that point. Okay, now this one, but there's one main takeaway. Think about something
Dating.
famously, which is always historicism, meaning that the main way to fight against the logic and the cultural conditions of postmodernism is to think historically, to analyze our contemporary problems in a clear historical context.
No.
Historical context that takes into account material economic conditions.
This is not a set I want.
They are the ones who are embodying, facilitating, perpetuating the exploitative logic of capitalism. And while it is difficult to use, I'm going to link to Frederick Jameson in the description. Check it out if you want. Also, huge shout out to all of my patrons, especially all of my biggest dogs. I see you. I appreciate you so much. And I try to make all this sustainable for me as a job. Your support is really crucial, especially your support. I can't really rely on revenue. I'm honest, don't want companies because, again, postmodernism and stuff. So thank you for your support. If you want to join the Patreon, there's a link in the description. Really appreciate it. So in the meantime, read some books, think about some stuff, because when we stop thinking, we stop being critical, we stop analyzing. Well, friends, that's when the bastards win.
HP energy charge. Oh. Normal attack damage. Normal attack damage. Who uses normal attacks and scales off of HP? Great question. Anyway. How about you here? for supporting cast. Это. Okay, maybe not traveler. Balance there's scale off of that's healing attack. So she would really like to have this weapon maxed. Pause.
on and don't chew them off. You did 20 jumping jacks and stood on your head before diving in though, so your balls should be okay. These are all anecdotes, but from what I've seen, some folk will censor every last term and still get labeled as sensitive content for it anyway. Some creators will say the actual words like suicide or even say the fuck word out loud, but they censor it in the subtitle out of what I assume is the fear that the metadata of the video will get picked up and deemed as sensitive. And on the complete opposite end, I've seen videos with millions of views that make a point out of saying shit like rape, murder, and pedophiles out loud with the explicit intention of calling out the fact that people aren't saying these terms directly. They're massaging the severity of their speech while otherwise discussing the brutal details of, say, like a murder case. And the people who say these words with their whole chest I've seen not be suppressed by TikTok for doing so at all. This type of thing leads to joke posts like this one. When I get brutally murdered just for a true crime YouTuber to say I was unalived via pew-pew with a stabby stab, and then my killer gets put into a top 10 serial killers with most aura slideshow, and the comments are filled with girls saying, why is he kinda... That's a bit dramatic, but it's unfortunately legible in my brain these days what point they're getting at. The main criticism people make when they see folk talking like this is that to some, it starts to wear away at the severity of dark subject matter like murder, grooming, sexual assault, and more. The critique goes something like this. If you create these alternative terms that soften the blow, like pew-pew incident instead of school shooting, to some degree, it washes away the weight the established terms have come to carry in discussion. The more layers of separation you can create between yourself and hard topic, the easier it is to desensitize yourself to how talking about them feels, often rightfully so. Calling pedophiles Diddy Bloods has, while funny in its absurdity, most definitely altered how we engage with the concept as a whole. It might not seem like a big deal on its own, but compounded over time, the horror that hard-to-hear terms like rape are meant to convey become easier to emotionally distance yourself from. Beyond some people just thinking it's annoying newspeak, others fear that it could aid in sanitizing how we as people approach discussing topics. Dirty ones, especially the ones that are very deep in the mud by nature. There's no clean way to talk about certain things, and some of these things need to be talked about. The only worse outcome is the discussions not happening at all. And that's the bone I'm going to throw to TikTok users here, because even if from a distance it looks like a dude boxing his own shadow, on TikTok, the censors are at least real. Their rules are hard to pin down. They seem like they change on a dime, and what you can get away with seems like an unlimited leash for some people and like hard shackles for others. But there is always a non-zero chance that talking about serious topics like this can actually get you suppressed on that app. So if you want to talk about a sensitive topic for whatever reason, and self-censorship is the best chance you have to not get your speech taken down entirely, then I completely understand it. It's better to jump through hoops to be heard if the alternative is not being heard at all. Plus, by now, if you're on TikTok, the people who see you speak are likely an audience of viewers who are accustomed to what all these alternative terms mean, so you can assume on some level they have the required knowledge needed to understand what you're trying to communicate anyway. But that's the issue, though, isn't it? It's too common. This is not to put blame on any individual creators who do or do not self-censor. I'd be a hypocrite if I tried to blame them. But the result has almost been an overcorrection, where we self-censor not just when we need to in order to be heard, but even when no censorship is necessary. These days, softer terms are replacing their grimmer counterparts, not just in context where it's required, otherwise the topic can't be discussed at all, but supplanting the original term entirely. Tell me why the hell people on Twitter are saying unalived, not just casually, but literally in the captions to a completely uncensored gore video of a guy getting shot at a gas station. I can't show you that on hand, I don't have the link, but I fucking saw that scrolling my FYP once. The original reason for this self-censoring was to get around very specific and amorphous content filters on a particular platform, TikTok. On Twitter, those same barriers don't fucking exist. The only thing you can't say is cis. Other than that, say literally whatever the fuck you want. Be racist, threaten to kill anybody other than the president. Hell, a guy got away with posting child porn. What systems are you undermining in any way by censoring yourself like this on Twitter? That's not even to mention how these replacement words get used in everyday conversation. The term unalive is so obviously clunky in everyday usage, and you can tell it's a thing trying to fit into a mold it was never designed for. And it's been creeping, its way into the real world. In August last year at the Seattle Museum of Pop Culture, there was an exhibition that featured Kurt Cobain, and in it, a sign read, Kurt Cobain unalived himself at 27. That was not some oversight where an intern accidentally wrote a description the way they talk on the internet. In fact, there was a placard next to the damn thing explaining the word choice. The term unalive has emerged online to describe death by suicide or homicide, to navigate around algorithms that censor content related to mental health. In this exhibition, the guest curator has chosen to utilize the term unalive as a gesture of respect towards those who have tragically lost their lives due to mental health struggles. I don't mean to blow this one example up into something bigger than it is. This is obviously just one anecdotal, relatively inconsequential example of this happening, and to the exhibit's credit, they later changed it to died by suicide after the backlash, but it is a pretty good illustration of what I'm saying and how these terms creep, well, into aspects of how we communicate in general in ways these terms were never originally meant to. The placard itself said that the term was created with a specific use case in mind, and since in that context its usage became widespread enough, it got brought into other discussions where the veneer it was designed for is not necessary, and the utility of the word was fundamentally changed. I think the real shame is that inventing new terms for sensitive material is kind of a race to the bottom. It breaks down long agreed upon methods of language moderation, like asterisks and curse words, sure, but more importantly, referring to things like suicide as somebody taking their own life, or even death in general as passing away. I don't know if TikTok specifically was censoring those terms too, but many existing social media filters know to account for those terms as the socially agreed upon ways to refer to difficult topics. Because ultimately, even if TikTok specifically was cracking down on those terms, the filters will eventually get better and learn that grape means rape and unalive means kill. And then the cycle will have to begin anew. The only solution is to ban TikTok /Jack, though recent news reports show that might actually be true still. Words enter our collective vocabulary now. Back in 2018, I started saying epic as a joke, and because Fortnite by Epic Games was just blowing up. I did it so much, I started saying, that's epic, instead of that's dope, or that's cool, where through continued exposure, it just wormed its way into my vocab, and it stuck. The same thing can be said as we replace weighty terms in our everyday speech with softer alternatives. Make no mistake, this mechanical interaction is something that was going to happen anyways to some degree, something we all participate in, whether we want to or not. We self-censor by some measure, no matter how aware of it we are. Journalists are encouraged to minimize harm in their reporting, where they are asked to weigh the necessity of the public knowing something against the privacy and security of their sources and individuals who gave them the information to begin with. We, as people in certain social settings, use context-appropriate jargon. Instead of saying you have a criminal record or did something that will make the next person who has to deal with your works life a living hell, in business it's referred to as having skeletons in your closet. In reference to the murder you may or may not have done. Maybe you swear in casual conversation around your friends, but at family gatherings, even though you may be happy to see them, you talk differently to them than you would amongst direct peers. Even in our own heads, through internal monologues, you may have an errant thought that says, don't think like that, or don't say shit like that. Whether you're trying to enact a shift in your mindset, your own brain, or you're trying to train a certain thing out of your vocabulary for whatever reason. The through lines in all of these scenarios, though, is that you might censor yourself out of concern for other people and how they feel, where when trying to appease a TikTok algorithm, you are mostly censoring yourself for the sake of an unfeeling system. These are not necessarily separate concepts. You end up doing both of them at the same time, usually, but in different amounts. And your reason for doing each has different motivations behind it. I'd like to use how I conduct myself on YouTube as an example here. General social media algorithms are always learning and changing. They work with
Obey! Do your master's bidding!
And it's led to funny mix-ups, like when Google deleted several Pokemon Go YouTubers' channels for having CP in their titles, which if you didn't know, stands for combat points in Pokemon Go. It determines how strong your Pokemon are in combat. Within the YouTube algorithm specifically, though, there is a calculus every YouTuber does about how much they are willing to self-censor or moderate their speech when they approach their content. This umbrella covers everything from subject matter, target demographics, but even the clothes you wear is covered. But for the sake of this video, I'm going to narrow down the scope specifically to one. I could choose never to swear again, or even to censor my swearing when I think it might happen to me. And I can do that while covering almost all the same topics that I already do, and make significantly more money doing it, because I'm putting myself on the ground floor. The lowest common denominator. There's no swearing, so damn near anybody can watch it. Some people might not watch a video because it has swearing, but do you know anybody that wouldn't watch a video because it doesn't swear? The issue is I like saying fuck too much.
They actually do cut the
little. Also,
What's
yeah.
your favorite
Adaptive
curse word?
process.
I
Manifest.
want you to hear me say it because it's funny. Plus, it's kind of intertwined with my process. But even then, I still have constraints on that. The reasons I do are both for the sake of other people and the pre-existing system I make.
Unleash.
They
Do your
both
master's
exist. I
bidding.
try not to say slurs in my
things.
content generally, with some exceptions. Even if I love saying the ones that apply to me, my own time. The first reason is because of the human. Even if I'm going to choose how I deal with how these mean slur words affected me, how I want to on my own time, regardless of how people say I'm supposed to be coping with my own experience, the people watching my videos are giving me their time. And I find it's worth it to find other ways to say that shit, even if I'm directly referring to the same topic or concept. I literally did it earlier in the script. In some ways, it's more fun to say frag grenade than literally refer to a bundle of sticks as the F slur. But it's also because this is a hard line YouTube as a platform has set. YouTube has its issues, but this is a material reality I have to contend. Saying these things will get you dinged with limited ads if you say these words at all. Also, if you try to swear in roughly the first 30 seconds of the video. Even to this day, I still try to script the first section of the video to not include anything harsher than a hell or a damn. Even if I'm doing the rest of the video off the cuff, and I'm going to swear as much as I want because this is, man, this is strictly in adherence to an algorithm that more than likely make it so you don't hear what I have to say at all if I don't inform you. Even Twitter, what, with all the open racism and the least amount of policing any of these platforms have currently, still doesn't let me tell Grok to say the F slur without consequence. Even if they seem blurry or like they're like way out on the horizon, these lines exist all over the sand. They change often. My point at the end of the day is that you can't avoid self-censorship altogether, but it's important to know why you're doing it. You're going to end up moderating your speech to be considerate of others, whether you realize it or not, and you're also going to censor yourself for the sake of existing power. Because everybody needs to in order to achieve certain ends, whatever they may be. YouTube is not perfect as a platform and has plenty of its own issues, but it's a material reality of the job I do. And YouTube gives me a much more consistent framework of what I can and can't say and what consequences to expect if I do say these things than TikTok has ever managed to put out. And the type of moderation of your speech YouTube asks of you is way less invasive. The difference with something like TikTok is that it's hard to even know what exactly the system wants you to moderate. So it's very easy to overcorrect both of the content you post there and the content you consume. And when you're inundated by that much input and are so used to the word kill being replaced with unalive, you risk carrying that with you to other places where maybe it's not only unnecessary to censor yourself, but even in settings where it's downright inappropriate to do so. Because the severity of a topic is meant to be confronted there. Flowery language is doing it a disservice. I'll leave you with this. Monitor your intake, monitor your output, and forgive yourself if you are being too harsh to yourself or others. That's what I try to do as someone who literally just talks for a living, and obviously I'm going to fall through here and there, but I hope it's of some use to you. That's all I got. Be sure to drop a like and subscribe with notifications on if you enjoyed. Anyways, this has been Quite, and I'll see y'all next week.
Watching old Fredo videos that I already watched because Fredo's videos are quite good.
Basically make Rome great again. Optimate's deep state.
What? Wait, hold on. What?
Have you heard of crypto? Of course you have. The ways I hone my predictive abilities is to look backwards, as I explain here in this text wall.
He is doing the chart again. It's so good. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry for peeking the mic.
War Thunder is a vehicle combat game on PC and console, sporting over 2,510. 2022, someone in my Discord posted what about his second US war video and begged me to react to it. I watched about half a minute of it on the bus, went home and did a quick live recording, intending the video for my tiny audience. That video now has almost 600,000 views and most definitely left its target audience. What about his released another video just like it, updated
Adaptive frosting.
and just like the last one, I recorded myself
Unleash.
and
Do
my
your
reactions
master's bidding.
and edited that down and added context, sources, and commentary post for this civic. If you don't know what about his is, I've made a couple videos with his takes on politics and his history that you can watch. Or on the side if you so yeah.
Pinnacle of excellence.
Communists or market.
Wait, sorry.
Cryo incarnate.
Hitler was LARPing converts in Europe. Communists were LARPing revolution. Now it's out of LARPing society. It's all funny. Place for aliens.
Okay, no, but he's not entirely wrong in this. It's just that his examples are dog shit. LARPing will become real at some point.
Off to the freezer!
Not in the sense
Fuse
that...
on the loose.
No, letting us not LARPing. Not in the sense that I'm going to upload
Obey!
to candy rather than doing anything about having carriers and stuff. LARPing. Like those guys, but those guys LARPing is not going to but it is
Wasn't expecting this.
in the sense that people will get hurt. So like LARPing can get people hurt. And LARP often
Let's
gets
cut things.
people hurt. Because LARPing live action
Yeah. At first, the flavor. Manifest by ordinance divine. Extinguish.
That's kind of... Yeah, Vampire the Masquerade LARP, which is just, yeah, having sex with people. Don't go to one of those expecting that though, please. Be normal.
Scary thing now is that there have been a series of horrifying events that only make sense in a context of a society that's about to have a civil war. The most recent example is
Sorry, that was me saying yes to moment about historical reenactment is kind of LARPing as well, yeah.
Texas saying the federal government has abandoned its duties to the nation by letting millions of immigrants cross the Mexican border, and Texas won't take it anymore. Now half the states in the country have supported Texas, and 10 have offered to send troops to help protect Texas. Maine and Colorado tried to take Trump off the ballot, and New Mexico tried to ban guns.
So that situation was silly because like that was literally about what a kilometer of razor wire. It's all posturing. It's all like election campaign. And I guess like the Biden campaign decided that they have not like from escalating, so they just kind of like they buried it, knowing that it was just posturing from Greg Abbott and all that, and trying to create like an election situation. Biden backed down on this and pushed the whole situation under the rug. There's a reason we haven't heard much about it. It's a big political PR stunt, one that could have ended in lawsuits and court cases, and still might. The implication of the Supreme Court ruling on the Texas border is literally just that federal agents are allowed to cut the razor wire that the Texas National Guard are setting up, which the Texas National Guard are free to continue setting up. So it's just a very wasteful and silly piece of theater. Someone comes in to set up the wire, someone comes in to remove it. The Supreme Court ruled that Trump will be allowed on the Colorado ballot as well, which was completely expected considering the makeup of the Supreme Court. These people are career politicians. They're very careful about managing the stakes of these situations, and a lot of it is just for show. LARPing, if you will. But Waterfall was right in that LARPing can and will still get people hurt. It's happening at a much smaller scale than what you're imagining, but it's still very much real harm. Focus should be on dealing with this harm that's happening now, not the harm you're fantasizing about in some hypothetical civil war. A lot of people are being thrown under the bus for political theater. Whether it's done by a rich senator who has never set foot in a public bathroom, but is choosing to target trans people because someone is arguing for unisex bathrooms. Or it's done by some jackass with a camera at the border, interviewing undocumented immigrants the moment they arrive in the United States, just to grab some extra clicks.
These are all things in which the only previous precedent in our nation's history was the last Civil War. The last time states bucked the central government in this manner, or states took candidates from the main opposition party off their ballot, was 1860.
I tried to look up the ballot thing, but I don't actually know if opposition candidates were struck from ballots by states preceding or during the Civil War. There have been claims about this happening to Lincoln, many circulated in recent times comparing Lincoln to Trump, but this didn't happen. Elections just worked differently back then, with Republican tickets just not being distributed in some places because the Republicans didn't campaign there, so voters had to write in their candidates. As Dr. Christian McWhirter of the Abraham Lincoln Presidential Library and Museum states in this article, there weren't necessarily ballots, there were party tickets, and you got them from the newspaper and the mail, from campaigners and so on. And in some places, you literally just told the clerk who you were voting for out loud. Elections in the United States, especially local ones, were a mess in the past. In 1916, Mingo County Circuit Court Judge James Dameron declared that it was his primary objective to clean up the voter registration rolls by, quote, striking from the list illegal voters, dead men, mules, and tombstones. There is a newspaper article and oral testimony that does allege that a mule did vote in a past election in his district. I'll tell you more about this stuff when I eventually get around to finishing my videos on the Cold Wars and the Battle of Blair Mountain. The last time states bucked the central government in this manner, at least to my recollection, was in Arkansas in 1957. Though I'm sure it's happened again after that, but this one is the best example I can think of. In Brown v. Board of Education, the Supreme Court ruled that racial segregation of schools violated the 14th Amendment. In response, Arkansas Governor Orville Eugene Paulus mustered 270 members of the Arkansas National Guard to block 9 black students from entering the Little Rock Central High School on the second day of school. Because of the increasing belligerence of both white protesters and the Arkansas state government, President Eisenhower sent the 101st Airborne Division to enforce the Supreme Court's ruling. Whataboutism continues to forget that the civil rights movement happened. What you're about to hear is from a video from 2022.
All of this is so shocking when you put into perspective that in living memory, or back in the 40s and 50s, political polarization was basically absent.
Bro, in the 40s and 50s, black people did not have equal rights to white people. What are you talking about? What? Wait, hold on, what?
Have you heard of crypto? Of course you have. More specifically, have you heard of the usual problem with crypto? Shadowy agents who are trying their hardest to steal honest people.
Oh, he's advertising a crypto exchange. No! These are all scams, dude. Crypto exchanges are all scams. Yeah, it's a crypto ad, but these are all scams. Like, all the exchanges are shady as fuck. Yeah, no, he hates a specific, he hates higher education. And it's got something to do with, like, him buying into these ideas of like, higher education being captured by the left. Yes, this is more or less the same shit he said in the open. Yeah, I do think that he kind of just revised the script because the Texas border thing was in the news. Yeah, Frankfurt School coming up any moment. Defound the place. The left supports replacing non-college educated policemen with college-educated social workers. In what sense is this bad? Like, come on, man. They don't have to be college-educated social workers. They just have to be educated social workers. Feel like half of cops go to college, though? I don't think so in the U.S. In Norway, you need a bachelor's degree to be a cop. Foreign policy. Left prefers using college-educated diplomats for international affairs and wars. Yeah, we love using diplomats for wars. While the right prefers using non-college-educated military for international. Why would you put a fucking general in charge of diplomatic affairs? That seems like a terrible idea. Yes, generals are also highly educated. I mean, I don't know what he means by this. Is he saying, like, send out that private dumb fuck from, I don't know, Boise, Idaho to negotiate peace in the Middle East? Like, isn't the lowest rank you could, or highest rank you could attain without a college degree something like a sergeant? Because you have to be a commissioned officer, and does that require a college degree to be higher than that, to be like a lieutenant or something? I'm not a military dude, so I never served, quote unquote served.
College-educated left versus non-college-educated right. As I explained here in this text wall, every single policy the left pushes benefits the college-educated, giving them jobs and power. Meanwhile, the opposite is true for the right.
Hi, I'm Portable Orange, call me Port. I've come across quite a few history channels on YouTube that are really just retelling the stories that the ancient historians have passed on to us. The problem is, the historians that have survived to us are just the ones everyone enjoyed reading and decided to copy. In my last video, I mentioned how many of the ancient historians who wrote about Nero mentioned that there were plenty of positive accounts of Nero's reign. However, none of them survived to us, likely because of the suppression of those stories after Nero's death. This is incredibly surprising, as the vast majority of ancient Roman writing has been lost to us forever. However, the fragments of history that have survived to us often disagree with each other, sometimes about fairly major details. Just as an example, the famous story of Nero singing while Rome burned comes from the Roman historian Suetonius. But another historian, writing around the same time as Suetonius, named Tacitus, claims that Nero didn't burn Rome down at all. There is other evidence we can examine, of course, coinage and architecture being some of my favorites. And sometimes those historians whose works are lost will get quoted by later historians whose works have survived to us, thereby indirectly preserving fragments of those lost works. But what frustrates me is how many people ignore the pitfalls of blindly trusting these ancient sources to be 100% accurate. To illustrate that point, let's take a look at a different story from the Roman Republic, about the brothers Gracchi. The brothers Gracchi were famous and divisive figures in the Roman Republic, operating from about 150 BC to about 120 BC. The Gracchi brothers came from a fairly noble lineage. Their father had been a fairly successful senator, but their grandfather had defeated Hannibal, single-handedly winning the Punic Wars for Rome and establishing their command over the Mediterranean. The elder brother Tiberius also began his career in the military, which was the common way to get into politics back in the day. He first served in the Third Punic War under Scipio Aemilianus, and had quite a bit of success there. His next campaign, where he served under Gaius Hostilius Mancinius, was less successful. They were attempting to take land in Spain from a group of people known as the Numenites. However, they failed, and were defeated, quite humiliating. With all of his men surrounded, Mancinius told Tiberius to go out and negotiate a truce, which Tiberius then did. This would really begin his loss of popularity with the elite class, though, as when he brought the treaty back to the Senate for them to ratify, they outright rejected it, hating it and seeing it as incredibly unfavorable to Rome. In fact, they were so upset they actually sent Mancinius bound and naked to the Numanites for them to do it as they pleased. However, the Numanites, possibly because they respected Mancinius, refused to accept him, allowing Mancinius to just return home and live out the rest of his days in his villa, where he had a statue of himself commissioned, where he was naked and bound, and he displayed it publicly to show his devotion to the Roman people. Based. Now, it had been proposed that Tiberius be delivered to the Numanites in a similar fashion. However, Tiberius' soldiers spoke up for him, saying that he had acted quite heroically on the battlefield and saved many of their lives, and therefore the Senate decided against it. However, they were already kind of soured on Tiberius at this time, even though the plebeians seemed to like him. Cicero, writing decades later, would explain why. Cicero states, "Here then you have the origin of the tyrant, for that is the title given by the Greeks to an unjust king. Several men in the past attempted to win the kingship, and recently Tiberius Gracchus." Now, Tiberius was mostly called a tyrant due to his land reforms, so let me try and set the stage real quick. Tiberius was never able to be appointed senator, instead running for tribune of the plebs, which was an elected position. So the plebs did seem to like him in at least some capacity. In a future video, I'm going to examine this period of Roman history a little more, but to sum up a very complicated political landscape. Through all these wars, Rome had essentially won a bunch of new land, and this land was deemed public land, meaning anyone could just go onto it and start a farm or do whatever they wanted with it. However, rather than a bunch of small farms cropping up, the senatorial class had basically swooped in and established these huge mega farms in this land. These farms were mostly worked by slaves, and because the price of the produce that they could push out was so much cheaper than those of the small subsistence farmers, a lot of those small farms were then also bought up by the senators and driven out of business. With small farms being unsustainable, the Roman countryside became almost deserted. The senatorial class spent their time in Rome, so really it was just slaves and taskmasters out in the countryside. Pretty much everyone agreed this was a problem that needed fixing. I mean, culturally, the small farmer was seen as the embodiment of Roman virtue. Hard work, dedication, and piety. But to show that politics has been exactly the same for the past 2,000 years, everyone could agree there was a problem, but no one could agree on how to solve it. Tiberius' proposed land reform would have limited the amount of public land anyone could control to 300 acres. This would have been great for the Roman economy, and especially the plebeian class, but it would have really hurt the senatorial class. Remember, controlled these large mega farms at the time. Now, the Senate decided to play a nasty trick in that they actually did pass Tiberius' bill, but then they refused to pass any funding for the survey. You see, in order to enforce a law like this, someone needed to go out and survey the land and see how many acres each person was operating. Tiberius, however, was not so easily put aside. When a client king of Rome left a lot of his fortune to the public treasury of Rome, essentially, Tiberius said, well, why don't we use this to fund the survey team? But still, the Senate turned against it, spreading rumors that Tiberius was planning to pocket the money for himself and that the survey wouldn't happen anyway. Now, Tiberius tried to defend himself, of course, but they brought lawsuits against him and tried to censure him, really just tried to run down the clock, because you see, Tiberius' term was almost up, and the senators figured that they could just fund his opponent and make sure the plebeians would vote for someone who wasn't Tiberius. Tiberius wasn't a dumb guy, so he knew something like this was likely going to happen. So on the day of the election, he took his men into the Capitoline Hill where the voting took place and essentially said, hey, we're going to oversee this vote and make sure that it's done properly. This alarmed the Senate, who thought he was going to rig the vote himself, and so they whipped up a mob by saying they needed to depose a tyrant, marched on the Capitoline Hill, and attacked Tiberius and his men, who did not fight back. Tiberius died that day, and his body was unceremoniously thrown into the Tiber River. However, the people truly mourned his death. They saw him as one of the few people in the Senate who was really fighting for the rights of these lower class people. And eventually there was such an outpouring of support, the Senate had no option but to fund this survey. It's just a shame Tiberius would never get to see his dream carried out. Good story, right? Well, about half of it might be true. Everything I just told you basically comes from the accounts of Plutarch and Appian. Plutarch and Appian were both writing in basically the same era, during the reign of the 5 good emperors. Living under the golden age of the empire, they had a lot of incentive to paint the Senate as essentially this bureaucratic nightmare that really just needed a strong man to come along and make decisions that would better the Roman people without all the need for all this red tape. However, we have other summaries of this account from people like Livy and Cicero. Livy grew up during the civil wars of Julius Caesar, so it's likely he still grew up hearing of the glory days of the Republic, but could see some of the inefficiencies that the Senate had. Livy goes out of his way to provide census numbers, showing that the population in the rural areas, far from declining, was actually growing. And Cicero points out that this public land Tiberius wanted to use had mostly been seized from tribes that were now allies of Rome. And these allies were essentially just allowed to work the land that had been theirs to begin with. Although it was sort of a handshake deal, there was nothing official. So Tiberius was probably just covering up for this earlier mistake. He'd found that the only way to power was essentially being elected by the plebeian class, and he thought the best way to do that was to invent problems and then promise to solve them, even though it wouldn't really have done much for them. But then is that right, though? Because after he died, those land reforms were actually passed. That's a thing that happened, and most people do speak of things actually being okay. So which version is correct? Well, to appease all the centrists out there, the truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. Now, the Roman economy was suffering around that time. We know this because there was a rebellion going on in Sicily that was heavily pushing up grain prices across the empire. No, not that rebellion. That one came later. Yeah, that one. Yeah, Sicily and Italy did not like each other too much at that time. This economic slowdown likely did push people to migrate to the cities, as that's what happens. You know, on the farm, you pack up and move to the city because the promise is that there's more money to be made in the city than out in the farmland. Struggling economy means less tax revenue, which means that there was less public work spending, meaning that those people moving to the city looking for work weren't able to find it. So there was an economic slowdown, and it did seem to be hitting the plebeian class worse than the others. There's also an interesting theory I heard that the increase in population, which led to a higher demand for food, led to an increase in the price of food, because with the rebellion in Sicily, there was less of a supply for it. And therefore, a lot of the farmland these people wanted was farmland around these large urban areas. However, because of this, most of the small farmers who did own that land had sold it off to the senatorial and richer classes, though this land notably was private land. This was not public land, and so it wouldn't have been touched by Tiberius's law. It's an interesting theory, but I couldn't find a ton to back it up, so I'll just link where I got it from. You can read it for yourself if that interests. So taking all of this into account, it seems we can paint a far more nuanced picture. Tiberius was embarrassed by the treaty he negotiated, but it didn't seem to kill his career outright. He was able to find some popularity with the plebeian class and did champion some of their causes, as they were struggling at this time. It's just possible that his solution might not have been the best one. At the same time, some of the concerns of the Senate did seem to be legitimate. Should they really be spending this extra money on a land survey that probably wouldn't fix any of the economic problems when the economy was already so poor? Most of the farmland the plebs wanted, those close to the urban centers, probably weren't even available. And the ones that were available in the public land was already being managed by Rome's allies. And starting a fight with your allies when you already have a shrinking army and economic troubles is just not a good move. In addition, Tiberius almost definitely overstepped when he took over the election. Well, yes, you could look at it and say, no, he was definitely just gonna, do the right thing and make sure the vote was accurate. We don't know that, and the Senate wouldn't have known that either. So I don't think it's unreasonable that they then took the action they took, although killing him might have been a step too far. Ultimately, how much you want to lean into the embarrassed tyrant or the champion of the people's story is going to come from your personal interpretation of the historical record. But the story, and the differing stories the ancient sources tell, doesn't end there, because after Tiberius' death, his younger brother, Gaius Gracchus, also had a career in Roman politics. Gaius was Tiberius' younger brother, and for our purposes, he enters this story when he's appointed to Tiberius' Land Reform Commission. He was later elected to be Quaestor of Sardinia and served under Lucius Orestes there, trying to put down a rebellion. In this position, he won the respect of his troops by providing them rations when the Senate had denied the expense, thereby also winning the appreciation of the common man, similarly to how his brother had
Surprise
won respect
baptism.
of his troops.
A little amuse-bouche. Goose on the
Pattern.
loose.
At the end of this term, his rule was extended, as the
Extinguished.
rebellion was still ongoing. But Gaius, notably, left Sardinia and returned to Rome, without the approval of the Senate or his commanding officer. Plutarch argues that his appointment was only extended because the Senate was growing afraid of Gaius's power. However, most other historians agree this couldn't have been the case, as the rebellion would continue for another 2 years, and Orestes would stay and finish the fight. Just like his brother, Gaius was called in front of the Senate to defend his actions. Yet they would end up acquitting him. If the Senate was so scared of his power, why let him go when there's a clear legal case against him? He was then elected tribune of the plebs, again paralleling his brother, and, according to Plutarch, pushed a slew of legislation that supported the commoners, but that the Senate really didn't like. One of the specific laws he put forward is a point of contention between Livy and Plutarch again. Sadly, for this period, Livy's work is not extant entirely.
Let's stir
There are
things up.
many fragments and
A
summaries
burst of
included
flavor.
by later writers.
Unleash.
So, we don't have quite as much to go on here as we did with the series, but this is one of the points again where they disagree for a very important reason. Plutarch claimed Gaius wanted to add the equestrians to the Senate, which was currently made up of senators. Shocking, I know. And let both classes serve as judges. Importantly, at this point, the Senate was made up of the patrician class, or the highest social class in Rome. The equestrians were the second highest social class in Rome. This was a real threat to the patricians' power, who up until now had complete control of the judicial system in the Roman Republic. Plutarch claims this was clearly to curtail the power of the Senate, and when arguing his case, Gaius actually turned away from the senators, facing the rest of the forum to make his argument, turning his backs, both metaphorically and literally, on the patricians who had ruled Rome up to this point. This is painted as a good thing, and the law is eventually passed by the assemblies, with Gaius even being afforded the power of choosing which equestrians would join the Senate. Plutarch even admits this power was almost monarchical in nature. Plutarch goes on to say the Senate actually seemed cool with this and ended up listening to Gaius' counsel on many issues that would come up down the line. Livy, who again we only have a summary from, claims instead that Gaius was trying to add 600 equestrians to the ranks of the Senate, thereby actually outnumbering the patricians within the Senate, ensuring that the equestrians would have total control of it. And Gaius being able to select those equestrians essentially means that the control of the Senate would be given over to him. So again, two radically different stories about what happened in this instance. Gaius becomes so popular with the assemblies that he's basically can ask for anything he wants, and at one point asks for them to elect his friend as a consul, which they do, and then his friend and the Senate turn on him. If that felt jarring, I'm right there with you. That's literally how Plutarch tells the story, though. Just, he got his friend elected, and then immediately the Senate and his friend turn on him. There's no real explanation given as to why that happened. As a result, Gaius continues to try and court the people's favor to hold on to his power, but the Senate pulls a sneaky and decides to court the people's favor harder than Gaius is even doing. During this time, Gaius also proposed a bill to extend the right of voting to non-citizens. This was wildly
Where do we
unpopular
come
and
from?
immediately voted
And
down,
where are
showing
we
the populace
going?
was turning away from Gaius and back towards the Senate. Now, this only comes from Plutarch, and it's easy to look at this as Gaius just, again, trying to be magnanimous and extending rights to all peoples in Rome. However, it's also pretty easy to read this as Gaius realizes his power is slipping, and so seeks to just increase the voter base by people who would be loyal to him because he gave them the vote. There's also a weird moment that happens later where the Senate decrees that all non-citizens have to leave Rome where the vote happens, and Tiberius puts out his own decree
Goose on the loose.
this law. And then
Obey.
he walks by a non-citizen against Rome, and he doesn't do anything about it. Plutarch bends over backwards to protect Gaius, saying that he feared not being able to prevent this man's deportation, thereby showing his own waning power, or he was afraid of starting a direct conflict with the Senate because he believed that would bring about more strife. But either way, it's still not very champion of the people like. Gaius continued to piss the Senate off in a rather funny story. There was a gladiator game being held, and the Senate decided to construct these big wooden seats so that they could see the game better and charge people to use those seats. And Gaius said, well, that's not fair. that everyone sitting behind those seats won't be able to see unless they can pay. The Senate said, well, too bad, we're keeping the seats. So Gaius just gets a bunch of guys together and they go
Off to the free.
night,
Unleash.
seats down. Which, that's just not going to help you out with the Senate. Like, I see where he's coming from, but if I was the Senate, I'd be pissed too. This did nothing to help his waning popularity, and at the next election, he was not voted tribune. So, Plutarch claims he actually did have enough votes, it was just that the Senate interfered with the votes to make it look like he had won, and then gave it to the other guy. Again, this is just Plutarch's claim, and no one really believes them. And none of this is at all a parallel for anything on politics. Though Gaius fell out of official power, he still had quite a lot of sway and quite a lot of fans among the Roman populace, and a lot of them would still take to the forum and sort of protest the current regime. In fact, one of Gaius' enemies, Consul, was offered a sacrifice. One of his attendants told Gaius' supporters in the forum to either do a snide remark saying, make way for an honest citizen, implying they weren't, or through doing the Roman equivalent of flipping them the bird. He was immediately killed by the mob. Now, supposedly Gaius immediately condemned this action and was quite upset with his supporters, saying, why have you basically given them the ammunition they've been looking for all these years? But the fact still remains that the Senate called a meeting and defeated Gaius'
Manifest.
Christ, he and his supporters took over the avenues of Rome. It was to build a Rome that housed gods that were mostly lower than classes. And he would fulfill parallels to the brother, who would be later killed. So again, two different versions of the story. Was Gaius a champion of the people? If so, why did he help that one guy being deported, even if it was going to cost him? The tyranny story presented by Livy also seems questionable, as he was elected tribune several times, and the Senate didn't pursue legal action against him when they had him dead to rights. Now you can go full conspiracy brain and assume that the Senate was terrified of him until they weren't, and that maybe even the mob in the forum was actually just a bunch of plants pretending to be Gaius' fans. But there's really no evidence for that. So again, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle. Gaius likely was popular with the lower classes, and potentially even with the Senate, at the start at least. But as he got comfortable with power, he tried to do too much too quickly. And when his ideas weren't exciting the populace anymore, and the Senate was doing his strategy of appealing to them already, he started to get scared. He pushed for a law trying to allow non-citizens to vote, just to hold on to his power. And when he eventually lost it, his supporters turned violent. And it's not the weirdest thing for the Senate to get terrified that there's a guy in the city who has supporters so loyal to him, they will kill a man over a snide remark or a rude gesture. This story, by the way, is often presented as a prelude to the story of Caesar. And there are a lot of similarities. A populous man coming to power with a die-hard group of supporters under him, and the Senate trying to do everything they can to prevent him from seizing ultimate power. But this gets to my point. Most people don't research the brothers Gracchi, but if you have heard about them, it's probably through a YouTube video like from the BBC or Extra History, both of which paint these brothers in an incredibly positive light, ignoring the evidence against them. No one I've seen walks this middle ground, talking about how they probably did some good, they probably did some bad, but they weren't heroes and they weren't monsters. They were just people. These stories have many sides to them, not just in modern interpretation, but even in the ancient historians' retelling. So something to keep in mind when you're learning about history is to try and view all of it as part of a larger picture. Every person you learn about in history, whether or not was a person with hopes and dreams, life just like you and me. Probably weren't crazy monsters, and they probably weren't great heroes, with maybe a couple exceptions in more modern history. This doesn't mean that the ancient historians are all useless, but their excellence comes in relation to other writings and evidence that we have. They're great in that they tell us the story in narrative form. We don't have to build the pieces together ourselves. However, we can't just take what they say as gospel. We have to look at what might make sense around it, and if we can glean some of their prejudices or look at contrary evidence, we can actually get a much more well-rounded picture. Also, if you look at the events surrounding this, the land reforms were eventually passed, and the fact that some later historians will remember these brothers so fondly shows that clearly they weren't all bad. And the fact that other later historians would remember them poorly shows that some of what they did was not
Electro.
looked upon favorably. I usually get suspicious if someone goes
Electro?
mad with power and faces
The
zero
abyss is like the
repercussions
world's
until they're
shadow.
just killed
It's
out of
always
the blue.
there.
Try
and
to
it will
draw
never
parallels to
perish.
modern history if you can as well. The ancient people weren't an alien race. They were people who made decisions in much the same way we make decisions today. Think, too, of modern conflicts. Regardless of your opinions on Putin, he clearly does not hold power without respecting the populace's opinion at all. Otherwise, his conscriptions would have gone down very differently. He can't just disregard the opinions of the people under him, or even those of his military contractors. So hopefully next time you hear that Nero burned down Rome, or that Caligula married his sister, or that Ridley Scott is a historian, you can take a second and look around for anything that might back that up, or cast doubt on those claims.
Mental
Thank you
skill
for
will
watching. I'll
increase.
see you on the next one. Short and sweet, and there's a reason for that. This was actually originally part of my Nero video, which I ended up cutting because I figured why spend 20 minutes before I get into Nero talking about someone completely unrelated to him. I'm still working really hard on the Christian syncretism video, but it is a lot of reading. Unlike my other videos, there's literally zero framework to go forward. I am just reading as much as I can. So I'm trying to best. But I promise
Make way for the objective. Scatter! Skyward!
but when I was out of the Nero video, there was part of me that thought, yeah, I could almost come after him with this video. It is good, and maybe I could do stuff like this one. Wait so long. Let me know in the comments if you like this, or if you hated it, if you hate me, or if you like me. And
Wake up!
Oh,
My
fuck. What the...
mechanical
Come on.
bastard. Time to shout! Make way for the objective.
Be sanctified.
Shower me with praise! Let my name echo in song! Seize the skies! Let the world come alive! Time to shine! Scatter! Stray clouds converge! Skyward! Let the world come alive!
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Scatter! Skyward! Make way for the objectives! Let the world come alive! Seize the skies!
Be sanctified.
How dare you! Scatter! Skyward! Let my name echo in song! Scatter! Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Strike close! Skyward! Scatter! Seize the skies! Let my name song! Shower you praise! Skyward! Scatter! Stray clouds converge!
Oh no.
Peace prevails throughout the land, and all things are made new. Let's bud some strike a pose! Seize the skies!
Be sanctified.
Let the world come alive!
Silence!
Make way for the Adeptus!
Bow your head.
Scatter! Strike a pose! Scatter! Skyward!
Bow your head. Be sanctified.
Skyward! Scatter! Shower of praise!
Settle down.
Make way for the Adeptus! Time to shine! Strike! Yeah! Scatter! Skyward!
Let the mighty be humbled.
Oh no.
I'm hungry. Let's hunt.
Okay, just deal lots of damage, I think. Because that's kind of scary.
whole setting calls back to Megaton in a way. A settlement that, too, was built in the crater of an old winged vehicle. Perhaps the children of Adam are trying to build a new Megaton here, or something, or maybe it's just a coincidence. Unfortunately, we can't really ask anyone for details, as the folks here will fire first and ask questions later. Remarkably, the members here seem to be demonstrating an almost supernatural resistance to the radiation around them. The central pool here, where many of the men worship, can produce dozens of rads a second, yet they all seem unfazed. Their appearances, however, may tell a somewhat different story. Most of the cultists seem to be experiencing hair loss, have wrinkly, scarred skin, and saggy eyes. So perhaps it's not total immunity that they're experiencing, but just an enhanced degree of resistance that prevents them from passing away, but not from suffering some cosmetic effects. Notably, these Adamites are much better equipped than any we've encountered so far. They're each armed with gamma radiation blasters and various boom-inducing devices. Speaking of them in combat, much of the radiant dialogue that these Adamites exclaim during their battles seem to be direct quotes from Confessor Cromwell's earlier sermon in Megaton. Take a listen.
He is coming with the clouds, and every eye shall be blind with his glory. Every ear shall be stricken deaf to hear the thunder of his voice.
He is coming with the clouds!
Every eye shall be blind to his glory.
Every ear shall be stricken deaf to hear the thunder of his voice.
Now, a lot of people have taken these dialogue lines, along with the way Crater House's layout seems to invoke Megaton, as proof that this group must directly descend from Megaton's church. which is a reasonable conclusion and seems very likely. I'd put my money on it. But it's also possible that Cromwell's sermon wasn't entirely his own original work. You see, it's possible that Cromwell's speech was just quoting from some important Children of Adam scripture or holy book that we've just never seen. Like, you know, Christian priests will often give sermons containing direct verses from the Bible. Maybe the confessor in Megaton was doing something similar, and rather than directly invoking Cromwell, the Fallout 4 Children of Adam are really quoting the scripture that he borrowed from. We should keep our eyes out for a source text they could both be drawn from. But I digress. Just a short walk down the road from Crater House lies Kingsport Lighthouse, another Adamite site which seems to be inhabited by the same congregation. The folks here are equally hostile to outsiders and use the same combat dialogue. Fun fact, the name Kingsport seems to be a reference to a fictional H.P. Lovecraft town of the same name. Indeed, Kingsport was featured as the, or a setting of several of Lovecraft's horror stories from the 1920s. He describes the location as a poorly populated seaside town with a strange connection to the occult. We'll come back around to the Lovecraftian themes of this location and the Children of Adam more broadly later on in the video, though for now, let's just stay with the more terrestrial stuff. Notably, the Adamites seem to have taken full advantage of this location's existing infrastructure, creatively placing a glowing one feral ghoul in the lighthouse's lantern pane, along with the bodies of a few unnamed wastelanders for the creature to munch on. This unorthodox strategy is working like a charm, as the lighthouse remains bright and visible from extraordinary distances at nighttime. Within the worker house lie more unlucky Wastelander corpses, but also a terminal containing the two following entries. The first is known as the Beacon. Quote, "We have been charged by our brothers and sisters at the crater to lead others to bask in the glow. We have brought in those strong with Adam's blessing to provide a beacon at the top of this tower. Their light shall draw the believers. The faithful should pray at the tower, then continue their pilgrimage to the crater. Praise be to Adam." The next is titled Heretics. It reads, "It would seem that the beacon has also drawn heretics who must be shown the glory of Adam. Those who will not join us must be cleansed, then we may use them to feed the blessed in the tower. All glory to Adam." So, the folks at Crater House took over Kingsport specifically to advertise their little holy site, so to speak, to others. Like moths to light, their beacon has also attracted a number of non-believers, who, much like the player, they seek to remove from the game, both figuratively and literally. Now, what I'm about to say is far from confirmed, but some players have suggested that the beacon may specifically be drawing in folks from the sea, as there is a docked vessel at the pier beneath the lighthouse, where several Children of Adam will spawn in. There is also a separate, seemingly fresh and seaworthy rowboat on the beach, where more Adamites will spawn. This could just be how Bethesda designed the location for the most entertaining combat sequence, but given that this is a lighthouse, and that we know the Adamites are capable of ocean travel, given their presence on Far Harbor, which we'll discuss later, that possibility remains open. Now, here's where things get kind of fun. A look in Fallout 4's creation kit reveals that this Kingsport terminal was originally going to have several additional entries. These now removed documents would have essentially served as a sort of scripture for the Children of Adam that tremendously elaborated upon their beliefs in quite a bit of detail,
really now.
specifically in relation to their whole idea of division and rebirth. The cut entries are quite long, but I think it's worth reading them in full, as they're pretty significant. Should only take a minute or two, but if you'd like to skip, the timecode will be in the description. The Great Division, Part 1. In the beginning, Atom created the first division of light from darkness, and the name of the first is Fission. It is that which encompass the whole kingdom of Atom, wherein there is the glow. And the stars cast his glow upon the firmament, and through it creatures were divided from the earth, and made with eyes to perceive his holy glory. And for a time the great division continued, and created all manner of creature, which tested themselves to be worthy of Atom. This seems to be a euphemism for evolution or even Genesis, depending on the way you look at this. There are some really strong, almost uncanny similarities between how this is worded and, like, the Abrahamic book of Genesis. So perhaps the children of Adam uncovered some real-life religious scripture and are meshing that together with their beliefs, but I digress. Let's continue. The Great Division, Part 2. Thus came forth man, who had the potential to understand the true form of Atom. But man was weak and swayed by false gods, sought to enslave Atom by wrapping his mortal gifts in the coils of a great copper worm. But he and his prophets were not swayed, and through them Atom's bonds were broken, and his trumpet soundeth as the breaking of the world. And where his shackles were loosed, a tree of light grew upon the earth, and in its blooming cast forth a cleansing fire. The faithful knew that they still had his love, for where the tree bloomed, his seal was placed upon the earth, wherein they might drink the waters of the glow. Still, the wicked did not believe, and so stars of heaven fell upon the earth, carried by winged chariots, as his trumpet sounded for 40 days. Thus the land was cleansed, and a second great division began. But as with the worm, the unbelievers hid below the earth from the eye of Atom, trapped in their ignorance. Today he has delivered new prophets, and said unto them, I have sent forth thy prisoners out of the pit, wherein there is no water of the glow, and you shall wield the arrow of my judgment upon them. Pity not the wailing of heretics, for their tears shall be dried in the flames, and their flesh shall be consumed away while they stand upon their feet in the division, and their eyes shall consume away in their holes to behold the glory of Atom. And their tongue shall consume away in their mouth to better speak his name, and so shall you do my works upon the earth. End quote. Now, mind you, all of these entries were removed from the game for a reason, so they by no means can be considered canon. However, this gives us a good idea of how Bethesda's writers explained the Adamite religion at one point in time. And the whole thing just so strongly parallels the Abrahamic faiths. You know, they use fission as a metaphor for the Big Bang, for let there be light. They describe the creation of man and man's fall from grace in this really Abrahamic kind of way. They see the Great War as a consequence of mankind foolishly trying to enslave their God, which, hey, isn't entirely off the mark, let's be honest here. Putting this beautiful piece of cut scripture aside, though, but speaking of other cut content, don't worry, we'll get back to the real game in a second. There also exists an unused NPC in the game files, which would have spawned in at this Kingsport location, named Confessor Adalia. Now, Confessor Adalia has no unique dialogue or packages attached to her NPC file, and when spawned in the game through the console, she'll simply be aggressive and use generic Adamite combat phrases. However, it's very possible that Bethesda at one point in time had planned much more for this character. Given the fact that she's the only child of Adam in the Commonwealth, referred to as a confessor. She must have occupied some sort of leadership position, at least among this northeastern coast congregation. Furthermore, she seems remarkably untouched by radiation compared to most of her peers. Her skin seems brighter, and her hair seems healthier than many pre-war folks even. This could suggest some uniquely strong radiation immunity, or that she had access to some kind of massive Radex supply or similar technology. Just because we can't find any dialogue or quest packages tied to her in the files, doesn't mean that they never existed. A tremendous amount of the content removed from the game was also scrubbed from the creation kit before launch. Perhaps that's what happened here. Maybe Confessor Adalia and those removed pieces of scripture were meant to be a part of a much larger plot that never came together. Or perhaps they were merely half-baked ideas that were never seriously pursued in the first place. But I digress. Aside from Miss Adalia, we can also find several reference markers and location files in the creation kit related to what must have been a deleted Church of Adam that would have appeared in Diamond City. Unfortunately, we don't know much about what this building would have looked like or who it would have been populated by, as all we can find are the location markers and IDs that would have been used, nothing else. So either Diamond City's Church of Adam was cut very early in the development, or the developers were very careful to scrub the creation kit of almost all of its data. But with that said, let's head back into reality and get back to exploring the content that actually made it into the game. Aside from Kingsport and Crater House, there's only one other significant Adamite camp in the game: the Crater of Atom, located in the southwestern corner of the map, in the deepest ends of the glowing sea. I could describe this place myself, but the official game guide puts the words to better use. Ground zero for the nuclear detonation, which overtook Boston and the surrounding area in 2077. This area is still heavily irradiated with the fallout from the centuries-old explosion. Strangely, however, it has garnered the attention of a few individuals. A group calling themselves the Children of Atom have made a pilgrimage to the site and now live there, somehow unaffected by the radiation itself. The group, a peaceful cult dedicated to the worship of radiation and revering the act of splitting the atom, have set up within it intent to spread the word of Atom's divine glow and their creation myth to all the people of the Commonwealth. Led by a calm yet firm woman named Isolda, they encourage and aid in any attempt to detonate a nuclear weapon, as they consider this to be how new universes are created, but are otherwise, for the most part, unwilling to get into any significant conflict in the Commonwealth. Indeed, unlike the other rad worshippers we've encountered thus far, the congregation here is friendly to the player, and will invite us to trade and worship alongside them. This difference in demeanor makes you wonder just how associated these guys are with the more aggressive cultists we encountered up north. Are they working together in constant communication and coordination, taking directions from the same leadership? Or are they perhaps entirely separate denominations of the same faith, like what we saw with the Apostles of the Holy Light and their contradictions with the Megaton Church? Aside from their temperament, the structure of this camp is also worth taking stock of. Beyond the main aluminum buildings being used, we can find several abandoned and dilapidated structures along the perimeter of the crater, possibly implying that the Children of Atom have been here for a while. At the center of the crater, lying in an irradiated pool, is what seems to be a temple structure of sorts, though inside is a rather random collection of miscellaneous items, such as kids' toys and beverages. There's also a radio, which may be used for communication, though all it seems to get is static. While passive, most of the folks here are unresponsive to attempted interactions, merely responding with vague quotes about Adam's division and the meaning of their prayer. The leader of this group, however, a woman known as Mother Isolda, will be a little bit more engaging with the player and direct us to some nearby locations and explain the general holiness of this place.
Tell me more about Adam, if you would.
Adam gave birth to this world and all worlds. And within this world, he gave us the promise of infinite rebirth. We are, all of us, universes without count, waiting for the division to bring them all into being. We spread Atom's word and his gifts to those throughout the Commonwealth. They will see the truth of Atom's glow.
Notably, when close to Isolde, the player will suddenly cease from taking radiation damage. This, I feel, is an insane and incredibly overlooked detail that I don't think anyone else has discussed. Not only is this woman and her followers dramatically more resilient to the effects of rads than the layman, but they, or Isolde at least, seem to have some sort of field that protects those around her too. This effect is totally unique to her. She's the only NPC in the vanilla game who does this, and I can't figure out for the life of me why. It's possible Bethesda gave her this effect as a simple gameplay decision, to make meeting her less tedious. Like, maybe they didn't want the player to be worried about rads when speaking to her. But then, if that was the case, why not do that for any of the other Glowing Sea NPCs? We still take rad damage when speaking to our companions or Virgil out here, so this appears to be deliberately unique to Isolde. Fallout 4 in general really hits home the Children of Adam's radiation-resisting powers. I mean, sure, back in 3, Cromwell spent his days preaching outside a slightly radioactive shrine, and the Apostles of the Holy Light were constantly around irradiated objects. But they were being exposed to more moderate dosages. You know, 3 rads here, maybe 10 there. Remarkable, but still within the realm of, I don't know, loose believability. Here in the Glowing Sea, however, these people are absorbing enough radiation to expire them every few minutes. So, what gives? Is Adam actually real? Has he genuinely blessed these people? Or could there be a less supernatural explanation at play? Well, interestingly enough, we do know of at least one example in the post-Bethesda Fallout universe of a person who was born with a natural resistance to radiation. Though, we have to turn back the clock a bit. In 2009, Fallout 3 received its second major add-on, The Pit, which sent the Lone Wanderer to an industrial raider metropolis that was once known as Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. The raiders there were led by an ex-Brotherhood of Steel paladin who called himself Ishmael Ashur. He was allegedly left behind by his faction after a previous excursion, but successfully leveraged his technical know-how and leadership prowess to unite the various warring tribes and build something resembling a functioning government, albeit a government that depended on several thousand involuntary employees, if you catch my meaning, to work its mines and build its defenses. Anyway, just prior to the player's arrival at the pit, Ishmael and his wife, a Dr. Sandra Kundanica, recently gave birth to a baby girl named Marie, who they rapidly discovered is immune to all forms of radiation poisoning and even ghoulification. Here's how the mother, Dr. Kundanica, explains it.
Believe it or not, she's both. My daughter appears to have a naturally acquired immunity to any form of mutation. Basically, she won't turn into one of the trolls, or a ghoul or anything else. And by studying her, we can keep that from happening to others too.
Witness my
Oh no, these tests are perfectly safe. In fact, between the crib and her uncanny health, she's probably the safest child in the world. Asher and I would never risk her health. And if that means it takes longer to develop a full cure, then, well, everyone else can wait.
The couple believe that by analyzing Marie's biology, they might be able to develop something resembling a cure to all radiation-borne illnesses. Though, unfortunately, they need more time. The newborn is just too fragile to risk placing under serious tests until she gets older. The Pitt's storyline revolves around a struggle for possession of the baby, as a faction of rebelling slaves seeks to take the child and use it to help leverage for their freedom, and possibly make a cure on their own, though it's implied that they have no idea what they're doing. The player can choose to either protect baby Marie and keep her with her family, or steal the child and give it to the rebels. Nonetheless, whatever decision we take, not much more is revealed about the science behind what's going on, nor will a cure be developed at any point during our playthrough, as again, more time is needed. But this whole dramatic episode does confirm the fact that at least some people are born in the wasteland with an immunity to rads, perhaps as a consequence of some rare, random genetic mutation, or maybe something prenatal in development, something more environmental. Still, though, the Pit DLC really hits home how rare this condition is. It seems very unlikely that you would be able to build these massive 20+ groups of people who all happen to share in it. We'll have more to say about the nature of this strange development later in the video, but for now, let's continue our examination of Fallout 4. Specifically, let's head on over to the island of Far Harbor, where the next pieces of our puzzle lie. While we initially arrive on the island with the purpose of helping Nick Valentine conduct a missing person investigation, we are quickly sucked into a much grander plot. You see, as far back as anyone can remember, Far Harbor has been plagued by a mysterious radioactive fog that occasionally overtakes the island and devastates the locals. Brief exposure to this bizarre gas is said to cause insanity, and long-term interaction with it can result in one expiring from the radiation content alone. To make matters worse, a number of mutants and beasts seem to thrive under the cloud's protection and multiply in greater numbers when it's around, bringing an added danger. The fog comes and goes with time, sometimes remaining or being absent for years on end. However, upon our arrival, it's consumed nearly the entire island, save for a small pier on the northern corner, where a tiny little settlement makes its final stand. The settlers keep the fog and its creatures at bay, thanks to an extensive series of fortifications and these great fog condenser machines, which essentially act as super dehumidifiers, but it's barely enough. The fog is getting closer and encroaching on them. Aside from the townsfolk at the pier, there are two other major factions driving this narrative. The first being a small synth refugee colony, which has taken over the island's observatory. They are led by a uniquely intelligent model named Dima, who really just wants everyone to get along and has even been helping those settlers acquire fog condensers, though he's also shown to be a little naive and nihilistic. The other group, being the real stars of our show, are the Children of Atom. According to dialogue with the Harbormen or the Atomites themselves, this rad cult arrived on the island around a decade or so and began worshipping the fog, calling it Atom's Holy Veil. When they originally arrived, the fog was much less intense than it is now. It was barely a threat, and the wacky group was welcomed by the local settlers. However, as the years went on, the church grew in numbers, and the fog grew across the island. Eventually, the townsfolk began blaming the new faith for the sudden reencroachment of their terrible weather, and expelled them from the harbor. The Adamites eventually set up shop in an abandoned nuclear submarine base, now known as the Nucleus, where they continue their worship to this very day. Just prior to our showing up, relations between the children and their old neighbors have gone from bad to even worse. The old leader of the congregation, a man known as Confessor Martin, mysteriously disappeared and has been replaced by a zealous, militant, and aggressive man named Tectus, who seeks revenge on the harbormen for a series of perceived slights. It's against this complicated political backdrop that the sole survivor enters the picture, and the choices we make will ultimately determine the future of this fragile little isle. Far Harbor is definitely one of the most player-driven stories Bethesda has told. You can complete the story siding with any of the 3 major factions, and each of the factions has a bunch of separate endings depending on what you decide to do. But for the purposes of this video, we're obviously going to focus on the player's potential interactions with the Adamites, because boy, is there a lot to say about these guys. At any point after our arrival, we can head on over to the Nucleus, the Children of Adam's chapel. Upon approaching the facility, we'll witness the execution of a member for supposed disobedience, which foreshadows the cruelty that this group is capable of. We can speak to the man guarding the gate, a certain Grand Zealot Richter, and ask for permission to enter, to which he'll refuse, explaining that entry into Adam's sacred temple is reserved for his followers. However, if we'd like to take the initiation ritual and perhaps become one of said worshippers, he'd be happy to welcome us in after. This begins the quest, Visions in the Fog, and it's one of the most bizarre and supernatural experiences offered by the Fallout universe. The Zealot will instruct the sole survivor to seek out a nearby holy spring and drink from it, and report back when we're done. This sacred spring, as it turns out, was clearly some sort of pre-war toxic waste dump given the various yellow barrels all around, but orders are orders, and upon taking a sip from the baths, something remarkable will happen. The player will enter into a sort of hallucinogenic state, and a mysterious silhouette, simply named Ghostly Figure, will appear on a cliffside and instruct us to follow her. We'll begin walking throughout the island following this shade's path. While we can approach the feminine character, we can't initiate dialogue.
Excuse me.
Interacting with her is pointless, and she's immune to any attacks. Oddly enough, as we give chase, we'll encounter several normally aggressive mutants, such as gulpers and fog crawlers, but they'll be passive to us while in our trance, completely ignoring our approach. The ghostly character also has a greenish, glowing hue around her, perhaps not unlike the glow that the Apostles of the Holy Light claimed to see around our player when we were sufficiently irradiated. But that's just an idea. Eventually, this Fog Mother will lead us to a small, ghoul-infested abandoned building called the Children of Adam Shrine. In front of the building will be a note on the ground titled Scrawled Note. It bizarrely reads, quote, "From Atom Shrine we enter. With Atom decipher name. From Atom claim entry." The building's interior will consist of a large, locked cage, controlled by a password-protected terminal. The password can be found scrawled onto a locker beside a periodic table. It lists the elements molybdenum, thorium, and erbium, spelling out the word mother, and the corresponding elemental numbers serve as the password that we're looking for. Now, there's something wrong about this periodic table and the elements listed, but we'll get there later. For now, let's just play along with the quest. Next, simply enter the password into the terminal and presto. The doors will be unlocked, and inside will be a wooden figure, which the game calls a mother icon, as well as a note, which says, "To his shrine retreat. Upon Atom think. Know his servants watch." The wooden statuette represents a sort of feminine character with what appear to be greenish glowing eyes. It kind of reminds me of the ancient Venus figurines, which are often dug up at archaeological sites, particularly in Siberia and Europe, but it doesn't seem to be based off of any one of them in particular, and similarities may just be coincidence. Furthermore, within this room, on the ground next to the desk is a stealth boy, which may give us a clue as to what's going on with the silhouette. Regardless, after we've collected the figurine, our hallucinogenic experience will come to an end, and the quest marker will send us to report back to Zealot Richter, who will react with astonishment when we recount our story.
It was like a nightmare. Haunting whispers, shadowy creatures, and the ghost of a woman covered in mist.
Adam above. You really did see her. The Mother of the Fog. The Mother is a messenger from Adam. Acts as a guide to those important to his plans and the future of his family. She's the one who led the first of us to this place. And if she revealed herself to you, then I'd say the path he's laying for you is clear. If you are prepared to take the next step, then I believe there is a place for you among Adam's children.
We are now welcome in the nucleus, and on our way to being considered full Adamites ourselves. However, we can stop and ask Richter a few more questions regarding our experience, and the Fog Mother. His answers are rather enlightening.
The pinnacle of excellence!
So, what exactly happened to me in the spring?
Seems Adam granted you a vision. Only those deemed worthy of joining the children have them and live. But for some rare souls, he sends more. A messenger. Or in your case, the Mother.
So, was the Mother real?
Most people believe she's some sort of spirit, creature of the wilds. Though you claim she's just an old hermit. Regardless, our family wouldn't be here without her. If she figured in your vision, well, there are few signs clear you're meant to be one of us.
So, the children of Adam have been using this spring as a sort of test for new initiates. Those who drink from it and survive are considered to be Adam's chosen, and a very lucky few, including ourselves, are granted a more intimate revelation from this Mother of the Fog. This very likely could be an accidental selection system, wherein those who do not possess the unique genetic or environmental gift of radiation immunity are just naturally filtered out of the potential recruit pool. As a matter of fact, there's this companion that Far Harbor introduces named Old Longfellow, whom, if we get to a high enough affinity, will reveal to the player that he was once engaged to a woman and they were even expecting a child, until she got enthralled by the actions of the children of Adam and succumbed to a similar radiation poisoning herself.
Long time ago, when I was a young man, I had a sweetheart. Anna was her name. And we planned to get married and raise a family and all that. Well, we had a place out in the fog we used to meet so we could be alone. Damn children of Adam jumped us. They took her and left me for dead. Took 2 months to recover from my injuries. By then, it was too late. They'd warped her mind and turned her into their ways. It was only later I learned she was carrying our child. Of course, the baby didn't stand a chance with all that radiation. Adam's will, she called it. Anyway, She died a few years later. Trappers got her. So them lunatics said. I guess that was Adam's will too.
Sad boy hour aside, upon entering the nucleus, we'll be instructed to speak to this congregation's leader, a man calling himself High Confessor Tectus, who sits on this makeshift throne in the docked submarine. We'll be able to tell the man about our encounter with the mother, and present him with the figurine as proof. He'll respond with excitement and enthusiasm, promising that Adam has clearly reserved a great destiny for the player. Though, there's also a twinkle of cynicism in his tone.
I found this icon. The Grand Zealot said you'd be interested in seeing it.
Is that the mother? So the whispers were true. You saw the mother of the fog. Many of Adam's children spend their whole lives wishing for such a boon. It would seem he expects great things from you, child. As will I. Now, was there anything else?
What can you tell me about the Mother of the Fog?
The Mother is one of Adam's most revered messengers. Many years ago, when we were driven from Far Harbor, it was she who guided us through the wilds to this sanctuary. We might all have been lost if it wasn't for her. You should be honored she found you so interesting.
Now, what will also become clear during this initial dialogue is that this man is a psycho. Tectus gives off very sinister vibes, and almost as soon as he meets you, he'll start ranting about how much he hates the heretic harbormen back at the settlement. He seems to despise non-believers more than he actually loves Adam.
Adam's chosen?
This place, the nucleus, the island, Adam has claimed it all. For us, his chosen. All but one blasted corner. You've been to Far Harbor, yes? Seen its barriers against Adam's holy fog? Its citizens' blasphemous refusal to vacate what's clearly his domain? What would you do with such a place?
Is Far Harbor really that bad?
Yes, brother, they are. For years, my predecessor begged for peace, while Far Harbor fortified their bastion of heresy. We tried to help them, to bring them Adam's light. Many of our brethren ended up dying for it. But now that I am High Confessor, that time is over. All Adam's foes, whether Far Harbor cowering behind their precious condensers, or that ancient robot hiding away his memories within our very home, they will come to recognize Adam as the sole master of this island. But it is only through unity that we can succeed. Adam requires devotion from all his children. Embrace that, and you will do well here. Now, was there anything you required?
It's very spooky, and it's also subtly hinted that the Confessor may have earned his title through illegitimate means. You see, Tectus only became the High Confessor just a couple months prior to the player's arrival on the island. Apparently, the previous leader, a High Confessor named Martin, who was apparently an elderly and peace-loving man, mysteriously disappeared not long ago. And Tectus stepped up, you can almost hear the air quotes I'm doing, to fill the void and put the children on a much more belligerent path. Though we do later find out that he is innocent of this alleged crime. Nonetheless, after we've gotten our introductions with everyone squared away, Tectus and the children will offer the sole survivor a series of miscellaneous quests, mostly related to rooting out dissent among the faithful, as a means of proving our own loyalty and initiating ourselves with the faction. Sadly, though, we never again encounter the Mother of the Fog. Regardless of the choices we make and whether or not we even decide to stay with the Adamites, that strange glowing silhouette won't manifest any further. Still though, depending on how exactly we proceed, we can encounter traces of her. There's this unmarked location in a drainage pipe just west of the nucleus itself, where we can come across what appears to have been a hideout of sorts for Confessor Martin, the old leader of the children who mysteriously disappeared. In this hideaway, we find a series of notes and holotapes left behind by Martin, which suggest that in his final days, he was beginning to lose faith in his own ability to lead. He felt that his congregation was growing too violent, too reckless, too angry. And while he had always worked hard to keep everyone peaceful, Martin had finally come to realize that his hold was slipping, and there was little more that he could do. So, the elderly man one day just left. In a note on a table, he writes, "Atom above, I've lost them. Tectus screams for blood and the children cheer. I beg for civility and they whisper traitor behind my back. I'm left to wonder what I might have done to deserve you taking them away from me. But in the back of my mind, I know. Waning faith is an untended fire. Fail to care for it, and it cannot be rekindled. Thus, here I am, thinking on embers, trying to summon the courage to do what I know I have put off for too long. So, I shall step out that door, and when I do, my new life begins anew. But for the first time, O Radiant One, its path is out of your hands." Confessor Martin's whole story really represents a tremendous tragedy in the Fallout universe, and ultimately, the game leaves his fate up in the air. We never find out what happened to him, though the withered feral ghoul that lies outside of his hideaway provides an ominous suggestion. The real reason I bring this whole thing up, however, is because within his hideaway, Martin left behind another Mother of the Fog figurine, implying he too shared an intimate connection with the creature. It's unclear exactly how the old confessor came upon this object, though the easiest assumption to make is that he once had a similar vision to our own. Notably, this is the only other Fog Mother statuette we can find in the game. No others exist. However, we're still not done investigating this shade. Speaking of unmarked locations, nearby Braddock Cove, a large abandoned neighborhood on the eastern banks of the island, we can encounter an interesting little place. In one of the homes, nestled within the attic, is this bizarre sight. A small hideout consisting of a table, a sleeping bag, some Children of Adam tapestry, and a mannequin lie ominously undisturbed amongst an assortment of notes and stealth boys. The notes are written in the same disorganized, esoteric style as our previous Mother of the Fog messages. They're pretty short, so I'll just read them in order. The first is titled, "A Vengeful Creature," and it reads, "A vengeful creature drives the good confessor away, and to question his purpose." The next says, "The children trapped in a crumbling home, mother wants to end their pain." The third goes, "To Atom's Island, a stranger arrives. A new child we spy, question mark." The final note, located under the table next to the stealth boys, says, "From Atom we find a safer way to watch. Gifts never cease." This place was clearly being used as a hideout of sorts for the Mother of the Fog. And, as if there's any doubt, the notes are actually referred to as Mother of the Fog notes by the game files. She seems to be describing the basic events of the story, with the vengeful creature being Tectus driving away the good confessor Martin, and the author being desperate for a solution, before a stranger being us, arrives on the island. The presence of the Stealth Boys also suggests a more terrestrial explanation may be behind the mother after all. She very easily could be using these devices to maneuver unseen around the island. And perhaps the rads we absorbed through the spring just, I don't know, temporarily allowed us to see somewhat past the illusion during our initiation. Or maybe she didn't have the Stealth Boy enabled at all. Several of the creatures we encounter on our walk also have the same effect, so maybe that's just what the radiation did to our eyes. Furthermore, the mother's Stealth Boy use may provide an explanation to her rather neurotic and disorganized writing style. You see, Stealth Boy addiction is actually a documented and well understood illness that's been known to cause symptoms of insanity in the Fallout universe. In Fallout New Vegas, there existed a settlement called Jacobstown in the far northwestern corner of the map. Jacobstown served as a sort of super mutant refuge, where mutants who had grown sick of violence and disillusioned with their barbaric lifestyle had come to start anew. Interestingly, many of these super mutant residents were recovering Stealth Boy addicts known as Nightkin, who apparently, thanks to a lifetime of Stealth Boy abuse, had begun developing severe psychological issues. Schizophrenia is evidently particularly common.
Nightkin suffers schizophrenia from the Stealth Boys they're always using. One of the reasons I settled Jacobstown was so they could be cured. While they're in town, the Nightkin aren't allowed to have Stealth Boys, so their craziness doesn't get worse. Trouble is, the Nightkin don't like being visible either. They don't take being exposed too well.
The Stealth Boys we use have cumulative adverse effects on our minds. Jacobstown was supposed to be a sanctuary, a place to find a cure. Instead, we wait and wait. I'm sick of waiting.
The Nightkin we'd encounter would all be peaceful, but also clearly very disturbed. They could be overheard complaining about voices, and while they would never get violent, some of their passive remarks to the player are quite aggressive and hostile. Long story short, during our time in Jacobstown, we could actually help a scientist find a cure for the illness through completing a sort of fetch quest and subsequent series of speech and science checks, but that's for another video. Suffice to say, if the Mother of the Fog has been exposing herself to chronic Stealth Boy radiation, she's almost certainly driven herself mad as well, which would explain all of the notes we find. Even so, there are elements to the story which can't so easily be explained. Alright, now pause right here. A bit of a disclaimer is in order before we go any further. So, when we initially started our investigation of the Children of Adam, maybe a month or 3 ago, we already had a pretty good idea of what we were gonna do, and our objective was to identify more scientific, terrestrial explanations behind everything. You know, we were aiming to explain all the supernatural stuff away without being supernatural, and we assumed that would be pretty easy to do. I mean, yeah, sure, the Mother of the Fog is a little bit wooey, but we already knew about the Stealth Boys and stuff. We thought it was very clear-cut. However, as we got deeper and deeper into our investigation, we began to identify several connections which we didn't expect to more genuine supernatural phenomenon in the Fallout universe, if that makes any sense. You see, in the franchise, there exists this company called Dunwich Borers LLC. Now, a few months ago, we already uploaded an extensive investigation on this faction and really got into the weeds in good detail. I would highly encourage you to watch that video before going any further with this one, as that'll provide all the context you need for this to make even more sense. But if not, basically, the spark notes are that Dunwich Borers LLC was this pre-war company that was secretly obsessed with the occult. Their owners, the Dunwich brothers, worshipped this creature called Ugg Qualtoth. Anyway, we don't understand a whole lot about Ugg Qualtoth or the occult forces behind everything. For a long time, we all just kind of thought it was a red herring by Bethesda, an excuse to make Lovecraft references in their games, but the story's gotten a little bit deeper. What we do know is that these occult Dunwich forces, these eldritch gods in which they are serving, do appreciate human sacrifices, and they have a weird connection to radiation and even ghoulification. In Fallout 3, there was a location called the Dunwich Building in the southwestern corner of the map. This was apparently the Dunwich corporate headquarters before the war, and the location in the game kind of served the purpose of a haunted house, if you will. The lighting was turned down dramatically, there were ghouls all over the place that kind of spawned in like pop-ups meant to scare the player. It was a neat little gimmick. Well, while we were in there, we could find these holotapes all over the place, left behind by a man named Jamie, who apparently came to the Dunwich building in search of his father. In the first holotapes we find, Jamie sounds like a perfectly normal, reasonable man with a good head on his shoulders. But as we get deeper and deeper into the building, Jamie starts sounding weirder and weirder, and by the end of it all, he's turned into a ghoul in the holotapes. He's completely ghoulified. And beneath the Dunwich building, we could find him alongside several dozen other ghouls worshipping at this strange obelisk. It was very bizarre. Now, when I originally uploaded that Dunwich video a few months ago, I didn't dwell too much on the fact that, you know, this Jamie guy had essentially ghoulified. I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to the fact that this location was inherently associated with radiation and ghoulification. As a matter of fact, the obelisk down here irradiates the player in this weird way. It's very strange. Anyway, going forward, in Fallout 4, there of course existed another location called Dunwich Borers, which was literally, I kid you not, just a few feet away from Crater House and Kingsport Lighthouse, where the Children of Adam have set up shop. Anyway, this place was pretty much a pre-war quarry used by the Dunwich Company. Their cover story was that they were using the quarry to extract important resources like marble and stuff, but what they were really doing was trying to dig down to some sort of ancient occult site, and they were performing human sacrifices here consistently. By the time we get to it, the location is occupied by raiders, but the raiders are kind of being driven mad by whatever spirits inhabit this place. It's a really fun site to visit. Anyway, as we get to the very bottom of this mine, we have this sort of pre-war hallucination/vision where we witness Dunwich executives performing human sacrifices within this ancient temple complex. What's interesting, and again, something I overlooked at the time, is that once this hallucination concludes, all of the people who we just saw get sacrificed will attack the player as feral ghouls. Didn't these people just get yeeted? How are they back and reanimated as ferals? You know, furthermore, we're so deep down, you know, the Dunwich Quarry goes down, it's gotta be like 1,000 feet or something. You would think this area is like shielded from radiation emissions, right? It just doesn't make a whole lot of sense, unless Bethesda just wanted to make the area more spooky, right? You know, ghouls are kind of the default like zombie-like thing that Bethesda puts when they want to scare you, so maybe it was just a development decision, but I digress. Furthermore, also after the hallucination ends, this sort of pool will open up in the center of the temple, which we can swim down to find another little temple flooded underwater, where our reward for the dungeon, a unique blade called Krimva's Tooth, lies, flanked by 2 mini nukes next to it. The shrine itself also produces a not insignificant amount of radiation. Though Bethesda may mean to suggest this is coming from the mini nukes, it's not entirely obvious. But clearly, for whatever reason, these devices are associated with worship of Ugg-Qual'Toth. As a matter of fact, there's 2 other mini nukes hidden away in Dunwich borders, stashed in dark corners. It's not obvious if these were brought down by the Dunwich Company or by the raiders themselves. You know, maybe whatever force inhabits this place is compelling the raiders to do it, or maybe it was just a part of the Dunwich Company's ritual. Heck, you know, maybe they were even using them for mining, though that would be very unsafe. I bring this all up because Dunwich's extremely close proximity to the hostile Children of Adam northern camps we encounter is kinda difficult to overlook, especially when you consider Kingsport Lighthouse being named after a Lovecraft setting. You know, Dunwich 2 itself is named after Lovecraft. He has this little novella called The Dunwich Horror, Dunwich Borers, you get the idea. Anyway, my point is, Bethesda only names places after Lovecraft when they are connected to this Ugg-Qual'Toth mystery. We don't see them do that randomly. There are no other Lovecraft-themed places in the game that don't share a direct connection to this Ugg-Qual'Toth storyline. You know, we keep asking, why would Bethesda do that? Why would Bethesda name this Children of Adam location after Lovecraft and not put any Lovecraft stuff into it? Unless, you know, you get the idea. Maybe what's making these people so uniquely aggressive could happen to do with the supernatural forces they are in such close proximity with. Alternatively, again, remember, there was a tremendous amount of content that was cut from this setting. You know, there was supposed to be that Confessor Vidalia character, there were those terminal entries, and probably a whole bunch more stuff that got scrubbed. It's very possible a much broader storyline was transpiring. We know that this Ugg-Qual'Toth Lovecraftian god feeds off of the souls of the dead. When people die near it, it rejuvenates itself off of it. It's why it compelled the Dunwich Company to make those sacrifices and develop such an unsafe place. It stands to reason that, you know, maybe this entire faith that's based off of sacrificing your own life in a blast could be an easy vehicle for it to infect. Even still, I haven't even gotten to the weirdest part yet. In Fallout 76, we can encounter this large cult dedicated to the worship of a creature known as the Mothman. Now, it turns out, as we exposed in that video a few months ago, that many of these Mothman cultists aren't actually worshipping the Mothman. They are worshipping a corrupted version of these Lovecraftian forces that are disguising themselves as the Mothman. Which, oh boy, doesn't that sound familiar? But these Mothman cultists have an astounding amount of stuff in common with the Children of Adam. They're mostly hostile to the player, so it's difficult to engage in dialogue with them. But when we sneak up on their characters, they have this sort of psychotic whisper we can hear them embrace as they pray to the Mothman, which sounds eerily familiar to how the Children of Adam in the Nucleus sound. Furthermore, in many Children of Adam locations across Fallout 4, both in Far Harbor and Kingsport and the Crater of Adam, we can find these interesting candles that they use made out of wax and power armor fusion cores. They're all over the place and a sort of trademark of their locations. Only the Children of Adam use these assets in the games. Well, the Mothman cultists use those exact same candles as well. Now, in fairness, this very well could just kind of be Bethesda being lazy. A tremendous number of assets were basically copied and pasted from Fallout 4 into Fallout 76 with a new purpose. They not even changing the meshes or textures or anything, they just reused a tremendous amount of their work, which is one of my biggest criticisms about the game. But this doesn't necessarily convey anything in it of itself, but I think against the broader backdrop of what we're talking about, it's a little bit more sus. Furthermore, and this is where you're going to decide whether or not we are complete lunatics or maybe onto something, when we encounter the Mother of the Fog back in Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC, an interesting, unique musical score plays in the background. Take a listen.
Excuse me. This can't be real.
It's always there, and it will never perish.
This score is called Atom's Whisper, and believe it or not, it's kind of hidden. It doesn't appear in any of the official releases of the soundtrack. Well, while it starts off and is largely dominated by a female lead vocalist doing some, vocalizing, in the background there is a sort of synth going on, which we can isolate. Here is the synth with the vocalist and ambiance removed. Now, take a listen to this synth note, which plays in Fallout 76 when the player uses the Mothman emote, which we can get from completing an associated cult quest, or sometimes when we encounter cult locations. Do you hear it? This synth is directly inspired from the previous one. Heck, it uses the same notes, just not in the exact same tones. Okay, I'll admit, I'm beginning to feel a little bit like a certain Always Sunny character, but you get the idea. I can go on and on with these, really minute connections which straddle the line between coincidence and genuine representations of creative intent, but again, I think you get the picture. There's a lot of these weird associations, whether it's from radiation or forced ghoulification, that this Ugg-Qualtoth force shares with the god that the children of Atom are in service to. Or at least some of the children of Atom. I am not saying that I think the children of Atom are worshipping Ugg-Qualtoth. I don't necessarily believe that. I just think the connections are big enough that it is worth exploring these with you guys. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute honor. An hour and 40 some minutes, about twice as long as we originally anticipated to spend on this video, but it was all in good fun. Today we investigated both scientific and terrestrial explanations behind the Children of Atom's more supernatural elements, as well as some more occult possibilities as well. Whichever of these tales you found more compelling, or perhaps you enjoyed a combination of both of them, leave a comment down below. I would love to know your thoughts on the matter. This whole thing, believe it or not, this whole thing is probably going to blow up in about a month or two, as Modifus Entertainment, the publishers and I guess you could say developers of the Fallout role-playing game, are about to release a lore book called The Winter of Atom, which I believe is scheduled to come out in June or July, but it's going to contain several hundred pages of Fallout lore with a particular lens geared towards the Children of Atom, as well as some of the more occult themes you discussed before. So if we're right about these connections, we should be finding out very soon, and I hope to update you guys going forward. But that about does it all for us today. Thank you again so much for stopping by. There's a lot of ways you can spend an hour and 40 minutes, and I appreciate you doing it with us. So again, thanks for stopping by, and I hope to catch you all in my next video. Peace out, everyone. Oh, and how can I forget? Tremendous shout out to Anachronite for helping me out with a huge chunk of this video script. They were absolutely essential in getting this project done, and they've written several of these massive documents on the history of the Children of Atom and their lore and whatnot, which will be linked in the description, and which I borrowed from tremendously. So huge thanks to them. If you're wondering why I sound a little bit different right now, it's because something went wrong with my mic after I finished filming this video, and so now you're listening to me on headphones. But anyway, now the video is over.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish.
All things come to an end, even time itself. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? All things come to an end, even time itself.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going?
All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself. The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. Where do we come from? And where are we going? All things come to an end, even time itself.
The abyss is like the world's shadow. It's always there, and it will never perish. All things come to an end, even time itself.
Hmm. Looks good.
What the hell happened? Before we get really started, something that is plagiarism is not the biggest issue with James Somerton or his YouTube channel. Not by far. I hated this guy long before I ever knew about him. Because my introduction to him was a podcast episode on Unaware I Am Asexual, and seeing a major queer creator talk about asexuality, I thought that would be interesting. So I tuned into the episode, and within the first, 3 minutes, this is said on
Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong, Nick. If you're unaware, that is Nick, James Somerton's best friend and co-writer. He helped James with a lot of his channel. He's his point man. And James is just sitting here listening to Nick spout off a bunch of misinformation about asexuality. The DSM-5 and the APA have not qualified asexuality as a mental disorder for some time. So, what the heck, man? This was something changed in the early 2010s. This is a fact that is easily Googleable, and these two are already screwing it up within the opening minutes of their podcast episode. And that's not the only problem with this episode, but it is a major one, and it opens with this crap. It's just unbelievable. So yeah, I was turned off from James Somerton. If this one episode about asexuality is filled with this kind of misinformed nonsense, I assume the rest of his channel would be too, and I was right.
Well, soldiers coming home from World War II had seen the ridiculous bodies of Nazi soldiers and Nazi propaganda and the mythical bodies that Nazis held up as perfection and thought, oh, I can do better than that.
James, we did not enter World War II to gaze at the bodies of homoerotic, sexy Nazis. Yo, what are you talking about? You see, James Somerton was plagiarizing a lot of his career, but he did change some things. Change them to be wrong. You see, in theory, the quote-unquote benefit of blatantly stealing someone else's work is that you stole their work. You at least have good work in your video that you stole. You lifted their words, and now you're using them. You should at least be telling the truth with those words, but James can't even do that. As pointed out by Todd in the Shadows, it is an incredible takedown of James Somerton's misinformation. I know the H. Bomber Guy video is what everyone talks about and knows about, but Todd in the Shadows did a great job at pointing out, in my opinion, the bigger problem with James. The fact that he spread misinformation to a very large audience. That he stole that information and changed it to fit some stupid narrative that he had for his video.
Basically, Jean Grey, a psychic, outs him to himself. This was mostly a parting fuck you from Brian Michael Bendis, who had been trying to add queer characters to Marvel Comics for years.
According to then editor-in-chief Alex Alonso, Bendis sold him on the idea just like any other storyline, and they ran the idea of the latter as per usual.
Look, I don't know if it was intentional. I don't know if it's just out of laziness or stupidity. I think H. Bomber Guy actually goes too easy on this information, which is why I'm glad that Todd's video exists. Because, good lord, there's nothing that pisses me off more than somebody who blatantly lies like this. And you're gonna see that a lot as we keep on going. James Somerton is a liar. You cannot trust what he says. So when he tries to make you feel bad for him, do not let him. Now, while we're here talking about all of James's controversies besides the plagiarism, I figured, we might as well tack in a few more since we're having so much fun. James Somerton was accused of transphobia when he unleashed a massive targeted harassment campaign against Jessie Gender. Allegedly, she was critical of some of James's content on her social media, and James responded to this by sending his fans to harass her, which is great. Allegedly, she even had the cops call about her. Great job, James, really supporting your fellow peers in the community. Dan Olson, one of my favorite YouTubers of all time, he also called out James Somerton for some financial nonsense. See, James Somerton was playing the pity game on his Patreon, claiming that he really good song. He was playing it right now, and 1,200 fans jumped in to help him on his Patreon. 1,200 new patrons. If you're unaware, that's like a big deal, guys. My financial options were greatly changed by just 100 people playing.
Do your master's bidding.
James got 12 times more than that, so you can imagine how much money he was getting from those donors. Just, disgusting. finally, besides
You've earned yourself a reward.
Book.
transphobia, sexual misinformation, the plagiarism, the lying, all that stuff. He also allegedly catfished someone on Grindr. That's not relevant to anything else we're talking about in this video.
Below this place, the Font of Wishes. The Temple of Wishes, the Room of Wishes. Often contradicting, born in an instant. Your company is eternal rest. Often contradicting, born in an instant, your company is never separated. The tainted fruits of sin. Tainted fruits of sin, often contradicting, dream, life. I'm not sure about guilt. Born in an instant. Life isn't born in an instant. Your company is eternal rest. I mean, life, dream, but not guilt. Were separated. The tainted fruits of sin. Not guilt. I would say life. I mean, literally from fucking... Okay, let's continue listening to the
I
video.
only really have a few testimonies to back it up. But, like, it's funny. So anyway, let's talk about James trying to apologize for all this stuff. Hey, video doesn't need a skill nor to be awesome and successful. Hey, sponsor! This week's videos are sponsored by Tabletop Table, your dream gaming table that you just don't have yet. I got sent this incredible fully wooded gaming table from this brand, and I gotta say, I was thoroughly impressed with it. It has an ingenious magnet system that allows me to add accessories. It is incredibly portable. I mean, seriously, the whole thing fits in a bag. I can... Unfortunately, you guys, this video did not have any ladies, nor any interpretation. You may never see form ever. But James' video does have a lot of crying, and a story about how he apparently, allegedly, tried to prematurely remove himself from the game of life. He never says directly that's what happened, but it's definitely implied, and it's the way he opens up this entire apology. Which is just a tad bit manipulative when you're trying to apologize to someone. Like, yes, I did a lot of things wrong, but please pity me, okay? I'm really depressed right now because of everything that I did.
I'm really sorry for the things that I did. Because copying people's work and not crediting them properly or at all.
Yeah, that's...
I want to make it clear that James is definitely not talking about all the stuff I brought up earlier. Now, he brings up some of it.
Oh. What? That's nice. Here we go.
Huh. You've earned yourself a reward.
Misinformation, transphobia, those get small shouts, but the majority of the video is about the plagiarism. How he's so grateful to H. Bomber Guy for pointing this out, how he was just forgetting to credit people, he didn't mean to hurt anyone. And worst of all, a ton of the video is him blatantly blaming Nick, his co-writer and best friend. I mean, seriously, the whiplash of hearing him say that he lost his best friend, that he's not talking to Nick anymore, how Nick and he were so close, and then him going to blame him and throw him under the bus, saying that yes, James had responsibility for the channel, but stuff was put in those scripts, and oh man, side-eyeing Nick with those ones.
I'm not trying to throw Nick under the bus. A bunch of people saying that I was setting him up as doing what is not true.
Flashback.
I never intended for him to that. Yeah, that's not. I didn't write it, but.
As per our contract.
You were throwing Nick under the bus this whole week. This isn't an apology, it's an attempt at self-castration. He's trying to get people to feel bad for him by whipping his own back and crying about how hard his life is. He talks about how it's been so difficult, how money has been tight, how he has to move out of his house because the area he lives in is too expensive. Yeah, this video was not received well by anyone. It was received even worse when he reopened his Patreon at the same time. Yeah, this guy had the guts to try and make a quick buck. I mean, that's not why he did it officially. He said that he reopened his Patreon so that people would have an opportunity to unsubscribe, which, yeah, sure, man. It would not be the only apology video that James Somerton released. His next one was titled A Measured Response. Unfortunately, this one is significantly less crocodile tears and less mentions of James's 13th reason why. So, yeah, less fun for me to watch, but still, there's some content in this one. And it is a lot more coherent. James claims that he is trying to make amends. For starters, he has returned multiple videos to his YouTube channel open for monetization. He claims that he did this because he wants to donate the money to H. Bomber Guy's team, assumably so that they can throw it out to the authors that James was...
Where do we come from? And where are we going?
This makes me nostalgic for the day that H. Bomber Guy destroyed Illuminati's career and then casually told us that she wasn't even the target, she was just the sample case for Somerton. Yeah, that's the comment that I'm reading. It's not plagiarism, I'm just reading the comment. I'm not gonna say by whom, because I already closed it.
Version 2.1, Miyabi is officially getting her first rerun alongside Yuzuha. For those unfamiliar, Miyabi is easily the strongest DPS in the game, and even among all DPS units, she's consistently at the top. Despite her dominance, some players are still unsure whether she's worth pulling for, especially with so many powerful units already in rotation. But for veteran players who are still on the fence, there's another point even for you to consider here. Mono Ice teams have recently gained a lot of attention due to a special mechanic interaction, and it turns out that freeze effects actually prevent boss stun time from ticking down, making Miyabi's teams incredibly strong in high difficulty content. In today's video, we'll be breaking down everything you need to know, though, about Miyabi, including things like how her kit functions, what kind of W engine she should run, how to build her, and the general playstyle and combos that have been updated that make her insane. As a reminder, content in this video is based on the creator beta server.
I once believed that freeing my mind from all agitation was the only way to overcome. But after everything I've experienced recently, I finally understand. Only when the right things weigh on your mind can the desire to protect awaken inside of you. And that turns your power into something meaningful.
Artist unintentionally.
Born of ice and frost. Manifest! Ha! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! Let's go stretch our legs while the flavors are... Off to the freezer! Let's stir things up! Obey! Annihilate! Ha! They say that at absolute zero,
Could be a whopper flower.
everything falls completely still. Compared to that, this is nothing. accomplished. This should be fun! Off to the freezer! The pinnacle of excellence! Unleash! Surge! A dash of frosting! My will embodied!
They tried to kill Unreal Tournament. With all the attention on the Stop Killing Games initiative lately, I think it's the perfect time to talk about what happened in December 2022. Epic Games removed the entire Unreal Tournament series from digital storefronts. That included the original Unreal and Unreal 2: The Awakening. Alongside the removals, Epic also shut down the official online servers on January 24th. 2023. That made online play impossible. No warning, no explanation, just gone. Over the last few years, game companies have gotten really good at killing the games we love. Servers shut down, games delisted, entire communities wiped out. That's why the Stop Killing Games movement was born. It's about preserving access to the games you paid for. And the ones that build gaming history. Because when companies turn off the lights, it's the communities that lose. But sometimes, the community fights back. Unreal Tournament launched in 1999, and it changed multiplayer forever. Fast movement, crazy weapons, LAN parties, frag fests, modifications, maps, madness. It was a revolution in online first-person shooters. But in 2022, when Epic quietly removed every Unreal title from sale, that would have been the end for most games. But not for you T99, because Unreal Tournament had something special. Tech-savvy, stubborn, creative problem solvers, Generation X and early millennials, who just don't quit. Despite the shutdown, the community kept the game alive. Although the official master servers have been shut down, the community has stepped up. Thanks to OpenSpy and other fan-run alternatives, online play is still very much alive. As of February 2023, dedicated players have launched new master servers for each version of Unreal Tournament, keeping the series online and playable. Old Unreal created modern patches, like the 469 series, improving stability, compatibility, and performance. Players hosted custom servers with new maps, mods, and mutators. Fans rallied on Discord, forums, and YouTube. And in a final act of preservation, The full game, patched and running on modern systems, was uploaded to archive.org. That's right, you can play UT99 today for free, thanks to the community. And on November 12th, 2024, Epic even gave it their blessing. They approved the release of a full game installer from old Unreal, officially making UT99 freeware. This isn't just a game, it's a living piece of gaming history. UT99 didn't survive because of corporate support. It survived because players refused to let it die. And it proves something. You don't need microtransactions to keep a game going. You don't need battle passes or subscriptions. All you need is a community that cares. When developers walk away, the players can still build, preserve, and share. That's what Stop Killing Games is really about. The Unreal Tournament community made it, but you shouldn't have to fight and shout just to keep a game running. Some of us rent servers. Some of us host them 24/7 from a dusty PC in the basement. We are happy, but think about the others. Think about the next generations, our children, our grandchildren. Will they be as lucky as we were? So if you live in Europe, I encourage you to sign the Stop Killing Games petition. They need 1 million valid signatures. Over 1.2 million have already been collected. But bots, typos, and invalid names don't count. And fake signatures, they're outright illegal. So please, encourage your friends, family, and loved ones to sign. Only if you're of legal age, and only if you live in a country where you're eligible to sign. I may not have any viewers from the UK or France, at least according to Google Analytics, but just in case you're here, be aware. There's a Stop Killing Games petition created especially for you. Last chance to sign is soon. For the UK initiative, July 14th, and for France and the EU, it is July 31st, 2025. The Stop Killing Games petition is not backward compatible, so it won't give us Unreal Tournament 2004 or any of the other removed games back, but it will prevent that from happening in the future. If you've never played Unreal Tournament, now's your chance. Links are in the description to the game, to the patches, and to the community keeping it alive. Try it. Host a match. Join the Discord. Keep the legacy alive. And tell me in the comments, which classic game do you think deserves to be saved next? Don't let corporations end games without notice. Have them write the ending right away, so we know how long a purchase lasts. Or have them have a fallback plan ready, where the community takes over the game, like with Unreal Tournament. UT99. Together, we can stop them from killing games. A YouTuber named Russ has the channel Accursed Farms. He is the frontman for the Stop Killing Games petition. I have one of his videos where he talks about the issue in the description if you want to know more about the topic. Don't forget to check out what else I have on the channel. There's sure to be something that surprises you. Like and subscribe so I can see if there's interest in more UT99 content. See you in the arena.
A little gift for ya. Here's a taste of the abyss. The pressure's off.
Nice.
Hey, how's it going, guys? It's Nate here. And the new Fallout TV show opens up with a brief flashback to a pre-war birthday party occurring just moments before the bombs begin to fall. During this scene, we get a chance to overhear the following news report on a radio before the device is unceremoniously shut off by an annoyed guest.
Negotiations were scheduled to continue today as the White House has no comment about the president's whereabouts.
No comment on the president's whereabouts. Now, of course, we know that the president is in hiding, bunkered down for what he knows is about to happen. But this little broadcast begs the additional question, who exactly was that president? Who was the last man or woe man to rule the United States before the Great War? Well, my search across the Fallout franchise for an answer to that question led me to some pretty wild and unexpected places, as while the developers have long avoided providing us with a conclusive explanation, if you look carefully throughout the games, and especially their files, you'll find that we've been left an interesting little trail of clues that reveals much more than you may be prepared to learn about America's mysterious last president. Thus, in today's video, we're going to be analyzing the Fallout franchise game by game and assessing what each one exposes about its final excellency, and then trying to tie it all together. So, without any further ado, let's do further. But first, quick word from today's video sponsor, Stunlock Studios. The official release of V Rising is finally here. Experience a vampire survival action RPG adventure like no other. Rise from your grave after centuries of slumber and hunt for blood to regain your power. Explore a vast, open world of dark fantasy. Face humans and monsters alike, and alright. So, before we dive into the thick of the games themselves, first a bit of preamble is warranted to go over some basic facts, or at least reasonable assumptions we should make that can help aid us in answering our fundamental question. For one, given the United States' 4-year presidential terms, the most recent election prior to the Great War in the Fallout universe should have occurred in November of 2076, with the winner not actually being inaugurated until January of 2077, just 9 months before the bombs fell. Of course, the winner of this election could have been an incumbent seeking re-election, which would mean that they could have first been elected in November of 2072, beginning term 1 in January of 2073. So our candidate could have been in power for anywhere between 9 months or a little over 4.5 years in the lead up to the conflict, according to the American Constitution as we currently understand it. Of course, Fallout exists in a timeline of its own, and it's entirely possible that in this universe, the 22nd Amendment, which governs presidential term limits, was repealed, never passed, or is just blatantly ignored by the present time. So we shouldn't necessarily consider these assumptions to be canon fact, rather just references that might help guide us to where we're going. Anyway, with those dates in mind, let's proceed to what the actual games themselves imply. Alright, so Fallout 1 keeps its cards pretty close to its chest when it comes to details about the pre-war American government. Remember, the game was released in 1997, and the Enclave wasn't even a thing yet. Still, there are some interesting hints to developments in the pre-war political landscape. First and foremost, the American flags we see displayed at several bases and government facilities look quite a bit different than the one you or I may be familiar with. Rather than 50 road homogeneous stars, its canton features 13 small stars orbiting a larger central one. Kinda like the Betsy Ross flag, just with a larger star in the middle. In-game sources don't really elaborate at all on the reason for this divergence. Some holotapes vaguely allude to like a new structure for the states or something, but forum posts by the developers and later clarification in future games reveals that the reason for this change is that in the Fallout timeline, the United States divided and organized its 50 states into 13 separate commonwealths, which formed a new layer of government between federal and state authority. The old 50 states seem to still exist in some capacity, Certain posters and newspaper articles allude to them, and later on we'll talk about governors who we can hear about. But much of their relevance and authority seems to have been diminished and transferred to these new commonwealths. In 2004, after leaving Interplay but before joining Obsidian, future New Vegas project director and lead designer Josh Sawyer began work on an unofficial, seemingly unlicensed, Fallout tabletop role-playing game, and produced this map of the existing American Commonwealths for it. Sawyer eventually canceled his tabletop experiment and went to work at Obsidian, but hilariously, in the first episode of the new Fallout TV show, that exact same map of the Commonwealths is actually used as a backdrop of a pre-war weather report that we see early in the first episode, which appears to officially canonize the Commonwealth system and Sawyer's rough draft of the boundaries for it. Now, this is all relevant to our discussion, because the introduction of the 13 Commonwealths, and perhaps an implied decline in the relevance of individual states, may carry some big implications for how the president is chosen, and even the broader composition of Congress. In the United States as we know it, electoral college as well as congressional seats belong to the individual states, right? But this new Commonwealth system may very well have shaken that old process up. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but in Fallout 4, we can visit the old Massachusetts State House, where the Massachusetts legislature used to convene. And there's a plaque there that ominously reads as follows, quote, "The state government used this building continuously until the formation of the 13 Commonwealths in 1969, end quote. This statement, 1, confirms that the Commonwealth system was adopted in 1969, and 2, may imply that the old state legislatures were disbanded after the new regime took effect. I mean, why else would you vacate the state legislature? Possibly indicating that state electoral power has shifted to the new commonwealths. You know, constitutionally, the mandate for congressional districting and electoral college appointments rests with the state legislatures. But if those state legislatures are now gone, that raises some questions. Anyway, as we proceed with our investigation, we'll return to these abstract questions regarding America's new political organization. But for now, let's move on from the subject of monotonous hypothetical constitutional reforms and move on to what Fallout 2 reveals about the American presidency. Because this is where things really start to get good. Set 80 years after the events of Fallout 1 in 2241, Fallout 2 follows the story of the Chosen One, the old Vault Dweller's grandchild, and introduced the Enclave to the franchise as the game's primary antagonist. As we learn, in the lead up to the Great War, several high-ranking American politicians, likely including the president himself, we'll get to that, and various businessmen and corporate executives fled to a number of hidden bunkers and locations across America, with the plan to wait out the bombs and eventually return to reassert control over the wasteland. The most important of these hideouts was the Poseidon Energy oil rig, also known as Control Station Enclave, 175 miles west of the coast of California, where it seems the most important pre-war figures fled, and the site continues to function as the sort of de facto Enclave capital. During the events of Fallout 2, we discover that the Enclave is planning to release a series of bioweapons upon the wasteland, to cleanse it of what they call subhumans, before beginning a vicious reconquest of America. And the Chosen One will eventually storm the Poseidon Energy oil rig and destroy it, taking the flower of the Enclave down with its capital. Anyway, as we're on the Poseidon Energy rig, while disguising ourselves as an Enclave soldier, we actually get a chance to meet the Enclave's president, an unimpressive man named Mr. Richardson. And our ensuing conversation with him is quite relevant to the purposes of this video. Much of his dialogue is just villainous monologuing about how much he hates irradiated people, but occasionally he slips up and says some quite illuminating things. Mr. Richardson claims to have been elected in the year 2220, and thus far has served more than 5 consecutive terms, suggesting that the 22nd Amendment and its term limits are now a thing of the past, or never were a thing of the present to begin with. 2220 also fits in with the expected timeline of 4-year presidential elections in terms. In theory, there should have been about 31 elections and terms served since the most recent 2076 one. Furthermore, President Richardson also regularly alludes to the existence of some sort of enclave Congress, which is evidently the body that elected him in the first place. Seeing as there are no state legislatures or obvious congressional districts left in the wasteland, it's not at all obvious how these congressmen are themselves getting elected or what political mandates they have. Is there still a House and a Senate? Is the body now unicameral? What's going on here? It's unclear. Additionally, His Excellency also mentions the existence of a vice president, who we can later visit, named Daniel Byrd. Unfortunately, however, the Veep seems to have once volunteered for some kind of scientific experiment, and it left his mental faculties permanently reduced. Now he doesn't do much but stand around his desk, so there's that. But evidently, in the aftermath of the Great War, Veeps and something of a line of constitutional succession continues to exist. Moving off of the Poseidon Energy oil rig, Fallout 2 also makes a couple direct, though somewhat cheeky, references to the final American presidents, and seems to allude to their own membership in the Enclave, as well as a little bit more. Northwest of New Reno is the Sierra Army Depot, an old pre-war military installation, where we can access a holodisk containing the transcripts of various Galaxy News radio broadcasts that were played before the bombs fell, and several of these transcripts directly reference the ancient POTUS. The broadcast played February 14th, Valentine's Day of 2075, reads, quote, "History was made today as Canada, by popular demand of its citizens, agreed to be annexed by the US. The president is quoted as saying, quote, 'Canada is one of the world's greatest sources of hockey players,' end quote, and will be a welcome addition to the US. In return, sources say Canada will receive a full 10% of the world's remaining supply of oil, controlled exclusively by the US, as well as a 50% reduction in taxes, since they now fall under US tax law." End quote. Nothing super revealing here. The American annexation of Canada is well documented in the Fallout universe, and is literally how Fallout 1 opens up. However, the next day's transcript, dated February 15th, 2075, reveals something a little less expected. Quote, "In a stunning display of solidarity, the House of Representatives and Congress both voted unanimously to impeach the president for jaywalking. Both houses stated that the president is not above the law and should have known better than to jaywalk. Both sides deny this had anything to do with the recent annexation of Canada." End quote. So, on February 15th, 2075, the President of the United States was formally impeached by the House of Representatives and Congress in a bipartisan vote for jaywalking. Now, remember, the last election before the Great War doesn't actually occur until November of 2076, nearly a year and a half after this alleged impeachment. So, unless they defeated the charges and were re-elected, this individual may very well not have been the last commander-in-chief. It's also unclear if the president was removed from office over this tort. Impeachment by the House of Representatives merely means that the president is now formally being charged with the crime by the lower body of Congress. And from there, the Senate will then hear the case and decide whether or not to convict and remove them from office. In American history as we know it, only 3 presidents so far have been impeached, and none of them have actually been convicted or removed by the Senate. However, the GNN transcript explicitly calls out the bipartisan nature of this inquiry and its broad popularity in Congress, which would make it much more likely that the Senate would convict and remove them. Additionally, the way the holodisk says the president was impeached by both the House of Representatives and Congress is a little sus. Like you can only be impeached by the House of Representatives. The Senate doesn't do the impeaching, they do the convicting. So maybe this holodisc means to imply that both houses of Congress acted against the president and they're getting removed, but that's not specified. Whatever the case, according to this transcript, it's possible, perhaps even likely, that more than a year away from the 2076 election, the last president was removed from power, though it's not obvious whether or not that happened. Notably, the use of the term bipartisan also indicates that the American two-party system is still going strong at this point, though I don't think that's much of a surprise. Unfortunately, the next and last radio transcript we can read from this holotape isn't dated until about a year later, March 30th of 2076, though it's certainly worth reading. Quote, "Today the president ordered the Pacific Fleet to the Poseidon deep-sea oil derrick, located at a secret location out in the Pacific. He cited concerns over that military exercises staged by the Chinese fleet are unacceptably close to our strategic oil reserves. The Chinese government denied any hostile intentions. A recent poll suggests that 54% of GNN viewers think that the president is using this as a diversionary tactic to take the public's eye off the president's recent admission to having multiple extramarital affairs with campaign staffers. Our poll also suggests that 70% don't care about these affairs and are happy with the way the president is running the country. A whopping 60% also think he should keep having these affairs if that's what it takes to keep the country running smoothly." End quote. So this entry suggests a couple of things about the president in 2076. One, he was actively positioning the Pacific Fleet to defend the Poseidon Energy oil rig, which heavily implies he was a member of the Enclave personally. And two, it confirms that this leader was a male, given the references to his affairs. Now, mind you, 2076 is still an election year. A new election should occur in November, and the winner sworn in January. So the president this holodisc is referring to may not even necessarily be the last president unless he wins re-election. Wartime presidents do tend to win big, and given that this guy seems to be a member of the Enclave, it's not unlikely that some unconstitutional strings could be pulled to ensure his victory. So it's still possible that he is. Alright, so that about does it for what the GNN transcripts expose, and at this point we've covered most of what Fallout 2 has to reveal, though we'll circle back to this game in good time. For now, let's move on to what we can learn from Fallout 3. Perhaps the most obvious place to begin searching for the last president's whereabouts in a game like Fallout 3 would be his residence, as indeed the White House is a location we can visit in the DC area, though it's undergone a bit of an unfortunate makeover. Indeed, it seems as though the Chinese were able to secure a direct hit on the American White House during the Great War, turning it into a mere crater, inhabited by a handful of skeletons and glowing one feral ghouls. Now, the big question I had when visiting this place as like a 3rd or 4th grader in 2008 was if any of these skeletons or feral ghouls happened to have at one point been the president. Right? Clearly, the Chinese scored a bullseye on the high office, but was the president there to feel the blast? Well, Fallout 2 really avoids answering this question. There are no terminals or holotapes in the White House ruins that give us any insight, and I think Bethesda wanted to leave his status as ambiguous as possible. That said, we can be pretty confident that the president wasn't home when the bombs fell. Again, getting ahead of myself here, but there are some terminal entries in Fallout 4, which we'll get to shortly, which confirm that the president had already fled to a safe zone months before the Great War. And you'll recall the new Fallout TV show, again, opens with a pre-war broadcast that mentions the president being missing from the White House the day the bombs fall. So he almost certainly made it out. Moving away from Pennsylvania Avenue, northwest of DC proper is Fort Constantine, a large military base dedicated to the storage, maintenance, and ultimately the use of several American nuclear ICBMs. Within Fort Constantine's commanding officer's office, hidden in a locked safe, players can actually steal the site's nuclear launch codes and upload them to a terminal to read. The launch code transcript reveals that on the day of the Great War, an executive, codenamed Bagman, ordered Fort Constantine's nuclear birds in the air to retaliate. It sure sounds like Bagman may just be the last president's military call sign. It's generally assumed in the United States that the only guy who can order or clear a nuclear strike legally is the president himself, so he's the most likely candidate. Now, we don't hear much more about this Bagman figure in Fallout 3. He just appears in the launch code somewhere and boom, ploosh, gone. However, his name will come up again later in our investigation, and let me just say right now that he has been the source of a tremendous amount of my stress lately. We'll get there though. Moving away from Fort Constantine, something else that stuck out to me were these giant metal statues and busts that we can find all over DC's urban ruins, and especially around old government buildings. These pieces of artwork are known as Art Deco reliefs, and this style was actually incredibly popular in America throughout the Roaring 20s up until the 40s. In our timeline, they sort of fall out of fashion after the Second World War, but clearly they've maintained their relevancy in the Fallout universe. In previous videos, I've talked about how Fallout 4 kind of associates them with a broader Lovecraftian subplot and suggests that there's an occult meaning behind them, seeing as we find one buried underneath ancient Dunwich ruins and whatnot. Go check out our latest iceberg for more information on this subject. However, up until Fallout 4's release in 2015, I don't think they were ever meant to have any supernatural or eldritch connotations. I think they were just meant to symbolize more terrestrial decoration, and Bethesda just decided to include them in the Lovecraft stuff with Fallout 4 because they look spooky. Anyway, this Art Deco stuff also appeared in Fallouts 1 and 2. We, in fact, especially saw a lot of it on Poseidon Energy's oil rig at the climax of Fallout 2. However, the exact faces and styles used were so undescriptive and featureless, it was difficult to find any esoteric meaning or symbolism behind them. They don't appear to have been depicting real people, but rather were just a generic continuation of the old 1900s tradition. However, some, really two, of Fallout 3's Art Deco statues are different. Two of the Art Deco reliefs we see across the Capital Wasteland have clearly been modeled to reflect real people who likely played a big role in the society that decided to immortalize them. The first of these two that we'll discuss is an almost full-body statue of an elderly, balding man wearing a proper suit and tie with a very menacing look on his face. This statue is referred to in the game files as Urban Statue 01 and will be referred to by me as Grouchy Face. Grouchy Face can be found all around DC proper, but especially within the ruins of the old US Capitol building. Like, it's impossible not to notice. The halls of Congress are filled with like 15 copies of this same Grouchy Face statue. Whoever this man was, he was almost certainly a popular president or congressional figure. The second particularly descriptive Art Deco relief is the bust of a much younger but still mature male, with a square face and a receding, though not quite balding hairline, and an unfathomably strong brow. Named by the files as Urban Statue Head 02, though who I'm going to call Old Homelander. Like Grouchy Face, Old Homelander reliefs can be found across the urban DC ruins, though his presence in one particular DLC region of the game has me convinced of his executive position. You see, released in September of 2009, Fallout 3's Broken Steel DLC expanded the events of the game's main story with a bit of an epilogue. Evidently, after the destruction of the Enclave HQ at Raven Rock and their AI president, John Henry Eden, some remnants of the Enclave retreated and regrouped at the old Adams Air Force Base around 12 miles southwest of DC, and the Lone Wanderer would be asked by the Brotherhood of Steel to join them on one final assault on Enclave forces, to snuff them out for good this time. Well, the way we would access this Adams Air Force Base where the Enclave were hiding out wasn't by vertibird or highway. Instead, the player and many of the Brotherhood of Steel attackers would make use of an old, secret presidential train line that ran underneath the White House directly to Adams AFB, called the Presidential Metro. And all over this metro station, we see that same Urban Statue Head 02 or Old Homelander bust in very authoritative positions. Like, they have his face next to flags, sometimes it's almost like there are shrines to him. There's like 4 or 5 of these guys in the Presidential Metro. This guy was likely a president. Perhaps the president who built this hidden facility, or who had some kind of relationship with Adams AFB. Admittingly, even if Grouchy Face or Old Homelander were created in the image of past American presidents, that doesn't necessarily mean either was the last president themselves, but I still thought this was something worth emphasizing. Anyway, that's enough of the Capital Wasteland for now. Let's move on to the Commonwealth and see what Fallout 4 may tell us about His Excellency and the final days of the last American government. So, I already got a little ahead of myself and mentioned how in Fallout 4, some plaques found at the Massachusetts State House suggest that in 1969, the legislature was either moved or entirely disbanded after the creation of a new Commonwealth system. And this building in particular ceased housing the state legislature, which is a big deal, but we've already talked about the constitutional implications and what that might mean. So, I'd rather not dwell on this subject for very long. However, something that I didn't mention earlier is that it seems as though whenever the state Congress moved out or dissolved, members of the state executive office moved in, as a series of terminal entries reveal that the state treasurer, lieutenant governor, and several additional officials had offices in the State House building. We specifically learned that in the days leading up to the Great War, Massachusetts' lieutenant governor, a man known as Lieutenant Governor Graham, attempted something of a coup and had himself declared the Provisional Governor of Massachusetts, enforcing martial law in the state and ordering people who couldn't prove they weren't communists to face the highest punishment. Funnily enough, there's actually a random encounter we can have in the Wasteland where we stumble upon a Mr. Gutsy trying to enforce the old lieutenant governor/governor's curfew, and will attack the player for being out past it. Graham's brief dictatorship seems to have ended the moment the bombs fell, but his power play we can read about does confirm that the states still have their own executive branches. Independent of the new Commonwealth system, the states still have their own governors, the lieutenant governors, treasurers, all that stuff, even if the status of their legislatures remains ambiguous. Another location besides the State House of equal, perhaps greater interest to our investigation in Fallout 4 is the Boston Bugle building, located north of Goodneighbor in downtown Boston. This place once served as the primary office of the Boston Bugle daily newspaper, which was once among the largest and most influential on the American East Coast. Within these offices, we can actually read a copy of the last Boston Bugle issue ever sent out to print, dated between October 19th and 23rd of 2077. The issue features 5 separate articles, and of these articles, one titled, "White House Remains Empty, Where is Our President?" written by a certain staff writer named Mags Vecchio, is particularly relevant to our investigation. It reads, quote, "For more than half a year, the West Wing of America's most famous residence has remained shrouded in near complete darkness. A skeleton crew of manual laborers remains on staff to maintain the property, but nobody has lived or worked politically there for several months. And even though the White House press corps was unofficially and unceremoniously disbanded around the same time, the media has remained steadfast in answering that most important of questions. Where is our president?" At first, the assumption was that the entirety of the United States government had moved operations to Raven Rock, the military operations center located in the mountainous region of Pennsylvania, just a few miles northeast of the presidential retreat in Camp David, Maryland. But further investigations have revealed that neither the president nor his cabinet have been to the Raven Rock complex in over a year. So, if not Raven Rock, then where? Thanks to an extensive and exhaustive investigation, the Boston Bugle has uncovered the answer, and our readers will likely consider it as strange as it is shocking. The president has been leading our country from a Poseidon Energy oil rig just off the coast of San Francisco. It's certainly an odd choice for a presidential command center, or is it? Not as much as it may seem, as our investigation has discovered, thanks to the testimony of a highly placed anonymous source, wonder who, the Boston Bugle has learned that the official designation of the oil rig is actually Control Station Enclave, giving credence to the long-running rumors of a secret, militarized shadow government known as the Enclave that would take control of the United States in the event of a nuclear confrontation. And so, the mystery of the missing president has finally been solved. But in doing so, has the Bugle also uncovered evidence that the end of the world, in the form of total atomic war, is also at hand? Sadly, the president's silence seems to speak volumes. End quote. So, this Boston Bugle report, published just days before the bombs fell, reveals that the last president had been missing for more than half a year leading up to the day of the Great War, and had been hiding out on the Poseidon Energy oil rig. This seems to about officially confirm that the last president and his cabinet were founding members of the Enclave, which is by no means a huge surprise, but it's something we couldn't really definitively say for sure up until now. Now we can be confident that the day the bombs fell, virtually the entire American executive branch were hunkered down, safe and sound, ready to begin leading the Enclave. The same president who led the United States through the last days of the Great War survived the bombs, and the day after it, he woke up and probably continued calling himself president. The article also specifies the old president's abandonment of the country to have occurred over half a year ago at the time of publication in late October. So he probably fled sometime in March or April of 2077. Which seems to coincide well with the big theory around the leaking of FEV research. You see, in the Fallout community, there's this everlasting debate over who shot first, who initiated the Great War. And there's all sorts of theories and ideas blaming different parties, and Bethesda's kind of played a little with all of them. However, to the original creators of the Fallout franchise at Interplay Entertainment, the cause of the Great War and who started it aren't really a mystery at all. It was China. China shot first, though there was a method to their madness. You see, what made China pull the trigger, according to various forum posts by series co-creator Tim Kaine and writer Chris Avellone, was when the Chinese discovered that American scientists were tinkering with the forced evolutionary virus, a bioweapon that the US intended to deploy to create super soldiers in its war. According to Chris Avallone's Fallout Bible, China finds out about American FEV research in March of 2077. Right around the same time this Boston Bugle article claims the president fled the White House. Upon discovering the FEV project, China demanded that the United States terminate the project, and the US promised to do so, but secretly ignored the request and just continued as planned a bit more secretly, which ultimately led to the enraged Chinese government flipping the board over and firing 6 months later in October. Here's Tim Kaine describing the events in a recent interview with TKS Mantis.
And also, we don't come across as good as the reason we got nuked is bio weapons were illegal, and somehow China found out we were doing FEV, and they're like, you have to stop it, and we went, okay. And all we did is move it. All we did is move it over.
Earth-shattering, what you just said.
Really? Is that stuff people don't know?
Well, people actually debate over who shot first, like a solo thing.
Oh, well then I don't know. Who knows? It was probably some rogue nation.
Well, that movie they were making.
Now, keep in mind, pretty much all of this FEV caused the Great War lore and stuff has been communicated by Interplay in forum posts and unofficial blogs or interviews. The games themselves never necessarily confirm this. However, Interplay does consistently place the date of the FEV discovery in March of 2077, roughly the same time the Boston Bugle mentions the president's flight, so Bethesda may very well be going with this. As mentioned, there are some additional articles featured in this terminal, and their topics fluctuate between describing the great heroic victories of the US military against China and how the war will be over any minute now, and then to news reports describing the latest food riots to have overtaken the city. It's a bleak picture and invites all sorts of speculation on how the US was faring in its final days. Whatever the case, little additional insights on the Commander-in-Chief or broader state of the government are offered by Fallout 4. So, let's move on to the newest installment in the game series, Fallout 76. So, as far as lore on the old United States government is concerned, Fallout 76 offers us an unparalleled amount of insight, though that comes with an equally unparalleled amount of new questions. First things first, all around Appalachia, we can find political campaign posters. Evidently, a few months before the bombs fell, a local senator named Sam Blackwell, who we'll talk a little bit about later, resigned his seat early, and thus a special election was scheduled for November and candidates began campaigning. Now, take a look at these posters. Notice what they say? Special election for senator of the Appalachian territories, not senator of West Virginia. Furthermore, throughout the game, we learn about the region's last governor, Governor Evans. We're going to do this draw for the rest of the video, who was this ultra-corrupt champion of automation. But he's not referred to as the governor of West Virginia, but rather the governor of the Appalachian territories. It seems as though that the political entity that was West Virginia has all but been replaced by the Appalachian territories, and this is likely a consequence of that Commonwealth system we mentioned earlier. My suspicion is that the Eastern Commonwealth drawn up by Josh Sawyer on his map is now called the Appalachian territories, which makes some sense. The Appalachian Mountains do run through West Virginia to Pennsylvania and parts of New York State, though New Jersey's inclusion is a bit odd. The special election for Blackwell's Senate seat may also confirm that states are no longer sending delegates to Congress. Now it's the Commonwealths themselves electing senators and representatives, which has obvious electoral implications. Speaking of Governor Evans, we can actually break into his office in the Charleston Capitol building, and on his desk will be a note titled, "Letter from the President." And it's one of the most controversial notes in the Fallout franchise. Let's read it. Governor Evans, the President and Secretary of Defense would like to extend their thanks to you for your continued support of our armed forces. Keeping the supply of steel, coal, and other materials vital to the war effort flowing smoothly is the responsibility of every freedom-loving American, and the liberation of Anchorage would not have been possible without them. Several cabinet members have expressed admiration for the economic policies you have put in place that have allowed for such leaps in automation, and the expediency with which you have quelled dissent. We would like to extend a formal invitation to you, as well as other political and industrial leaders from the region, to a summit that is being organized to discuss how such technology can be spread. Now, here's the thing. These days, as of 2024, that's all this note says, right? What we just read. But before Fallout 76's big 2020 Wastelanders update, there was a faded signature on this letter that read, quote, "Sincerely, D, Office of the President," end quote. Now, again, this faded signature was removed by Bethesda in 2020, so it's hard to consider it canon anymore, but many 76 players continue to believe that D, the person who signed this letter, was the president himself. Perhaps that was his nickname, or hey, maybe it was his actual name. I'll be honest, I never really thought much of this note. You'll notice it's coming from the office of the president, and to me, it seems much more likely that this was written by some junior-level staffer or cabinet member rather than the commander-in-chief himself. And I suspect the reason why Bethesda removed it was people got a little carried away with the speculation. Anyway, moving on, one of the more dramatic revelations that comes midway through Fallout 76's main questline is the work that we find out the Enclave was doing shortly before our release from the Vault. You see, as it turns out, in the days before the Great War, the US government constructed a massive bunker beneath the White Springs Resort in West Virginia, or the Appalachian Territories, as it's known, as a safe place for Congress to retreat when the bombs came. Much of this project was delegated to the Presidential Secretary of Agriculture, a deranged man named Thomas Eckhart, who was secretly ordered by the president to use the White Springs bunker for some of that FEV testing we mentioned earlier. During 76's main quest line, we find out that the old senator who resigned, Sam Blackwell, had actually begun to figure out what the government was doing and tried to blow the whistle on the whole Enclave thing. However, he was threatened and forced into resignation and hiding. Anyway, when the bombs began to fall, the president was of course safe and sound at Poseidon Oil Rig, or at least supposedly. We'll get to that, but contrary to the old Boston Bugle article we read, several of his cabinet officials, including Agriculture Secretary Urquhart, were still on the East Coast upon receiving the early warning signal, and fled to the White Springs bunker. Now, here's where things get fun. Most of the American Congress and several cabinet officials, including the Attorney General and Secretary of Defense, were deliberately removed from the early warning system and couldn't make it to White Springs in time. Those congressmen who did show up anyway were liquidated on the orders of Eckhart. Oddly enough, after arriving at White Springs, the Enclave personnel who did make it were unable to establish comms with Raven Rock or the Poseidon Oil Rig. They were entirely isolated. It's subtly hinted that Eckhart may have deliberately severed communications with the rest of the Enclave in a bid to secure more power for himself, right? If you can't hear the president what they're saying at Raven Rock, then you got your own little command center, right? Anyway, Eckhart eventually stages and wins a somewhat rigged election to have himself declared president of this White Springs-only enclave, and goes crazy trying to take over the nuclear silos in Appalachia. You see, since the nuclear silos didn't actually recognize Eckhart's authority, he needed to artificially raise the DEFCON level, which he did by unleashing all sorts of biological horrors on the area, hence the Scorch Plague, the Scorch Beast, etc. But Eckhart was eventually killed in a mutiny, as his soldiers got sick of him, and then those mutineers were either killed themselves or driven out of White Springs by its AI defense system. Such is the fate of the Appalachian Enclave. We learn all of this in 76 when we sneak into the White Springs bunker and trick the AI and its defenses into thinking we're legitimate members of the faction, and from there can run hog wild learning about this cursed authoritarian nonsense in terminals and holotapes throughout the facility. Some of these entries seem to indicate that Eckhart only became Secretary of Agriculture in early 2077, which is noteworthy because it supports the notion that a new administration may have taken power following the 2076 election. I mean, if Eckhart is only appointed a cabinet position at the beginning of the year, it's very likely that he's just one of several new secretaries coming into the Oval Office following the rise of a new presidency. It's entirely possible that this is just coincidental timing. Maybe he's just replacing some guy who resigned or didn't want to play ball with the Enclave, but I think it's worth specifying. Now, where things in Fallout 76 start to get real explosive as far as we're concerned is with the upcoming Skyline Valley expansion. Skyline Valley is an expansion for the game set to release officially on all platforms this June, and will unlock a new region of Appalachia for players to explore, seamlessly integrated into the existing map. While the expansion is, again, not officially launching until this June, it's actually live right now on the PC's public test server for beta play, and most of the content is functional. Bear in mind, 76's public test server is a proper test server. The whole thing is built around gathering feedback and patching bugs early, so you're gonna see a few missing textures and improperly rendered assets in gameplay on screen, but that comes with the territory. Anyway, within the new Skyline Valley region, there's this location called Big Meadows Gas Well, a still-burning natural gas tower occupied mostly by mole rats and men who will be very hostile to you. Now, the top of this gas tower is almost inaccessible. There's no way to climb up it or access it without a
3 years ago, a murder happened in this apartment building.
Well, I already
The
watched.
killer was sentenced, but strange things have kept happening here. Rumor has it, the victim's vengeful spirit lives on, haunting the doll left at the crime scene! There's no such thing as ghosts, only facts waiting to be revealed. Isn't that what you always claim? Yeah, but I still feel like...
Very powerful jetpack, and perhaps a 300% increase in jump height in world settings. But if you combine those two, or by some miracle do manage to get up here normally, you'll find a small sniper's nest, with the skeletal remains of the aforementioned sniper. On a ledge, kinda meshed into the ledge on my case, welcome to the PTS server, no biggie, is a note titled, Orders. It reads, quote, by order of Bagman. Target, Zeus. Target location, Rapidan Complex. Long live the American way. God bless America. By orders of Bagman. Remember that name? It's the same executive who authorized the nuclear launch at Fort Constantine. What in Adam's name is his name doing popping up in Skyline Valley? Why is he giving this sniper orders? Well, some more context can be found in the old Fort. Foreman terminals that dot the gas site. On Deputy Foreman Nathan Davidson's terminal, awesome name, there's an entry titled Employee Report, which reads, Reason for report, antisocial behavior / possible communist sympathizer. Employee name, Harold Osborne. Mr. Osborne is a recent employee. Having joined the company 5 months ago, he was hired as a general laborer, helping construct and maintain the gas extraction platform. A quiet individual, normally keeping to himself, however, has lately started completely ignoring his coworkers unless he's been given a task to complete. Within the last few weeks, he's been spotted climbing up to the top of the tower rather frequently during his shifts. One employee stated they had witnessed him at the top of the tower during the weekend, when the site was meant to be closed. When confronted with these accusations, Mr. Osborne is stated on record saying that they are untrue and that he is a true patriot. It's unclear why he immediately alluded to patriotism, but it has been flagged by management as evidence that Mr. Osborne may be a communist sympathizer. Management has requested that we keep a close eye on him and to contact the proper authorities if we find any definitive proof of Mr. Osborne's communist sympathies. So, according to this undated terminal, about 5 months before the bombs fell, the company hired a man named Harold Osborne as a general laborer and noted his quietness and strange enthusiasm for trying to get to the top of the gas tower. Management figures he might be a communist or something, but I think we know what's going on. Before the Great War, Harry Osborne, if that's his actual name, was sent to this worksite as a sort of sleeper agent by the US government, or perhaps a faction within the government, and just before the bombs fell, likely as they were falling, a government agent, possibly the president himself, codenamed Bagman, ordered him to take a shot at Zeus near the Rapidan complex. Mr. Osborne was then presumably abandoned by his handlers afterwards and left to rot on the gas well after the job was done and the bombs started to fall. Okay, so who is Zeus? What about this target of Osborne's? Did he succeed? Well, if we just follow the direction the sniper is pointing, straight ahead on a nearby road, we'll find what seems to be some sort of ruined government convoy that Harry was likely fixated on. A large black limousine-like car lies abandoned, surrounded by skeletons and military fatigues, and flanked on both sides by military jeeps. One skeleton, in particular, has a black suitcase next to it, and it appears one of the soldiers was trying to get him a stim pack before he too was taken down. This may very well have been Harry's target, and the man with the briefcase may very well have been Zeus. They're right in the line of fire, right where Harry was aiming. It makes perfect sense. The nature of this convoy leads me to suspect that Zeus was some sort of high-ranking politician or businessman who Bagman clearly had a problem with. But who? And why? A call sign like Zeus implies huge significance. The patriarch of the Greek pantheon's name isn't awarded very lightly. Back at the Enclave compound underneath White Springs, there's this one terminal entry that lists various Enclave members who were set to arrive and receive an early warning about the bombs. And several names on that list seem to have been removed at the last minute. Among the prominent figures evidently kicked out of the Enclave are the Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Commerce, and even the Attorney General. Each of these individuals seems to have gotten on the Enclave's bad side and would have certainly been escorted with a similar security detail when things started to erupt. My money right now is personally on the Speaker of the House. Like, you know, that person's arguably the most important dude in Congress, and a designation like Zeus would make sense. They are the patriarch of the House of Representatives. It fits in nicely. And again, clearly on the Enclave's bad side. Oddly enough, though, this same White Springs terminal has two entries for emergency signals that were directed to the president. One was received and the asset was proceeding to a location called PR_002, which is presumably the Poseidon rig, but the other presidential warning was sent and no confirmation ever received. Was one of these sent to the president and the other the vice president? If that's the case, why not designate the VEEP properly? It's weird and makes me kinda sus, and in a minute here, you're gonna get even more sus. Things are about to get crazier. You see, this convoy was ambushed well en route to the Rapidan complex. Just down the road a little ways. They barely missed it. Rapidan is an old estate, originally built in the Shenandoah Valley by President Herbert Hoover in the 1930s, so he and his wife could enjoy nature once in a while, and after Hoover left office, he donated the property to the executive branch of the American government, allowing future presidents to use it at their leisure. And something shady is afoot here in 76. When we arrive, the property's central structure, dubbed the Brown House, will be inhabited exclusively by a head robot butler named Gumley, who will be non-hostile and is obsessed with maintaining the flower garden. There will be some other robots on site, presumably for maintenance and security, but they will be hostile. Take a listen to what Gumley has to say about the authorized personnel on this site.
Oh, goody. I do love answering questions about President Hoover's home away from home. It's been years since I've had anyone ask. Well, yes. President Hoover and his wife Lou Hoover built Rapidan Camp. They used the grounds as their presidential retreat throughout his administration. When his term came to an end, President Hoover donated Rapidan Camp to the executive wing of the government, so future presidents could continue to use the camp and enjoy the natural beauty of Shenandoah National Park. Sometimes our presidents still stay here, but one hasn't visited in quite some time. From what I can remember, some undersecretaries were stationed here on that eventful day, but I haven't seen them for some time now.
On the top floor of the Brown House is an office for someone clearly of executive stature, decorated with several presidential seals and some unworkable terminals. And in the basement, well, take a look at the basement. There's an entrance to some kind of bunker that's sealed off, its door destroyed and blocked, and sitting in front of a desk is a soldier's skeleton, a soldier who may have made himself into a skeleton, if you catch my meaning. The terminal on the desk reads, quote, Rapidan Camp Bunker Terminal, property of the United States military. All new personnel looking to access the Rapidan Bunker Complex must complete the following steps. Hand over a government-issued ID to the nearest stationed MP. MP must verify government ID. If the ID is verified, please print a Rapidan Bunker access code. Depending on personnel security clearance, please make sure the personnel is aware of restricted areas. So there's some sort of bunker that we can't get into beneath the Brown House. And here's what's been driving me crazy. You see, when the PTS first dropped on PC in mid-April, some players were actually able to glitch behind the broken door and into that secret bunker. And what they found was incredible. A massive US military bunker complete with a host of exclusive assets and very well furnished. It's around maybe half or 2/3 the size of White Springs, which is utterly massive, and featured several allusions to the Enclave, including a series of clocks displaying the times at Raven Rock, Poseidon Oil Rig, and a yet unrevealed Enclave site at Norfolk Naval Base, Virginia. I'll leave links in the description down below to videos on the location by Rifle Gaming and Saxony, who offer full run-throughs of the facility, absolutely worth watching if you're interested. However, I can't actually give you a full tour of it personally, because when someone in the Fallout 76 PTS Discord asked one of the devs about the location, their response was, "Oops, that's not supposed to be in the game right now!" And they scrubbed the area from the PTS within a day or two. The area is now totally gone, and even if you manage to glitch through the bunker door, now you'll just fall into an aimless void. So we have no idea what's going on down there.
Does the soda taste kind of weird? Whoops, you caught me. I added shampoo. JK, it's just fizzy vitamin tablets.
Okay, she's a 9.
On October 23rd, 2077, America went to sleep. And in 2189, she reawoke in the West.
The Institute ruined the Commonwealth even before Fallout 4. With Nick Valentine as your companion, you can learn the tragedies that synth have faced and that they've created. Nick is one of 2 prototypes for the Gen 2 synths used to test synth's capability of independent thinking and judgment, with Nick having implanted memories of a pre-war police officer and the other prototype, Dima, being allowed to develop a personality for himself. Dima helped Nick escape the Institute, but Nick's implanted memories caused him to forget Dima, who was then forced to leave Nick behind. Nick ended up in Diamond City, where synths had a terrible terrible reputation due to 2 disasters caused by the Institute's misuse of synths. About 50 years before the sole survivor walks the Commonwealth, leaders from various settlements came together under the watch of the Minutemen to discuss a new government for the Commonwealth. The Institute was involved in these talks as well, but like everything else, they had to ruin it. According to Nick, when things weren't going smoothly, instead of continuing talks, the Institute instead sent a synth to the meetings and killed all of the representatives involved before cutting off contact with the outside world and moving completely underground. The Institute ruined the Commonwealth even before Fallout 4.
The subject of this video is a YouTuber called PaxTube, whose video repertoire includes analysis of how deep the Giga Chad meme is, trying to convince people Attack on Titan is about Marxism, and how apparently the Crusades were pretty cool, according to him. On March 24th, PaxTube decided to join the proud tradition of creators who have discovered that you've all been lied to. Every historian was wrong, they found the truth, and they're going to show you how, all in a 15-minute YouTube video.
In this video, you'll be finding out why the Crusades were not only morally justified, but were actually a historic achievement. Buckle up, because there's a lot to cover.
This video is not just about PaxTube. My intent here is to use the misconceptions and outright lies fronted by PaxTube as a jumping off point to teach you some interesting aspects of the Crusades that you may not have heard of, and point you in the direction of literature that might be conducive to further learning. I first heard of PaxTube when I saw my friends making fun of him on Twitter because he was freaking out over allegations that his favorite underage presenting VTuber may have had sex before. Add that even more shocking to him, she may favorite underage when I saw my friends making fun of him on Twitter because he was freaking out over allegations that his favorite underage presenting VTuber may have had sex before. Add that even more shocking to him, she may have dated a black man. This is a deeply unserious individual. PaxTube is a special kind of online LARPer called a tradcath, or a traditional Catholic. They're not actually traditional Catholics by any meaning of the word, instead adopting some weird reimagined return LARP aesthetic based
The latest trailer for the latest SpongeBob movie, A SpongeBob Movie: The Search for SquarePants, has released, and the fully 3D film made for kids seems like it's getting the Minecraft movie treatment. That is to say, the cringy lines that were in the Minecraft movie trailer were turned into endless memes before the film came out and were consequently repeated with interesting results.
Oh, here it comes, he's gonna say it! Chicken jockey!
It was funny to watch this occur, as many people had no idea why it was happening and just assumed that audiences really liked Minecraft, unaware of the online campaigns prior. It could be argued that these memes ultimately led to the Minecraft movie becoming a smash success, earning hundreds of millions in the box office as people swarmed to watch it and take part in the fun. At any rate, with the success of the trends surrounding that particular film, it would make sense that others would attempt to replicate it. This latest SpongeBob movie seems to be the chosen candidate. It's unfortunate that the quality of the franchise really took a dive since its creator, the late Steven Hillenburg, took a step back after season 3. And after the first SpongeBob movie released in 2004, he made it clear that he didn't want to work on the series any longer. And after the first took a step back after season 3. And after the first SpongeBob movie released in 2004, he made it clear that he didn't want to work on the series any longer and that he wanted it to end on a high note. However, Nickelodeon refused to let it go because it turns out to be one of the most profitable franchises ever, with SpongeBob remaining an incredibly recognizable mascot across the world. Hence, we've had endless spin-offs, seasons, films, merch, and everything SpongeBob related since, and will continue to do so until the heat death of the universe. So the fact that another film is coming out that is not likely to be particularly good is unsurprising. What is surprising is that audiences have latched onto this particular one and are making it out to be the next Minecraft movie level of insanity. The Minecraft movie made sense as an event because it was the first one to use live-action actors, but there's been so many SpongeBob films that it feels like a relatively boring announcement. That said, memes do have the ability to make the mundane interesting with the new context prescribed to them via artists, so perhaps this will be the SpongeBob movie that goes supernova. In short, the latest SpongeBob film seems to be following the footsteps of the Minecraft movie.
If you're a fan of classic Zelda, you've got to check this out. This is Maple Forest.
I'm gonna cast Psychic Lance at the big guy with the coral shield. What does he have to do? DC 22 intelligence saving throw.
Natural 20, which triggers his spell reflection. As the psychic lance comes at you,
Wait, what?
he raises his shield, bats the spell back at you, and it hits you.
So I have to make a DC 22?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't make it. I'm gonna kill him and steal it. Oh god. I take 16 psychic damage, and then I do make my con save, but I have a bad news.
Your psychic lance incapacitates you. You are not concentrating on Dominate Monster anymore.
Well, it's gonna be nature doing its thing now. Oh god, that really backfired. I should have just Eldritch Blasted him. Well, that was a great turn. Thanks, Wrath. I'm gonna just stay there and think about what you've done. Everything really swung that this last round. What, do I have a bonus action?
You don't have a bonus action because you can't take bonus
I
actions.
can't even cry.
Crying is a free action.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna cast Psychic Lance at the big guy.
Let's do a fun one this week. Toho is something that is extremely important to me, because without it, I don't even know if I would be here on YouTube or into D&D at all. I'm not sure how common it is to be able to look at one seemingly minor event in your life and trace that one thing to where you currently are. Sure, larger events are easier to look at as a turning point in your life.
As its trailer is receiving the same treatment of making fun of the dialogue, as it would appear audiences want another movie event to go crazy with,
based on cherry-picked aspects of Catholicism that they think are neat. Because these tradcats are usually terminally online young men who, unlike many of their great heroes, did not choose their celibacy, they tend to gravitate towards power fantasies emerging from distorted and often completely incorrect conceptions of history. Commonly, in fact, these historical power fantasies run counter to pretty much every aspect of traditional Christian virtue. This is especially evident in the fetishization of the Spanish Empire and its conquistadors, who were strongly condemned by the Catholic clergy at the time for their transgressions, which included the kidnapping of native women and forcing them into sexual slavery. This is a fantasy that might be appealing to incels who have never felt the touch of a woman and, probably related to the former, never treated a woman like a human being and an equal. They also fetishize another part of history, one that's very misunderstood in popular conceptions and one that is especially misunderstood by so-called traditional Catholics, who really have no idea the lengths the Catholic clergy had to go to in order for the whole event to not be viewed as a direct affront to God, namely the Crusades. I've criticized other history or history-adjacent creators in the past, but PaxTube's treatment of the Crusades really is something special. Unlike someone like WhatAfaultHist, whose wild ramblings touch on topics completely unrelated to the subject of the video, with leaps of logic that are hard to follow, PaxTube's logic is clear, concise, and therefore so transparently stupid. My approach will be source-based, and you will see citations on screen down to the page number whenever I make any claim that isn't obvious, like, for example, the Crusades happened. There will be a bibliography in the description so that you can find and verify any of the evidence that I'm presenting. Whenever I show a clip from PaxTube or reference an argument he makes, there will be a timestamp on screen for when you can find the clip in this video. The very first thing you should consider when consuming any sort of history content on YouTube, in book form or elsewhere, is the author's sources. What sort of evidence are they citing for their claims? An author's chosen sources will tell you a lot about their aptitude for history and their tendencies. It'll also tell you whether or not their evidence relates to their claims, and whether or not their evidence still holds true. The principal source cited by PaxTube is John J. O'Neill's Holy Warriors, Islam and the Demise of Classical Civilization from 2009, as well as an essay by the same author on a dubious blog and a YouTube lecture from the Center for Study of Political Islam from 2012. Finally, there is a primary source actually, Pope Urban II's speech which launched the First Crusade. Let's go over them one by one. The primary source is fine if it's used as such, meaning that it's analyzed and treated not as someone relaying an unbiased, factual, and fully informed account of what was going on in the year 1095, but instead a source of what that person believed, how they interpreted the world, and so on. We'll talk more about Pope Urban II's speech when it comes up in the video. Let's talk about the 44-minute YouTube video he cites. Center for Study of Political Islam was founded by Bill Warner, a physics professor who the Southern Poverty Law Center in 2011 described as one of a core group of 10 anti-Islam hardliners in the United States. Terrorism expert Jeffrey Bale describes them as an example of writers who equate the religion of Islam with Islamism, that is to say, fundamentalist extremists, the likes of ISIS. The Council of American Islamic Relations has described the organization as Islamophobic. This hardly seems like the sort of source that would treat history with the somber honesty it deserves.
The film takes place during the major historical conflict between the Christian world and the Islamic world that we today call the Crusades.
This might seem like a nitpick, but this is going to become very important later on in the video, so I have to address it. First of all, treating all 9 crusades over the span of 177 years as a singular conflict is somewhat interesting. This is what historians call constructing a narrative. Essentially what he's doing is he's taking very clearly disparate events and conflicts separated by differences in space, time, and other characteristics and folding them into one grand narrative. There is perhaps a unified narrative to be created about the Crusades, but such a narrative can't be created to any satisfactory degree in a 15-minute YouTube video based on a single book by an author clinging to some outdated notions of history. There's nothing inherently wrong with constructing a narrative, but there is something wrong, or at the very least misleading, with this specific narrative. Before the First Crusade, there was never any such thing as a shared Christian European identity, and the many diverse peoples of Europe never considered Muslims as one people, belonging to one singular world. It is true that this conception began to take shape over the course of the Crusades, and that the Crusades is where the idea of a common Christian European identity was born, bathed in the blood of thousands of soldiers but also thousands more innocents. A key eyewitness chronicler, Fulcher of Chartres, and chaplain to the first crowned king of Crusader Jerusalem, tells us that as the First Crusade unfolded, some Christians, like Fulcher himself, had begun to view a multiplicity of peoples who were Muslim purely as Muslim or Saracen, as they refer to them. However, Christians were not viewed in the same manner, being viewed instead as Syrians, Armenians, Franks, Greeks, and so on. This is not something as simple as a foreigner lumping them all together out of ignorance, because we can see the reverse did not happen from the perspective of Islamic sources in Arabic and other languages. They refer to what we now often call Europeans as Romans, Greeks, Franks, Slavs, and so on, depending on where they were from. We're going to come back to this later on, but know that from the get-go, this video has already started spinning a narrative that runs counter to the sources. He keeps referencing the Christian world as if such a thing existed all the way back to prior to the emergence of Islam. Back then, they were not Europeans, they were not Christians, they were Romans, Greeks, and so on. We can use the word Europe to refer to the geographic region, but a European identity or a Christian identity and these things being somewhat synonymous did not exist, at least not yet.
And most of the barbarians also converted. So if that happened in Europe, what happened in the Middle East and North Africa? In the mid-600s, Arab warlords sprang out of the Arabian Peninsula and began conquering everything in their path. They brought with them their own religion, Islam, and unlike European barbarians, they did not convert to Christianity.
Paxib is using the word barbarians, a term used to refer to quote-unquote foreigners possessing a less advanced culture, to create the notion that the barbarians that presided over the decline of the Roman Empire adopted a quote-unquote civilized culture through Christianity, while in contrast, according to him, the Muslims did not, and so logically, in this conception that he outlines, remained as barbarians. I don't think I have to spell out the biases here, we know what's going on. I'll mostly focus on showing you where he's lying and teaching you some interesting facts about the Crusades instead.
Now, I'm not going to moralize about this. Conquest and wars of expansion have been common all through history, and Islam followed in that same mold. However, Islam did take things a step further with its concept of jihad, or holy war. Muhammad was a conqueror who took slaves, and Islam has sought to emulate his example ever since. As a side note, this is also why slavery has always been common in the Islamic world and continues to be practiced there to this very day.
Islam was not unique in this regard. Judaism also possessed a religiously ordained military policy expressed in Deuteronomy and Kings, and Christianity began to form its own theories of just and holy warfare as early as the year 325, with St. Augustine. According to Brian Catlaws, a professor of religious studies at the University of Colorado Boulder, jihad among the early caliphs was more akin to how the West today views it as a moral imperative to dominate other societies in order to bring liberal democracy and integrate the countries into the world market. We justify this in that they may over time choose to become what the West considers a just and fair society. This is how the conquest and domination of other peoples was viewed by these early caliphs, according to the professor at least. On the notion of slavery, the slave market in Libya, which Paxtube alludes to as being representative of the state in the Islamic world, of course giving zero citation for that claim, is an interesting one as well. That very slave market emerged specifically as a result of this exact Western pursuit of spreading democracy through the use of force. Human Rights Watch documented isolated incidents of slavery in Libya prior to the campaign against Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. After the collapse of the country's government and its descent into civil war, hundreds of refugees and migrants are sold as slaves across the country every week, according to Al Jazeera. There are very concrete and identifiable causes for this. This is a case of desperation among people fleeing exploitation and a deteriorating ecological situation, reaching the periphery of the liberal core, where people eager to exploit this suffering in the pursuit of profit lie in wait. circling back to jihad. There was an additional component to this phenomenon that, even more so, did not emphasize the domination of the other, and that was the moral struggle component of jihad. Jihad was invoked in contests over the establishment of what they saw as legitimate and righteous Islamic political authority, and as such they viewed rival Islamic regimes as much greater threats than rival Christian ones. Muslim rulers, like the Christian ones on the Islamic periphery, were pragmatic. Quote, compromise and negotiation were preferred over extremism and extermination, and princes and kings pursued their political goals with relative little concern as to the religious identity of their allies and enemies. And then came the First Crusade.
Christians in conquered lands were second-class citizens, and many were taken as slaves.
This is correct, and in 1086 about 10% of all Christians in England were slaves, according to the Domesday Book. This was the reality of the time. Christians did not have a very good time under Islamic rule compared to Christian rule, of course, being that they were second-class citizens. However, it should be noted that these were the Middle Ages, so I'd argue very few people were having a very good time, regardless of where they lived, and that the practice of persecution of Christians and the relations between Christian and Islamic communities in Islamic-held lands varied greatly by geography and time. As a side note, Jews were subject to the same restrictions and taxation as Christians in Islamic lands, but still, a Jew in Baghdad lived safer from persecution than a Jew in Paris.
From bases in North Africa and the Middle East, they turned the Mediterranean into an unsafe hellhole. This crashed the European economy and made Europe a miserable place for commerce for almost 400 years.
He uses a screenshot from Wikipedia, which is just an awful way of doing this. You could instead look at the citation of the article, get the page number, and tell us that. We're also never even given the name of the article it's from. Many wars were fought by Muslim rulers and Byzantine rulers in the period he speaks of, and war made the Mediterranean unsafe, which no doubt collapsed existing connections of commerce. Islamic rulers were not the only ones to launch raids in the Mediterranean here. This was war, and it takes two to tango.
Islam's so-called Golden Age came at Europe and Christianity's expense. This is the true reason that many consider the years 600 AD to 1000 AD a dark age for Europe.
The only reason one would view the Islamic Golden Age as something that occurred at the expense of Europe is that one considers a good or golden age to be one of territorial domination or conquest. Viewing the world in a zero-sum game like this can be outright harmful and very much so tarnishes your understanding of the actual history. The many peoples and polities that made up the so-called Christian and Islamic worlds in this period benefited greatly from contact with one another at times. People don't tend to associate the Islamic Golden Age with large swaths of green on a map drawn on a computer in the 21st century, but with the many cultural and technological innovations that took place in the various caliphates. One doesn't need to engage in piracy or warfare in order to invent algebra, and it can be argued that not only did the Islamic Golden Age not come at the West's expense, but instead innovated on prior innovations that had taken place in regions such as Greece, innovations which then later would be iterated upon by scientists in the West. These are not two worlds in conflict. The Mediterranean was one large world, home to a diversity of cultures and peoples who came into conflict with one another, but also made friends with, loved, worked with, helped and learned from one another. As the Franks began to settle in the Levant following the military successes of the First Crusade, they came to realize how much they shared with the Muslims native to that land. Fulcher of Chartres himself said, quote, "We are all Orientals now. Consider, I pray, and reflect how in our time God has transferred the West into the East. For we who were Occidentals now have been made Orientals. He who was a Roman or a Frank is now Galilean, or an inhabitant of Palestine. One who was a citizen of Reims or of Chartres now has been made a citizen of Tyre or Antioch. We have already forgotten the places of our birth." The Franks came to admire the culture of the East and recognized the noble and chivalric character of the infidel knights they rode against in battle and entertained as guests in their court. Osama ibn Munkid, a poet, diplomat, politician, and mujahid born in the same year as Pope Urban II had given his speech propagandizing for the Crusades, gave us many fun anecdotes through his writings. He speaks of, quoting Catlos, innocently uncultured and orientalized Franks, sympathetic Templars, crude but valiant crusaders. Some gave him shelter and protected him while he prayed, and one who referred to him as his brother even offered to take Osama's son back to Europe with him.
In the late 900s, a Central Asian Muslim group called the Seljuk Turks began migrating into Anatolia. In 1064, they completely conquered Armenia and sacked its capital, Ani. The city never recovered from this brutality and remains a ruin to this very day. Almost all of the Armenian population had to migrate southeast to Cilicia, creating an entire new kingdom called Cilician Armenia. In other words, Islam had made the Armenian homeland unlivable. The Turks then turned their expansion into the Byzantine Empire. They began invading western Anatolia in droves. The Byzantines tried to launch counterattacks, but were ultimately defeated at the Battle of Manzikert. After this defeat, Turks began mass migrating into Anatolia, completely altering its demographics.
The specific instance of genocidal intent referenced by Paxtube was that of the Seljuk Turks' treatment of the Armenians in the decades prior to the Crusades, mentioning specifically the sacking of Ani in 1064. This is a complete mischaracterization of what occurred. Arabs had conquered Armenia some 400 years prior. Over the course of those 400 years, the Armenians and Arabs sometimes fought side by side against common enemies like the Khazars. Arabs had migrated to Armenia in this period, and by the 900s, many emirs were settled as somewhat equals to the native Armenian lords. What actually brought an end to the Armenian Golden Age was internal succession disputes and invasion and domination, not by Muslims, but by Greek Orthodox Christians of the resurgent Byzantine Empire. The Armenians emigrated from their shattered kingdom into a different part of the Byzantine Empire, not because of Islam, but partly because the Byzantine Empire forced Armenians to resettle there in order to repopulate the area after it had been conquered from Muslims in the mid-900s. The kingdom only became independent when they took advantage of the coming of the Crusades to throw off the yoke of their Byzantine overlords in the 1090s. The Seljuks did sack Ani, and they did so simultaneously as the Byzantines were taking the city of Kars. The Seljuks did defeat the Byzantines at the Battle of Manasgurt, and the Seljuk Empire did conquer a lot of territory, and Seljuk Turks did begin to migrate into the conquered lands. But this demographic shift that Paxtube is talking about took place over the course of centuries, following invasions by Genghis Khan in 1236, and the brutal and destructive invasions of Emir Timur between 1386 and 1403. Paxtube is straight up lying here. He's trying to create a justification for what the Crusades would later go on to do to Arabs, not Seljuk Turks, in a completely different part of the world. All wars alter the demographics of regions, but he's focusing on this not because it altered the demographics, he's focusing on it because of how it altered the demographics. Keep this part about demographics in the back of your head for later.
Emperor Alexius Comnenus made a desperate appeal to the Pope and Western
Online piracy's greatest comeback. It's almost like making games really hella expensive will make people pirate more.
The 2010s were the golden age. The 2010s were the golden age of piracy. BitTorrent accounted for a third of all internet traffic. LimeWire had more monthly users than Facebook, and the Pirate Bay was the only video store in town where you were sure to find what you were looking for. Hypothetically, of course. The world was slowly switching from physical to digital media, and even people who weren't particularly tech-savvy realized that digital goods could be replaced endlessly with practically zero marginal cost. At its peak, 95% of all music downloads were pirated because it had become cheaper and, above all else, an easier way to fill up large digital libraries that were being made possible by cheap digital storage. But then, it just stopped. Since 2012, the internet has gotten faster, storage has gotten cheaper, and people have become more comfortable with computers, which should have just accelerated a growth trend. But it didn't. Since 2015, peer-to-peer file sharing has collapsed in popularity, and you might think you already know why. Streaming services like Spotify and Netflix were just a better, easier, and safer way to access content. And now, as these services have become markedly worse and simultaneously more expensive, piracy is making a comeback. It seems pretty simple, right? The only problem is that's not the whole story. Realistically, these companies knew this day would come. It was just really important that they could pretend it wouldn't.
For a lot of people, they've decided it's time to cut back.
But legitimately, it might be time to cancel some subscriptions, and I'm probably going to have to cancel some.
Some of them I'm not using, and it's just wasting money.
There's so many of these, it's hard to keep track.
At that point, that's an adversarial relationship. I don't want to pay people to enter adversarial relationships.
We aim, as I said, for
I don't want to pay people to enter adversarial relationships.
We aim, as I said, for this business to be a growth business for the company with margins that our shareholders will feel good about.
So what really made piracy go away and what's really bringing it back might sound simple, but there's actually a bit more going on. First and foremost, the majority of people actually would like to acquire their media legally as long as it was easy and not ridiculously expensive. Most reasonable people understand that it costs time and money to produce a song, film a movie, or develop a video game, and the people involved in these projects do need to be compensated or else they are just not going to make them. Even people who frequent the high seas, so to speak, know this better than anybody else. A survey coming out of Australia at the peak of online piracy found that people who pirated content were actually more likely to pay for it if it was available. In a finding that really ages the study, online pirates were far more likely to pay for movies and music through iTunes or Quick Fix. This was because people who pirated content were just more likely to consume content overall, and most of them would only make the trip to the Bay if they couldn't find what they were looking for more legitimately. So there were two things that changed after 2013. Sure, there were a few high-profile crackdowns on some of these sites, but even the regulators themselves knew they were just playing a game of whack-a-mole. One of the most downloaded files on the Pirate Bay was the Pirate Bay, a complete copy of the site with all of the addresses that could be set up by basically anybody with some basic server hardware in the event that the authorities took down the original site. But then came along the streaming sites that, thanks to faster internet speeds, could let users watch content on demand without granting them direct access to digital files which could then be copied and shared illegally. The big thing was that these options were just so easy compared to piracy, and so cheap compared to buying songs or movies one by one that it just didn't really make sense to bother with anything else. Nowadays, that's clearly changed. There are dozens of streaming services that are each getting more and more expensive every year. The movies and shows that you watch are being split up over different providers. The services themselves are getting worse by introducing ads and pushing less relevant content. And on top of all of that, it's just not that easy anymore. Even individual TV shows have certain seasons split up over different streaming services. And the first step in sitting down to watch a movie these days is to Google what streaming service has the 1984 release of Gremlins, and if you're unlucky, what streaming service plus what VPN combo will get you the movie you want to watch. If you're already going through all that effort, it gets really tempting to just replace streaming services with your port of choice, because in most cases, it will just be easier. So yeah, streaming services were cheap and easy, which killed the need for piracy. But then they slowly became expensive and terrible, which brought it back. Pretty straightforward, right? Wrong. It's easy to write this whole thing off as just dumb companies being needlessly greedy to their own peril. And while that's definitely part of the problem, there is a lot more to it than that. Music streaming by comparison is decent. There are multiple services, but almost all of them have almost all of the music that you would possibly be looking for. As a result, nobody really bothers to pirate songs anymore, which is particularly impressive when you remember that just 15 years ago, 95% of music was being downloaded illegally. Artists have not been thrilled about the lower revenue they have got from streaming versus physical album sales, but most of them still go along with it because even a small share of something is better than most of their music being accessed for free.
Your hard work is paying off, as it should.
This raises a potentially unpopular idea, that it might not be streaming that's broken, it might be the movie industry that's broken. The golden age of streaming was never going to last because it was never meant to last. So it's time to learn how money works to find out why piracy is really making a comeback. This video was made. Netflix is the most dominant movie and TV streaming service in the world. It has over 300 million paying subscribers, and unlike a lot of its competitors, it's actually profitable. But from its very first days of online streaming, they knew they would eventually lose people back to piracy. They just really didn't care. And to see why, I'm sorry, but you are going to have to look at some financials. Last year, it made $8.7 billion in net income after taxes, which is extremely impressive. But it still makes it hard to justify the valuation of more than $500 billion. At that rate, shareholders would need 57 years for their investment to pay off, which is not a reasonable bet for a company in an industry that has only been dominant for a decade. 57 years ago, watching a movie looked like this. And in another 57 years from now, it's highly unlikely that we will still be watching movies through the current selection of streaming services. Now, most investors in this company aren't dumb. They know that Netflix can't make their money back with its current structure. What they are banking on is being able to offer a cheaper service that they can charge more for in order to fatten up those margins.
Let's not talk about my margins, by the way. Being nice and fat, that's a nice shirt. Do they make it for men?
Anyway, cutting content, raising prices, and pushing strange features like mobile games within the app are not some surprise new rollout. They are part of a development plan that the company knew it would have to implement since it started offering online streaming. It would just be a lot better if they could do it without competition. Now, on the expenses side, there is some good news. As technology improves, network infrastructure has become cheaper for the same capacity, which means the actual cost to stream videos to users is getting better every year. Netflix's cost of revenue adjusted for inflation has actually been stable since 2022, despite adding almost 100 million new users in that time. Included in those costs are the aforementioned servers and network infrastructure, but it also includes the cost to license and produce their own movies, TV shows, and games. Another big reason their costs have been improving is because they just aren't licensing as much content as they used to, and that's for two reasons. The first was a business decision to cut down on a cost, especially for content that wasn't drawing in new users. The second reason is simply because they can't get their hands on as many titles anymore, because independent studios have made their own streaming services and want to keep their biggest IPs exclusive, so they can force users to either switch to their platform or shell out for 2 or more streaming services. Netflix is slowly producing its own titles, but that hasn't caught up to the content they are losing from licensing. So then why does this mean that Netflix doesn't care about piracy? Well, publicly they say they do, of course, but piracy is going to hurt their competition a lot more than it's going to hurt them. If people can't find a movie or show on Netflix and then give up and pirate it, that didn't really cost Netflix any money, because the vast majority of content out there wasn't theirs to lose, and they most likely didn't spend the money producing it. A 2023 paper in the Journal of Economic Behavior and Organization titled Pirate and Chill found that when movies moved off Netflix to another platform, piracy of that content increased by more than 20%. Now, first and foremost, that's an amazing name for a professional journal article. But apart from that, it showed why Netflix hasn't been too concerned with online piracy. In a now infamous quote from the company's chief content officer, they said that in order for Netflix to be successful, we need to become movie studios faster than movie studios can become us. Piracy that disproportionately hurt legacy movie studios and their libraries of content was not something that Netflix would encourage, but behind closed doors, they certainly weren't too sad it was happening. Another way to think about this is that obviously Amazon isn't encouraging shoplifting, but it's a problem that hurts their competition far more than it hurts them. Piracy has also been a handy little tool throughout the company's history. Back in 2013, it admitted to using data from online piracy sites to find out what was popular and therefore what was worth licensing. Okay, so Netflix doesn't care about the rise of piracy, but what about the actual Hollywood studios? Well, they obviously do, and they crack down on IP theft with furious anger. But they are in a difficult situation. They could send piracy back to the Dark Ages by reconcentrating their content onto a single easy platform. But at the moment, that would probably be Netflix, which a company like Disney would obviously not be willing to go along with after investing so much in their own service. If they keep competing though, they are just going to make the experience worse for everybody and probably lose more ground to the high seas. Now, for these companies, this whole fight could not be happening at a worse time. There is a reason why music studios were able to play nice and make their content available just about anywhere while movie studios were fighting to the death. Music is simply much cheaper to produce, and there are far more sources of alternative revenue beyond just directly selling a song or an album. Artists don't make as much from streaming as they would from a physical album sale, but they can make it up in tours, merchandising, and other licensing deals. On the flip side, movies have largely been getting more expensive to produce, while cinema attendance has never fully recovered from its dip during COVID. Ironically, one of the biggest theater releases of the past 5 years was actually for a music studio with the cinema release of Taylor Swift's Eras Tour. In the past, poor box offices wouldn't matter as much, because mid-budget movies could make a lot of their money back through DVD sales. But obviously, that's not really a thing anymore, so studios have put even more effort into pushing their streaming services to eventually make back the difference. It's a bold strategy, and there are hundreds of billions of dollars in market cap at stake, so executives really want to pretend that eventually it'll work out. But if it doesn't, there are some lessons to be learned from the music industry which didn't beat piracy. It just made it unnecessary. The first is that movies have simply become too expensive for the current market. Studios have recognized that people are only going to the movies for special occasion releases these days because it's expensive, the theater experience isn't that good anymore, and people can just wait a month and watch it for free on one of the streaming services that they were already paying for. Instead of making the whole thing cheaper and putting less of their eggs in a single basket, they have doubled down on producing mega blockbusters. Of the 20 most expensive movies ever made, 19 of them came out in the last 10 years after streaming was already mainstream. These figures also only count the production budget, not the marketing budget. And on the revenue side, the box office doesn't include the share paid out to movie theaters. With even extremely generous estimates of those arrangements, only about half of these releases made their money back. And some in particular, like the Marvel's Snow White, Dial of Destiny, and the latest Mission Impossible movie, are shaping up to be catastrophic losses. So far, studios have been able to justify these flagship productions to their investors by talking about their IP value, which can later be extracted by bringing in customers to their streaming platforms. But that isn't really happening. Customers who join because they want to watch a single movie didn't tend to stay subscribed for very long compared to those who enjoy a deeper library of mid-budget movies or TV shows. I don't know about you, but I tend to take my subscription to whatever streaming service is hosting The Office this month. These huge productions also put more strain on the business as these losses have to be made up somewhere, and that is more often than not increased prices, more ads, and worse overall service. Now, I would forgive you for not feeling too sorry for Hollywood studio executives, but they are really in a no-win situation here. The harder they push back against the changing media landscape, the harder they push people towards the high seas. So anyway, now might be a good time to shamelessly plug that these videos are being made available ad-free on Spotify. So if you would prefer to listen in or watch it over there, I have left a link in the description. And if you think it's just streaming services that have been getting so bad, go and watch this video next to find out why making junk makes so much money. And don't forget to like and subscribe to keep on learning how money works.
It's fucking hot. My PC is. I probably should place it differently so that it will be outside. Of my whatever.
Add Astra.
What's up guys, welcome back. So in a recent video I covered the monumental failure of Pixar's most recent new IP, Elio. Now it seems like Pixar is just not learning their lesson because this headline recently came out that says Disney points fingers after Elio flops. Stop asking for originals if you won't watch them. There's no way we're doing this right now guys, Pixar, come on. So I thought this has gotta be some kind of fabricated, sensationalized headline. There's no way they actually said something like this. But guess what, if you go on Pixar's official Instagram profile and you just scroll down a little bit, there it is. Check it out.
Stop complaining that Disney doesn't make original stories if you don't show up to movie theaters and support them in the first place. Who said that? Oh my gosh. I thought I was the only one in my car. But anyways, there's a new original story. Look at that. From Disney Pixar called Elio. You should go ahead and support it. It comes out this Friday. So yeah, you should go to movie theaters. Thank you.
Posted a week ago. That is crazy. How tone deaf. Pixar, what are we doing here, guys? What are we doing here? Do you seriously think now is the time to blame the audience for not wanting to quote-unquote see original stories? Look at K-pop Demon Hunters. That's an original story and it's popping off right now. Who doesn't want to see original stories? Maybe Disney Pixar just doesn't understand the predicament that they're in, so maybe let's give them some tough love today, because we should not have a billion-dollar corporation trying to gaslight an audience into supporting an IP just because it's original and blaming a flop on the audience instead of taking responsibility for things that they didn't do well, like marketing, like art style, like the story, which we're going to talk about today. So apparently Pixar massively changed Elio after the original cut was test screened and not a single person raised their hand when asked if they would pay to see the film in a movie theater. Elio was also initially a queer-coded character until leadership told them to make him more masculine. Now that is interesting, so I decided to look into this a little bit. According to multiple insiders who spoke to The Hollywood Reporter, Elio was initially portrayed as a queer-coded character, reflecting original director Adrian Molina's identity as an openly gay filmmaker. Other sources say that Molina did not intend the film to be a coming-out story, as the character is 11, but either way, the characterization gradually faded away throughout the production process as Elio became more masculine following feedback from leadership. Gone were not only such direct examples of his passion for environmentalism and fashion, but also as seen in Elio's bedroom with pictures suggesting a male crush. Hints at the trash fashion remain in the released film, with the boy wearing a cape decorated with discarded cutlery and soda can tabs, although without any explanation for the unusual attire. Now, I talked about his character design in the last video being completely discombobulated and just not knowing what it wants to be, and this might contribute a little bit as to why. If I knew that he was somebody who cared deeply about the environment and collecting trash off of the beaches, maybe the costumes would have made a little bit more sense, even though they're still not visually appealing to look at. So apparently a couple of years ago during a test screening, although viewers expressed how much they enjoyed the movie, they were also asked how many of them would see it in the theater, and not a single hand was raised. And it was around the same time that Molina screened his latest cut of the film to Pixar leadership. There are different accounts of the exact feedback that the director received from Pixar boss Pete Docter, with rumors circulating in some of the studio circles that Molina was hurt by the conversation. Molina exited the project soon after, and much of Elio was reworked. Now, some of the insiders are claiming that if the original story had stayed the way it is, if it was a little bit more about the child's identity, you know, with the queer-coded theme, that it would have done better in theaters and it would have had more meaning to the film. And none of us can, of course, confirm or deny that, but I think I have a feeling that it would have done just as badly, considering the fact that during a test screening, literally nobody said they would see it.
Eradicate all evil. I would. Ooh, we really harmonize.
Let's start like this. Let's start like this.
In theaters despite liking the film, and that's kind of how most people feel about it right now. I was deeply saddened and aggrieved by the changes that were made, says former Pixar assistant editor Sarah Ligotic, who provided feedback during Elio production as a member of the company's internal LGBTQ group Pix Pride. Ligotic notes that a number of creatives working on the film stepped down after the directors shared their first cut of the movie. Another Pixar source disputes that people stepped down in response to Molina's departure. One former Pixar artist said it was pretty clear during the production of the first version of the film that studio leaders were constantly sanding down these moments in the film that alluded to Elio's sexuality of being queer. Suddenly you remove this big key piece which is all about identity, and Elio just becomes about totally nothing. The Elio that is in theaters right now is far worse than Adrian's best version of the original. Elio was just so cute and so much fun and had so much personality, and now he just feels much more generic to me. Well, I'm glad they realize and they're self-aware. This part's very interesting to me. So the Elio production resulted in fraught feelings for those with ties to Pixar who have come to question whether the company intends to prioritize diversity. Doctor sparked debate when he noted in a 2024 interview that the studio should make the most relatable films possible, which was perceived as advocating for a shift away from underrepresented characters and voices. But did the decision to downplay Elio's queer themes actually come from the parent company? Insiders aren't so sure. A lot of people like to blame Disney, but the call is coming from inside the house. As the artist, a lot of it is obeying in advance behavior coming from higher execs at Pixar. The person cites such examples as next year's animated feature, Hoppers, having to tone down themes of environmentalism, and also reveals that a movie in early development got a startling note that the director was told you can't have divorce in this movie. A different source with knowledge of the project downplays the notion of this representing major meddling and sees such suggestions as typical of any early development process. So there's a lot of internal drama going on at Pixar, as you guys can see, and there seems to be a clashing of ideologies. Now that would definitely explain the failure of this film, because if it was already almost finished and they had to scrap it and completely change the character, that's obviously gonna have a devastating effect. But again, that does not mean Pixar should feel justified in blaming the audience for not supporting this project. We're not obligated to support any project just because it's an original IP. We support it because it's good. Now, because there's a lot of internal drama coming out about the story of this film, I think now is a good time to actually take a look at the stories that Pixar is producing, because quite frankly, they're just not up to par. I saw this one thread on X about this, and I think this is a very interesting way to look at the stories and how they might have changed to become a little bit less relatable to the average person. The main shift in Pixar films over the last 30 years is from stories about being a parent to stories about being parented. Toy Story, obvious metaphor for parenthood. Two toys swallow their pride and realize their role as caregivers of a kid. Monsters Inc. Two buddies have their friendship tested as they try to get a child back home. Finding Nemo, an anxious father learns how to let his kid grow up. Incredibles, ambitious father learns how to balance his career with his family. Up, elderly widower gets a new outlook on life by adopting a foster son. Toy Story 3, toys grapple with change and mortality as their kid grows up and moves out. And I think this makes a lot of sense, because who's bringing these kids to see the movies? The kids are not going to drive themselves. The kids are not going to buy their own tickets. It's the parents. So when you're able to craft a story that somehow transcends generations and everybody can relate to, everybody can be entertained by, that's when you have success on your hands. But in recent years, I don't know if this is a product of, Pixar and the upper management wanting to just play it safe. They've been going back repeatedly to this theme of the coming of age of a child. And usually the character is, quirky, clumsy, has a lot of problems, doesn't really fit in anywhere, but just has a heart of gold, just the best in the world. Now compare that to something like Toy Story, like A Bug's Life, like Cars. Those three stories, even though they're about adding anthropomorphication to things that are completely non-human, they're magnitudes more relatable to the average person than a coming-of-age story of a strange kid who doesn't fit in. Look, I'm a former child. You guys watching this video, you're also all former children. And we've all had these experiences in our heads where, we kind of just imagine, what if this thing that I'm holding in my hand was alive? What if cars actually have feelings? What if these bugs actually talk to each other? These types of stories, combined with iconic character designs, resonate with everybody. They give everybody that nostalgic feeling because we all used to think, what if this thing was alive? It's all a part of our inner child, a part of our imagination. And these movies use this nostalgic vessel to convey a theme and a story that kids can learn from, their parents can learn from, and even their grandparents can also learn from. Like Toy Story, coming to an understanding, setting aside your differences, working together for the good of a child. A Bug's Life, conveying the strength of unity and the power of the many. Someone also left this comment on my last video, which I think I just completely agree with. I don't think it's just the art style, it's also the main characters. They are all kids. Pixar used to be about toys, fish, young adult car, rat, family retired hero. Now it's just kids with funny issues. These are no longer stories where every single person can find something to latch onto. Elio was originally supposed to be queer. The director wanted it to reflect his own story of growing up gay, having crushes on men, and wearing pink and purple clothes. Test audiences didn't like it, the director was fired, and the film was remade. Now, I'm personally all for uplifting underrepresented voices, but here's the thing, when this director wants to create a story that directly reflects his childhood, his own experiences growing up as a kid, obviously you're going to have something that doesn't really resonate with a lot of the audience. I read a comment that was really good somewhere where someone basically said these new coming-of-age stories where they follow around a kid with a lot of issues almost start to feel like an autobiography of the director or the writers. Instead of this completely escapist, fantastical, and imaginative story. They start to feel like the retelling of personal experiences in childhood, personal traumas, personal family issues. And at some point, the board members, the directors, and the writers at Pixar have to realize that the majority of the common audience don't really relate to this type of niche character. You know, a child who's coming of age and has all of these quirky and unique issues, somehow feels like they just don't belong anywhere, has all of these family problems, and then in the end they somehow figure it out. Now, I've seen Elio, and I'll be honest with you, this feels a little bit like a movie that was made for kids by people who didn't really understand the joy of being a kid. And I feel like this is reflected in the design of the character as well. Elio feels like a kid who was designed by someone who doesn't understand kids. Like all the plastic forks and the bottle caps and all of the unnecessary complexity that's here. You guys are all former kids, so you probably know this. Like, which kid do you know makes shoulder pads like that and puts bottle caps on it like that? Who does that? Kids are the absolute masters of simplicity is key. A kid can put a cardboard box over his body, and in that kid's mind, he's wearing the most beautiful and spectacular suit of medieval armor. So Pixar, when you target an audience that you don't really seem to understand, and you make a story that doesn't really resonate with parents, who's gonna see this movie? The reason that the Toy Story sequel does well, that the Inside Out sequel does well, is because you've built up that goodwill from the original movie. People have trust. People see that Toy Story title and they think, I had a great time watching that first movie, so this must be good. So I don't know, guys, this is probably going to be a very sensitive topic, especially when it comes to identity politics, and there's really no right or wrong way to interpret this, so let me know what you guys think of this whole situation and try to be nice to each other in the comments, or you can start some fights if you want. I don't mind that. But regardless, you know, I'm not going to just sit on my butt and watch Pixar try to come out and shift the blame onto the audiences, despite all of this audience feedback, all of this dialogue that's happening online. How could you as a studio now still choose to not see the flaws in your own work and still shift the responsibility onto the audience? Like, why are we not taking a little bit of ownership here, guys? Nobody owes it to you as a studio to pay their hard-earned money at the movie theaters to take their family with them to go out and see this film. If it's not a great film, it's just not a great film, and Elio was pretty average. And obviously there was a marketing shortage for this film too. It could have done better, but Disney didn't really push it out there. So why not take some accountability there? Why not just own that? And you know what, if you're watching this video and you're like a young person, you're trying to figure out your way in life, here's my fatherly advice to you, okay? Don't be like Pixar. In life, you're gonna go out there, you're gonna do things, and you're gonna fail. You're gonna fail time and time again. But what separates the people who succeed at what they do versus people who don't is taking ownership and responsibility for your own mistakes. You do something, it fails. Sure, you feel like but take that chance to look at what you could have done differently. Take that chance to try to learn from that experience. Take responsibility for that and fully own that, and you will find yourself so far ahead of someone else who's in the same situation who just wants to blame the world for everything that goes wrong in their own lives. That's my fatherly advice to you guys. I love you guys, and Pixar, that was for you too, okay? Stop it. Stop with the audience blaming. Seriously, stop. Just stop.
Standing by.
Hello guys and gals, me Mutahar. I know there's gonna be that one guy in the comments, blue polo analysis. Well, it's pretty true. You know what I got the Best Buy blue on? I was about to crap all over Microsoft like they're the nicest treat in existence. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Windows 10 is dying this year. I'm not shy about making videos on this. I've actually talked about this. And I basically said that, you know, Windows 10, all the updates and the security stuff you're getting, well, that's basically gonna stop, okay? Microsoft wants you to jump all the way to Windows 11. Now you might be like, but Muda, what if I can't upgrade my computer because it says it doesn't support it? Well, tough titty. Or you can use things like Rufus and basically like cut out the parts of Windows 11 like requirements that are hampering you. But that's not to say that kind of stuff is gonna last forever, okay? Let's just be completely real. Now, I think it's kind of nonsense. I really think, like, you know, Windows 12 isn't even here. At least support this. And, you know what? Microsoft kind of had to admit that, you know, they're losing. Microsoft has to admit that they're actually losing. And, you know, they straight up just said, yeah, we're gonna at least give you guys some actual updates for that 10. So, for instance, they released, you know, this little follow-up just a couple days ago, and I wanted to, like, kind of cover it. So, here's what happens when Windows 10 support dies. Microsoft no longer provides any security or feature updates or technical support for any of those Windows 10 computers. So while they're gonna continue to function, they're not gonna receive those regular security updates. So if you're a Windows 10 person and you're like, I just don't want to go to 11, okay? Which, again, I don't really understand why not. If you can upgrade, like, I upgraded to Windows 11 as soon as it was, like, officially available inside my VM and on that computer back there. And generally speaking, like, it's an okay experience. Like, it's good for Windows, right? But, yeah, if you want to protect yourself from all the nasty viruses that exist all over, you're gonna probably want to upgrade, okay? Now, of course, any company or organization that operates Windows 10 may find it challenging to maintain regulatory compliance with unsupported software, which actually is a pretty important part towards the latter half of this video, but I want to kind of just like run through this. So applications running on Win 10 may not be supported. Those 365 apps, they'll continue to receive any of those security updates until October 10, 2028. Which, again, shows you that, obviously, for a lot of people that aren't upgrading and have been subscribers, Microsoft's a little worried, right? Like, if all of a sudden, you know, those subscription services aren't able to use their product, which I suspect a lot of them are, whoo, they're going to start losing. So this is why they're, like, giving those people feature updates and security updates until, of course, 2028. And when that time comes, they're hoping that hopefully these people have switched over to 11 or maybe even Windows 12 by that point, dude. You never know. So, of course, Microsoft will continue to provide security intelligence updates for Windows Defender Antivirus on Windows 10 through October 2028. Now, you might be like, doesn't that conflict with point 1? And no, it doesn't, because in point 1, they say, like, regular security updates, yada, yada, yada. But generally speaking, anytime you install Windows, you have Windows Defender. And they're going to give you all of those updates till 2028, because I very much doubt that Microsoft wants to be in a situation where a whole bunch of YouTubers, news people, like, are all going to laugh at them when they find out, holy shit, guys, you're on Windows 10, congratulations, you're not going to get butt-fucked at end of life, okay? There's a reason why you can't connect things like Windows XP to the internet without any form of condoms on your routers or your system, because just by connecting Windows XP or even older versions of Windows right now, I've made a video on it, plenty of other YouTubers have made videos on it, Eric Parker made a good video on it, he kind of broke the news. Yeah, tons of like crazy botnets and hackers just look for Windows systems at EOL and infect the shit out of them and put them into botnets and use them for nefarious purposes, which is something that could happen to even Windows 10 or Windows 11, like 10, 15 years later, when it's EOL, you know, some person with a really old computer decides to connect it on the internet and realizes, oh shit, we're getting taken advantage of. Now, one of the reasons why, I guess, sort of companies kind of like got into how Microsoft lost a little bit was also some people are saying that Windows straight up said that they're powering over 1 billion monthly active devices. And you might be like, why does that statement really mean anything, Muda? Well, according to some people who basically cover Windows for a living, quietly apparently implied that a lot of people are actually abandoning Windows, okay? So they actually used to say that Windows was running on 1.4 billion devices. Now, the thing is, for a lot of these companies, and I'll just straight up say it, that number is super important to them, okay? It's like the holy grail, all right? That is like the biggest flex to all of their competition. As long as any company can say, we support so-and-so device, we have so-and-so many users, it's the ultimate dick-swinging party to any of these companies. So I doubt that Microsoft just like conveniently rounded down. It's like talking about your dick size, okay? You don't round down. If anything, you round up if you can. So it's a quiet wonder of like, is Microsoft actually losing? But did they lose like 400 million people? I'm gonna probably wager no. I don't think 400 million people have just stopped using Windows out of nowhere. The thing about Windows is it's entrenched. And one of the reasons why this is important to me is that obviously Windows is not top dog anymore. I would say the last good version of Windows, in my opinion, was probably Windows 7. Okay, anything after that, it has felt like a fart in the wind. You know, Windows 8 fucking sucked. Windows 10 was like, all right, you're giving me Windows 8 without all the dog shit attached to it. And then Windows 11 is just kind of, you like AI? We like AI. We hope you like AI. Let's just shove as much AI shit as we can into this system. And I really feel like a lot of these big tech companies, like AI is just a sort of like weird business that they're all just running after, okay? And I'm not somebody that's a Luddite. I think AI can be cool. There's a lot of stuff that I was reading where like, you know, people were making these AIs, like these students that were like diagnosing people with like, I think it was malaria faster than like doctors could, inadvertently saving a lot of lives. In a lot of cases, I think in the medical field, AI is pretty cool. But then again, I remember that AI is also used to, you know, target civilians in military applications. I also really understand that AI is used to steal from the artist and then replace them without their consent, just because that's how a lot of AI models work, right?
My blade is
You know, a lot of these big companies like Anthropic, like Meta, like Microsoft, you know, a lot of them allegedly will just download pirated content, you know, stuff that me and you would get a fucking nasty letter in the mail for, maybe even civil like litigation. But these companies can basically use the pirated media as fair use training material for AIs, and then when they get pinned for the piracy, they're really just paying a fine they knew they had to pay anyways. Remember, piracy really isn't a crime, I guess, as long as you're rich enough, okay? Like, as long as you can pay the fucking civil penalty, what does it even matter? You know what I mean? Who gives a shit? But anyways, I'm getting a little bit too ahead of myself. The thing with Microsoft kind of admitting this failure right now is actually good, because it really shows that they're not the top dog, okay? It used to be back when XP, Vista, 7, all the way up to 10, people used Windows because that's really all that could have been used. Microsoft was at an advantage. If you were a PC gamer, if you were anybody that wasn't using a Mac, Windows was the only viable alternative. Linux existed since the beginning, since the inception, but it's never really been a mature option up until very recently, where the average user can convert to it and not feel the level of friction they once did, right? That's the important part about this, right? That's the important part about this technological like gap that we're having here. Now that gap is really tiny. Now if you want to use Windows or you want to use Linux, aside from a few professionals with certain specific applications, like people that are locked into Adobe, or, you know, God, you have to use Microsoft Office, even though I really feel like Microsoft Office is only pushed because big companies pay for subscriptions and they just force that onto the user. I have never fucked with Office since high school, since my first job, ever since, I would say after 2010, 2011. We've just been Google Doc users here, okay? And that's just pretty much the family we're locked into. So, yeah, it's one of those things where obviously the competition is here, the choice is here. You know, it is what it is. Now, one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk a little bit about this stuff with Microsoft is, why has Windows basically been the dominant operating system? You know, for a while, if you went to the store, you went to Best Buy, right? Like, your only other option was picking up a MacBook, which, you know, Apple's been around forever. And, you know, I was somebody that made a Porsche Mac. If you remember that video from like 3 years ago, I built a Mac that was better than, I would say, most of the Macs you could buy for a fraction of the price. And I used that through a virtual machine Hackintosh method. Now, ever since Apple switched their processors to M processors, their own stuff that was really good, everybody in the industry is trying to slowly copy them. In fact, they're so good that even me, a dedicated Apple hater, actually ended up buying one of these things because they're just really good. And, you know, realistically, if you didn't want to get an Apple, your only other option was picking up a fucking Chromebook. Now, the thing is, Chromebooks aren't even all that bad either. You know, if you wanted to go to Best Buy and shit, you can pick up a Chromebook for $280. You could even install, like, Linux. You could even install Proton and play some Steam games on it. Not saying the experience on this thing will particularly be good, but, you know, it's an option that's available. And, you know, to no disrespect to the Chromebook people, I'm pretty sure if you put a Chromebook in front of some average person and all they did was want to browse the internet, you know, watch some videos, they probably wouldn't give a fuck if it runs on Mac, if it runs on Windows, if it runs on Linux. As long as it runs their browser, it's all that matters, buddy. That's all they give a shit about. Now, looking into Microsoft's past, and this is where I kind of wanted to like make this video to like sort of showcase that Microsoft has never been like a competitive group, right? Microsoft has really gained a lot of advantage back during the days of MS-DOS, the original Windows, where they were the first ones with a very general usable operating system. But they weren't the ones with the best operating system. What Microsoft has always really done is abuse their position to basically remain dominant. Now in capitalism, you might be like, doesn't the best product win, right? Like, doesn't the market decide anything? And you would hope for that, but that's not how it works. What Microsoft did before 1995 was they went to the OEM. So they went to the stores, right? Like the people that would sell, you know, Windows systems. Now, you probably heard the concept of default. I've talked about it. There's been an entire lawsuit recently involving Apple and Google, where Google was paying like Apple billions of dollars to be the default search engine on their phone. Now, I showed you in a video a couple days ago with PewDiePie, you know, self-hosting that you could run something called C or X and G locally on your system and get a better Google experience without the ads and the tracking. Now, of course, what'll happen right here is Microsoft was basically the first progenitor of that. So before 1995, the OEMs, so your companies that would build your laptops, so HP, Acer, you know, Asus, a lot of these companies you went to buy your pre-builds. Microsoft would basically charge them a license fee for every computer that they would sell, regardless if those systems even had Windows installed on it or not. And what that meant was, if you were paying money to Microsoft anyways as a fee, why the fuck would you install Linux for free? Or, you know, other competitors at the time would be like, what, OS/2? Why would you do it? You would have to pay Microsoft anyways. And it wasn't until the United States government and Microsoft went to a court case in 1994 that that was considered anti-competitive, because you were actually stifling the choice from the user. You didn't even give your competition a chance when you could use your money to butt-fuck your way to the top. Now, of course, after all this, OEMs even were pressured by Microsoft to just straight up install Windows, and sometimes exclusively in these systems too, right? And what would happen is, like, let's say you were an OEM and you were like, what if we want to give the choice, Microsoft? What if we want to install like Ubuntu or something? Microsoft would be like, no, you have one choice. You can either have us, the dominant platform, or we can just walk away. Right? They wouldn't even allow you to dual boot systems, right? So they wouldn't even sell you a 2 operating system option. You know, they wouldn't even give the user the chance to even learn that competition existed, right? Imagine if you fired up your system and you saw Windows or Linux or a flavor of it. You could have a choice between which one you wanted to use. You might actually give Linux a try back then, and you might be like, maybe I can make this work. It's better. It just works for me. But you never had the chance. Now, one of the really fucked things that I saw in this situation was, like, in my research, was that back in the day, I don't even know this, but during the Windows 8 era, some of the OEM agreements had it where, like, because of Secure Boot, which was a part of the UEFI motherboard, literally Microsoft had mandated that to be enabled by default, which basically meant that in certain cases, if you were Linux or another operating system that wasn't Secure Boot capable, you weren't even running. It wasn't straightforward to even install your competition. So after 1994, Microsoft still decided to actually stifle the competition. And while it was, you know, outlawed, or, you know, it was regulated that they couldn't do that per processor licensing, what happened later was that they had minimum commitment contracts. So let's say that you were a OEM, and Microsoft would just be like, all right, you have to purchase a certain amount of Windows licenses. And it wasn't like, hey, we're making, you know, 400 computers, we're selling 400 computers, can we only have 4? No, you have to buy like 800 licenses or some insane amount, so that you were just basically pushing this license on as many systems that you were selling as possible. Again, if you were a competitor like Linux or any competitor, you never had a chance, especially at the store where most of the normies would go and buy their system. Of course, even beyond all of it, you would end up having like this all or nothing model where Microsoft would basically say, for your entire lineup of computers, you have to sell Windows. Not just a specific set, all of your systems. Look, the point is, Microsoft never succeeded anywhere because they generally made the best product. They won because they were able to use their capital and their connections to basically force themselves into your computer, right? They were able to force the system to only provide you this option, right? Because that's just the reality. This was never a situation where the best product always won. Microsoft has always used its power and leverage in history to force itself onto the user base. Except now, things are a little bit different. I feel like there's a wave of people that are building their own systems, and even if you go to big vendors like Lenovo who sell ThinkPads, which are probably after MacBooks, some of the most common laptops that I see out in the world, have options for you to buy Linux systems. And we look at their pricing models, right? Like when you remove Windows, you end up having an extra like what, $200 to $300 that you could then put towards better hardware, so you can get a better laptop as opposed to paying $200 to $300 for a Windows license that if you really wanted Windows, you could just download it from their storefront and just deal with a watermark, or just go on GitHub and find a script or something that could get rid of that for you. But I'm going to leave that for a different video. And that would just be how things work. I think what I've kind of learned about this too is like in the last year or two, right? Like talking about Linux has kind of been like, you know, just me being like a prepper, just screaming into the heavens about this competition that exists. But, you know, ever since like SteamOS has become a thing, the Steam Deck has been one of the best pieces of hardware you can buy in gaming, right? Like to me, it's either, you know, you pick up this or you get like a Nintendo Switch, and there are other options, but generally speaking, even if you don't want the deck, you can buy any of these other handheld devices and install SteamOS and seemingly get a better experience. And just for Linux users, there's so many more advancements that have happened in just like the last few weeks alone that have made it a viable alternative for gamers. And I'm sure with the amount of effort that's happened into gaming, there's going to be enough effort put into getting other software and other things to run, eventually making that gap between Windows and Linux completely like, you know, completely invisible. And the thing with like Linux is like, obviously it's an open source platform, and you know, you don't have to deal with like end of life nonsense. As long as you have capable hardware, and Linux supports a broad set of hardware, you should basically be fine. And the thing about it is, it's like obviously something that is open source and something that is freeing should be endorsed by I think a majority of people. You know, Microsoft Windows is fine, and it used to be the only choice we had. But the world runs on open source. Even without Linux, Microsoft's own money-making services wouldn't be existing, okay? And that's the thing. The world being run by open source technologies is not a new concept. You're watching this video on YouTube, guaranteed this is running on a Linux instance on a server powered entirely by Linux. And the thing is, it used to be the only option for servers, and still is, but for the desktop user, for you and I, you know, we finally have an option to have something that decouples us from Microsoft's predatory licensing, Microsoft's operating system, and for the first time, because they actually have had competition, they've had to publicly state, yeah, we're gonna have to readjust the way we do Windows. We're gonna have to like de-bloat Windows. I mean, for fuck's sake, when it comes to gaming, they finally admitted, because of SteamOS, because of the advancements in Linux, that they're not top dog. In fact, if anything, Microsoft is actually the worst option for certain games. And because of that, they had to actually deal with the competition and attempt at this point to create a better product. Now, will they do that? I don't know. I'm excited to see what they do, but yeah, going forward, you finally have an option. And it's actually vindicating as a Linux user to see like Microsoft squirm and actually admit losses. And not only admit losses, but also admit that people aren't just switching over to 11. You know, there's a lot of people that are actually looking at this like upgrade as the final like fork in the road for them to actually switch over to the Penguin, or even switch over to Apple, right? Like there's a lot of people that would be willing to switch just there. Microsoft has genuinely ruined their system over the course of several years, and maybe a lot of that has had to do with like them chasing AI or them chasing like a whole bunch of different things. But, you know, they've ignored the actual core Windows experience. And it's because of that that, you know, because your competition has finally caught up, because you've got big companies like Valve, Apple, really any company that's pushing, you know, Linux further than it used to be, times be a change. And I wanted to talk about it because I feel like the more you guys learn about the history of Microsoft, the more you realize why it's here. You know that it's not a merit-based win. It's just Microsoft abusing the legal system and abusing the relationship with OEMs that has got them where they're at. It's not because they're good. It's because they just had more money to play with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mudahar, and if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like it, just like it,
Don't underestimate me. It's over. I see it. You're done. No one for mercy. Oh, for Lord's sake. You're done. Leave it to me. You better not get my trust.
Hello, guys and gals, me, Mudahar. I know there's gonna be that one guy in the comments, blue polo analysis. Well, it's pretty true. You know when I got the Best Buy blue on? I'm about to crap all over Microsoft like they're the nicest street in existence. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, Windows 10 is...
was mostly limited to use in pre-rendered
I haven't completely watched this video.
Or is it kind of up to the developer?
It's hard to say. It depends how hands-on the EU wanted to get. I would, if I had to just guess, I would lean towards no, because one, oh yeah, that's like you mentioned earlier, I think I forgot to get to. One of the reasons we worded the initiative the way we did, we focused on the game being in a playable state. We did not say, okay, you need to include the server binaries, or you need to patch the client to allow, you know, private server functionality, or you need to include source code. Because as soon as you do that, that actually could run up against existing copyright laws, because now you're telling developers they need to release this specific code, and that might have their intellectual property. By listing the goal, you know, a working game, something they would have already sold limited rights to just in the license agreement as it is, that allows us to kind of sidestep that, where you know, we're not telling them how they do this. They just need to hit that goal any way that they deem fit, essentially.
Has there been any developer engagement thus far? You named and thanked a couple developers in your video early on who were positive, but what's that side been like?
Mostly radio silent, to be honest. Yeah, I'd say there are more, the ones I've encountered, there are more for it than there are against it, but there is, I'd say 20 to 30% sometimes against it, but a whole lot of that comes from them thinking, hey, you know, we coded this game that was never intended. They think we're saying you need to change everything you did about the game and re-architect everything, and I think that causes kind of a knee-jerk reaction against it.
Right. And so that's, yeah, obviously the intent, as you said, is future-looking, so.
Yeah. In order to really be against this, you basically would have to take the stance that it's not possible to make a game that's meant to run online only that can have an end-of-life for the customer. And I think if you frame it that way, I think a lot of developers are going to say that's kind of silly. You know, yeah, that's the other thing that kind of works in our favor is in the absence of legal guidelines, there's no customer standards either besides indefinitely, because the earliest one I know of that the shortest game I know of, there might be a couple of shorter, I think was the Culling 2, which lasted 8 days on the market, then it shut down. And then the longest I know of that uses this practice where you just bought it once and then get to keep it, but it's online only, is Guild Wars. And that's still Guild Wars 1, you know, from 2000. If you bought that in 2005, it still works. They're still supporting it. So that's a hell of a spread to, you know, have the
8 days to 2 decades.
Yeah, I guess with the 8 days one, they did refund it. The shortest one I know of where there were no refunds is ironically named Lawbreakers, which I think was about a year.
That was Blazinski's studio, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, and that was an arena shooter. You're telling me if they hadn't known this was a requirement coming, they couldn't have designed it to just have a build ready by end of life that allowed a private server connection, you know?
Even
so
just like LAN or something.
Yeah, exactly. So 8 people can hop around and have them. I don't buy it, you know, that you couldn't do that.
Right. What do you think at this stage, what's the momentum look like now after releasing your latest video, which was a couple days ago at the time we're recording this?
I swear on my blade.
Does it look positive to you? You know, where do you feel like things are at right now?
I think my latest video kind of cleared up a bunch of stuff and thankfully brought in some big YouTubers to start talking about, which is incredibly helpful. What I've been saying is we've upgraded it from doomed to long shot.
Okay.
So, but like this, if the momentum keeps the way it is now, we've got this. But I'm used to a lot of disappointment. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, but I would love to be wrong.
What's the date that the EU one needs to be?
July 31st.
Okay.
So end of July. That's when. That's kind of our make or break moment.
And again, if anyone watching this, if you're an EU citizen, then just open it now and go do it. If you
and for anyone who's not in the EU, like, you know, USA or Canada, I think if this passed, I think it's incredibly likely you would all get the benefits downstream. Because if these companies know, okay, we need to have an end-of-life build if we're going to sell our game in the EU, well, once they drop support, if they're already releasing it there anyway, they may as well release it globally because the work have already been done on it. Like, the analogy I make to this is, you know, several years back, Australia sued Valve over not allowing refunds on digital games. Valve lost, so afterwards, rather than just allowing Australians to have refunds, they just made that the policy globally because they decided it just wasn't worth it going through this country by country on it, and just to bite the bullet and just get it over with. Yeah, I think it would be very similar to that.
That's where they brought in that, I don't know what it is today, but at the time it was if you had played under 2 hours, you could get a refund or something like that. No, that's a really good example. Yeah, I think also, even if the publisher doesn't want to make it available readily for the US market or wherever else, I would think chances are if there's something released for the EU market, it'll kind of work its way out, you know, like where...
Yeah, I'm thinking of that Jurassic Park quote of life finds a way.
Yeah, it would find its way through. So if this Citizens Initiative goes through, what would be the next... If you get the 1 million signatures, what's the next thing that happens?
The next thing that happens is the organizers, the official ones. Yeah, I'm actually not eligible to be an official part of this, even though I've been promoting the hell out of it. The organizers are actual EU citizens. They would go to Brussels and then discuss it with the EU Commission. That could go a couple different ways. It could be that the EU Commission understands what we want and they just ask for minimal feedback, or it could be they're there every other day answering questions and hashing this out. A lot is in the EU Commission's court at that point.
Okay. And then what about the form that you have for sign up for the UK? What is that one?
Oh, okay, the UK, I'll try to do this one quickly. This one's been a bigger mess than any other, because we initially launched this last year, and in the middle of it, Parliament got dissolved, which means the whole thing closed early. But before that happened, we got an answer back that didn't really address the problem. Like, they were saying no, but they were giving all these reasons that were unrelated. So it's like they didn't get it. And that ended up being so bad, the petition committee actually sent a letter back to the it was culture, I forget the Department of Culture, Media, something like that, back to them saying, this answer isn't sufficient, can you please try again? Which apparently is really rare for that to happen. So it's so bad, it got the petition committee involved, and then everything shut down. So then many months passed while it got reassembled again, and then once it reopened, we submitted the petition again, and then we got that almost the exact same answer back, except this time, I think it's just one guy in the department who's answering this, and he's just like copying and pasting his previous answer. You know, it's like somebody copying somebody else's homework.
My previous email, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I'm just gonna photocopy this, rearrange it, and then bam, I'm done. I'm going to lunch. I really think that's what's going on. So the only way around that is for us to get more signatures, 100,000. I think we're at 30,000 about right now for that, and then that will leapfrog over it entirely and go straight to Parliament, and then Parliament gets to decide. They will debate this or discuss if they want to debate this, but that'll give us a final answer or not, whether it has a chance. There actually is some provision. Yeah, if we wanted to cause a lot of problems, we could actually hit them in different ways for the UK government, because in their law, the fact that you're not told when the game is going to shut down could actually really run afoul of some things. But we've only been pursuing routes that lead to, or potentially lead to, the games being saved, because they have to have secured some way. If all that happened was that they put a label saying the game will be supported at least 2 years, I haven't even been pursuing that, because my only goal is just to save the games, not to get, like, you know, nibbling around the edges consumer information stuff.
Yeah, I also think that would be the first thing that, if pressed, publisher would be willing to give up. Is like, okay, well, we can calculate the cost of keeping some Amazon web server online, even if the company's like dissolved, and you know, and so okay, we'll support it for 2 years minimum. And then the other problem too is if you stick a label like that on every game that comes out, it just becomes normalized where it means nothing anymore.
Exactly. Yeah. In fact, I'm under the opinion that nothing less than an expiration date on the box or the store page or something would wake people up. I think anything else, they would just wouldn't really think about it. And to be honest, I kind of feel like they shouldn't have to. I mean, if you want to go watch a movie, you don't check the specs as to whether it's going to shut down halfway through the feature. You know, you just want to have fun, you know, and have a good time. And I kind of feel like that responsibility shouldn't be on the customer, that it's going to get destroyed unless they check all this stuff with the DRM and how long the support is and everything.
Our this is maybe more pointed towards kind of the mainstream, which wouldn't necessarily be our audience. I think people here understand why games are important to them, but are games art?
I don't care, whatever people. What I've been doing is saying, like if somebody says authoritatively no, they're never an art, I'm like, okay, I don't care, I still like them, you know. Like, but I've been saying creative works is what I've been trying to do to kind of get around that conversation. So you can be in either camp, that's fine by me. You know, whether they're not art or yes, they're the highest art, whatever.
I like it. Yeah. Any misconceptions you want to go through after your newest video? I mean, you already spent a lot of time in that video talking about misconceptions, and it was done really well, but is there anything kind of new that's come up you want to talk about?
Oh, yeah, well, okay, the number one misconception we always get is that we're asking for endless support. No, we're not they can end the game anytime they want, the support. We're asking for end-of-life plans so that, you know, it's not impossible to run the game. I guess not a misconception, but another possible compromise that might emerge in the EU that we were on the fence for including in the initiative itself would be, say, okay, we're not going to give you a working game, but at end of life, we're going to give you the equivalent of repair instructions.
Okay.
So they might release, you know, documentation on the networking structure, or, you know, decrypt the packets and that sort of thing. Whatever they can kind of, basically to give tech-savvy users a fighting chance of making a server emulator. That's where source code might come in as like an alternative. Of course we'd be happy for source code, but we're not insisting on it anywhere, because there can be a lot of reasons people don't want to, at least that. But if it got compromised down to that, I still think that would be very good, because again, it's like where there's a will, there's a way. See, right now, it's in order to reverse engineer a server emulator. I mean, I feel like the people who do that are like Einstein's in a straitjacket trying to get themselves out to write an equation. I mean, it's just so hostile for trying to do it. But if they had all this documentation about how the networking protocols work, and you know, maybe some code to help them along, then I think that would go a long way and could be about as good.
I mean, it's an interesting intersection too, because so on the physical hardware side, some of the stuff you just said, talking about like a repair manual, reminds me of some of the right to repair arguments, and that has been, like, I don't think it's as successful as you know, Louis Rossmann is kind of spearheading a lot of that in the U.S. I don't think it's like exactly where he wants it to be, but it's fairly successful considering people are now talking about it, and all 50 states have introduced some kind of bill. But that I've got that kind of reminder of, okay, if you're not gonna actively enable people to repair it while it's being sold, and you know, whatever, you still have to have some kind of option where it's not illegal to try and repair it, yeah, even if you're not actively supporting them.
Though we kind of need more than that for games, because for a lot of repair things, maybe that is all you need, because the repair shops know how this stuff works and they can hack to it. This is one where, you know, if you don't have that code, I mean, it's kind of like saying, you know, yeah, you're free to make your own nuclear reactor if you want. Like it's the level of knowledge, work. I mean, see, even the people who really know what they're doing, it can usually take them years sometimes to do this stuff when it does happen. I'm always amazed when people come up with server emulators without having code or, you know, some really good references for how to do it. So that was a problem we faced in the USA that we looked at originally, is that best case scenario under existing law, it would only be a defensive measure where, okay, fine, you can go make a server emulator for the Concord or something. It's like, yeah, good luck doing that. And so that's why it really has to have some intervention on this point.
Yeah, it sounds like it's basically like we won't pursue you for something you can't do anyway. You know, like it doesn't.
Exactly.
Right. Okay. I guess on that as one of the maybe sort of final points we get into here, but for people in the U.S., I think something like 30 to 38% of people who watch our stuff are in the U.S. Is there anything that they should be or can be doing right now?
It's very counterintuitive, and I'm in the same camp because most of my audience is from the U.S. It's kind of a help me Obi-Wan, you're our only hope with the EU. I mean, there's some other stuff too, but for the initiative, it's the U.S. scenario. It's not technically impossible, but every lawyer I've talked to says that nothing less than an act of Congress is going to fix this. So yes, if you do know a multimillionaire who wants to start lobbying Congress, yeah, that is an option. This is hard enough on me already with that. But yeah, see, my goals are like, let's report this to an agency. Let's try to get lots of people to sign something. That feels more achievable to me. But like I said, just try to, if you do know anyone who has like an EU audience or something like that, that's, again, it's counterintuitive and kind of frustrating because you can't act directly. You have to, it's this roundabout way of doing it. I think that's our best shot because, again, I really think the U.S. and most of the world would get the benefits downstream from it.
Yeah, I agree. I'll put it on Der Bauer's radar. He's a German hardware.
Oh, yeah. I know him from the 12-volt high-power connector.
Yeah, I'll give him a call and see if we can get it on his radar. But anything else you want to go over here, or anything that we've missed?
I really think this is our best shot at this. I guess the other thing is, all these decisions, all this other action we did, that's kind of underway in the government agencies. Or I give all of that stuff coin toss odds. I really have no idea how it's going to play out. This one, the European Citizens Initiative, I really think, I would bet money that we win it if we can get the signatures. Because, again, everything's kind of aligned for this to have reasonable things. And if this passes, I mean, that's, how many games in the future are you saving? Because I think hundreds, just the longer you go on. I think it was an article from last year that said 95% of major studios are involved with making some sort of live service game. And the thing is, live service does not have to be synonymous with you can never play it again later. It's just that the industry hasn't had to do anything about it, so they don't.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and also, like you've said, there's the key phrasing being reasonable or reasonably playable state, where you may lose some things, but
like matchmaking, or they did have admins with a managed economy, or something, stuff that's not going to be practical to keep running. Yeah, some people criticize that for it being too broad, but that's really the best route to go for how these initiatives work, is to keep it simple. Believe me, the EU Commission will drill into all the details and figure out what makes sense. We're just trying to get our foot in the door on this.
Yeah. So I guess for people watching, it sounds like the calls to action are if you can sign it, the EU Citizens Initiative, European Citizens Initiative, which I'll link below. There's the one in the UK, and we'll link that as well. It requires fewer signatures, but I guess the challenge is that they're all in one.
They all have to be UK residents or citizens.
Right. And then for additional information, you've got your own videos on the Cursed Farms.
If you have lots of questions, like real specific stuff, I did one video, giant FAQ, talking about the initiative, where I answered almost 40 questions to just, and it's timestamped, so you can just jump to which one. I'd say there's a 95% chance I answered whatever the question is in that video.
Is your plan to get back to the video game content? You know,
oh God, yes. After I never wanted to do this. It just drove me insane that seeing him destroyed and the problem getting worse. Look, after July, I'm done. I mean, I've done everything I could have on this, so I totally want to get back to. Most of my channel is just kind of fun, game-related comedy stuff or weird videos. And
right.
100% want to get back to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think anyone can blame you at this point. It's.
I feel like I drew the short straw. Is how it feels. So.
Well, we're back to the help us Obi-Wan, you're our only hope, and it's well, at this point, viewers.
That's most of what the last video said. Is that if you're just depending on me, then you're in trouble.
Right.
You know, I need more help on this.
All right. Hopefully the message gets out. Yeah, I appreciate all the time, and then we'll link everything below for people. So thanks for joining.
Thanks for having me.
To get started, I'm joined by Ross Scott of Stop Killing Games. Welcome, and right off the bat, congratulations on passing the 1 million names needed for this initiative to go through.
Well, we'll see. We don't know how many are invalid or unverified, so it's hard to say if we've passed it completely or not. It's kind of a fog.
Yeah, that was going to be the question, is that like what happens next? Like what is the process with verifying that these are actually, because this all seemed to gather momentum so quickly that of course there's going to be questions about, you know, verification of validity, and it's still going to be a really long road before anything really starts happening.
Yeah, the process is after the collection is done, then it's sent to various countries and they verify their votes in their own ways, and then return it. As I understand it, the maximum they've ever had for invalid signatures was 250,000, but we've just passed that safety margin. However, this campaign is kind of unconventional, so I would not be surprised if we had even more than that. Nice. So we're just, since we don't know how many are real exactly, we're just trying to get as many as possible to increase our safety margins.
Right, so the message is that please go and still sign it if you haven't.
Yes, absolutely, if you're an EU citizen.
You mentioned that it's an unconventional campaign, and that was something that has been on my mind because a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, I remember you posted a video that the campaign, that you felt like that it was dead in the water, that it's really just turned entirely around. For those of us who aren't really clued into everything that's happened, do you have like a quick down and dirty on like what caused it to change so rapidly?
Yes, I made a video essentially explaining to everyone that we were on a trajectory where this is going to fail, because we were. And in that, I brought up, there was another person who had given coverage on it in the past who was very influential, had millions of viewers, that I felt that just really misrepresented the campaign right towards the beginning. And that there was a correlation between when he did that and the momentum dying down. Now, at the time, I really didn't want to get embroiled in a direct response to make it look like, oh, okay, these are YouTubers feuding, because at that time I was talking to members of the European Parliament. We had possible connections with the company GOG. There were talk later with the BEUC, and I was thinking, this is a bad look for the campaign if I'm going to be a public figure involved in it, and I'm just getting into this kind of, you know, talk show drama type stuff that's, you know, gossip level. I was thinking this would make understandably make large organizations want to pull out from that. So I didn't go that route. But we were never able to regain the momentum. I tried many different ways. Reaching out to various groups, I, tried to clarify the misconceptions. So since we were losing views, since we weren't able to gain the views, I decided, okay, I don't have anything to lose at this point. So I just laid out exactly how we were misrepresented and tried to sort of clear our name on it. And not only was that effective, but the internet really enjoyed the drama from that of conflicting YouTube personalities, that it kind of overcharged it to levels I didn't even foresee. So and I think that's where a lot of it came from. But what the part I was hoping for was that by sort of clearing everyone's perceptions on this made much larger YouTuber personalities more comfortable talking about this, because now it was kind of more out in the open what it was about, because the narrative had been corrected on it. And that also helped tremendously too. People who, they can make one video and millions of people will see it. Once they started talking about the campaign, that absolutely started leading to a much larger rise in signatures.
And you've also probably had to do a lot of work still on the whole clearing up misconceptions on this material and everything that it is and it isn't. And I don't want to too much, reiterate that, because others much smarter than me have already done that. But right now, if you had to give the elevator pitch, like the one sentence or something like that, and a person who isn't in gaming, how does that affect them in a sense? Like, because this is a much bigger topic.
Okay, yeah. Well, the general concept is you pay for something, and you usually either get to keep it, or if it's a service, you're told how long it lasts. Like a Netflix subscription, something like that. Well, with games, then that's the way all video games used to function until about 2004. And then slowly, they introduced this model where you pay once for something, like you get to keep it, but then you don't, but you're not told how long it lasts either. And then the company that sold it has the capacity to remotely disable what you bought at some point in the future, but you're not told when. And this practice it's not only very hostile to consumers, but it makes preservation effectively impossible. If you buy a DVD of a movie, you can keep that and watch it decades from now. Buy a book, art, music.
Press forward.
So we were getting the guarantees of neither goods nor services, and the terms that this was being done with aren't necessarily, it's unclear right now if they're even legal in many EU countries. So we've been trying to push this essentially just to stop destruction of the medium, but it's also very important from a consumer rights perspective, because this is not something you want spreading to other areas beyond more than it already has. Where I think printers might be the closest analogy, where if you buy a printer and it works, it's functioning, but then at some point in the future it refuses to work because it has to connect to the internet to the publisher who made it, but they decided, no, we're not supporting this anymore. Well, now you have a printer that can work, but it can't because it's been designed that way. I've heard it referred to as programmed obsolescence or planned obsolescence, where it's just a very consumer hostile practice we're trying to put an end to.
And do you see this overlapping with physical media as well? Because there has been a great push to kind of eradicate physical media with, launching consoles that have only digital access, or just in general, like not releasing games on discs. Like, do you see an overlap there, or is this like more focused on just the digital storefronts and consumer?
Oh, it already has overlap there. That's the thing. Physical. For a very long time, people associate physical disc with something you get to keep, and then digital as something that might get taken away sometimes. Those lines are completely gone, because one of the games we used to push this in the consumer protection agencies was called The Crew. It came out in a physical copy also, in addition to digital. But now those discs do nothing. I mean, they don't work at all. And there's other examples like that too. So it's really, on the flip side, there are games you can buy digitally or media where you can download them and back them up yourself, and then they're yours for life. So digital and physical don't mean what they used to, really. It's just about, are you allowed to keep this? And if not, when? And if you're not given a time, then this is a very, well, I keep saying it, consumer hostile practice that should be addressed one way or another.
Yeah, in my mind, it equates to a little bit, at least, in the same way how it took us some years, but we have finally got warning signs on, like, tobacco, that you smoke this, you'll get cancer. And in the same way, like, if you're buying something, you should have the disclaimer. I mean, Lena Khan with the FTC in America did the whole thing that if you subscribe to something, it has to be easy enough to unsubscribe from something as well. But we've had these fights before. And that this seems like a logical continuation of all of that.
How the fuck?
It's kind of an innovation in this sense, in that it is kind of evading expectations of goods and services, having the protections of neither. I mean, the analogy I make a lot is comparing it to Uber. When that first came on the scene in countries, governments weren't sure if this was a taxi service or something else, or these employees or contractors. Is the sort of situation the law wasn't clearly written for. So it's a similar thing here, where what's going on now wasn't even possible in the past. So we wouldn't even care if this was a new innovation in that sense, if it wasn't so destructive to the medium.
So what happens next? Like, let's assume that all the votes come back and they're all verified, that this moves forward. What do the next couple of years look like for you and for the whole initiative?
Well, for me, I hope I get to wind down from a lot of it. But for the initiative, what would happen after that point is, at some point, the official organizers will get invited to the EU Commission. Well, they'll be brought to make their case, and the EU Commission will be hearing from many sides on this: the developers, the industry, maybe preservation groups, that sort of thing, and they'll make a decision if this is valid to be addressed, and if so, it will pass a new directive at some point in the future that would address this, and from that point onward, the nation state countries would, member state countries would craft their own legislation based off of that. But that entire process could take years. Though I think the organizers going before the EU Commission will probably happen later this year, if they're all cleared. It would take several months, but I might be able to get invited as an observer there, but since I'm ineligible to be officially a part of the initiative, so I might be able to convene with the members and discuss things with them, but I would not have an official role in this.
What would you say is something that, like, EU citizens themselves can do? Like, if there's something that, like, somebody who's really passionate about this, like writing your legislator or contacting your EU representative, would those help, or are those at this point a hindrance?
No, not at all. Well, I mean, the most obvious thing to do is sign the initiative if they're a citizen in an EU country. But if they've already done that, wish to help more, no, contacting a member of European Parliament, saying that, basically asking them to support this. You think it's a good initiative and we should have law passed on this.
And then one more question is that we just had a couple of days ago, you faced another kind of opposition on this, that there was the lobbying group, Video Games Europe, actually issued a statement on it. Can you tell a little bit about that? Like, what's that about, and like how does that make you feel that this is clearly something that they would not have issued out if it wasn't something that would clearly, at least put a little bit of a fear of God into them?
Weakling.
Yes, I mean, I'm not thrilled about it, but it's to be expected. The narrative it kind of felt like they were just throwing any argument they can and hoping one lands. I mean, in some case, and for parts of it, I felt like they were confused about what we were asking for, because one point people get confused on a lot is that we're asking for endless support, which, no, that's unrealistic. We've never asked for that. It's just get to shut down these games in a responsible way. Other things I think might just be straight up lying. Where one that comes to mind is where they say that the publishers can't allow customers to continue running unsupported games because that would be a legal liability for them. I'm very certain there are ways to absolve yourself of any liability for an unsupported product. You know, so this, I mean, you would need a lawyer to get into the specifics of it, but so the fact that they're leading with that argument, that I think that one's dishonest. However, one argument I think is, I'm not sure how true it is, but I believe they think it's true. That I'm kind of glad they're going with this one, is that they're against this because they think if customers are allowed to keep and continue playing their old games, that will hurt the industry because they won't be forced to buy new games if they want to play something. So if that's the argument they wish to make before the EU Commission, I'm all for it. That sets the dividing lines nice and clear in my eyes. So I hope they continue spreading that message. And I think that's very debatable because I'm not sure the evidence really bears that out, because normally if somebody's a fan of a franchise, if there's a new sequel, they tend to want to buy that too or play that too. Same with other media. You know, if a sequel to a movie comes out, then you want to watch that. Or if a band you like releases a new album, you want to hear that too. So I don't think that's very well-founded, but if that's the argument they want to go with, sure, let's have that be the debate.
Yeah, it feels very topsy-turvy, because I remember growing up and the whole argument at the time was that you make the product that entices the consumer, that you have to, you know, compete for the customer's loyalty. You can't just, you know, create obsolescence to force them into loyalty.
Well, apparently you can. Hey, that's what's the whole that's the whole thing at stake here that we're trying to push back against.
All right. Well, Ross, I'm not gonna keep you any longer. Thank you really much for your time. Thank you for this, you know, being a spokesperson for this, and, you know, fingers crossed that this continues. Now, this is a great momentum.
Yeah, getting the signatures. After that, I kind of look at this as like me launching a rocket off. I'm not one of the pilots. I'm the ground crew. So if we can get the rocket going, then I'll be satisfied on my end.
Eradicate all evil.
And then a good long rest afterwards.
Oh God, yeah.
Let's see. Oh, it's more than 100. 1, 2, 1, 3, 1, 4, 1, 5, 1, 6, 1, 8, 1, 9, 2, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 5, 6, 2, 7, 2, 8, 3, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 38.
Stop killing games. Such a simple request, don't you think? Apparently not, according to some. Oh, we'll get to him. But the petition is a success. But something approaches. The megacorps of the gaming industry are fighting back. Because, well, of course they are. There is a potential outcome where they could lose the power to take advantage of their customers. Vigorously, aggressively, with no protection. Just going in raw. And losing the power to do that, well, that's scary for them. Let's talk about it. Now, the gaming industry is an industry like no other. I really mean that. It operates in this weird special place. It's an industry where its customers have little rights to the things they pay for. Well, that is...
Alright, twice. How do we enter not notifications journal? Can I just quick start? Maybe. No. Clouds embrace the dawn. Tangible mental trust, last void, cities, combat. Lots of stuff here. Main. But I don't want to stop tracking. There we go. world locations. Okay, well, let's go. Oh no. Yeah. Look at who's at my store. Looks like I have to talk to you. About the master of the housekeeping. Mayflower.
They're here with me now, sir.
I'm glad to have the chance to speak with you, young'uns. Helios Academy used to be a peaceful and comforting place.
Ooh.
I know you still can't fully trust me, and I understand that completely. But please do know that I mean you no harm. Your teacher, Carol, and we used to be friends. She was a kind person. I was truly sorry to learn that she was the one held responsible for the fall of the old capital.
She was innocent. There has to be more to the story.
I hope so too. It's just that the fall of the old capital still weighs heavily on us all. But I believe you just got caught up in all of this. I'm sorry for what you've been through over the years. It must be tough.
Is that all you wanted to say to us?
You two are very cautious, and rightfully so. Carol has taught you well.
Well,
the real reason I reached
a
out to you is to tell you something very important. Something about your eyes. I stumbled upon some of the data Carol left behind. She spent much of her time studying ways to minimize the side effects of your eye implants.
Teacher, she was always looking out for us.
Yes, which is why I believe this was her final wish. As her friend, I want to see it through. Simply put, Your eye implants are directly linked to your brain, and their functionality depends on your body's limits. As a result, the HDD system takes up a part of your body's capacity. This leads to certain issues, the most notable being that it suppresses your innate ether aptitude. I brought in a team of specialists to analyze Carol's data samples, and after some effort, they created a plan to upgrade the HDD system. After the upgrade, the HDD system will operate with significantly reduced power consumption, allowing for a substantial boost in your ether aptitude, or rather, a restoration to its original level.
No. That's really unfortunate. Because this is... considering this is... considering this is main part of the story, that's really unfortunate. You can't take it back. You can't take it back. Which is annoying.
Do you mean that once the HDD upgrade is done, we'll be able to enter the hollows ourselves without EOS?
That's not good. It's called your Zeus. I mean...
Exactly. You'll likely experience some discomfort at first, but you'll get used to it over time. I'll have the specialists from Marcel Group continue monitoring your physical condition to reduce the burden on your body and help restore your ether aptitude more effectively.
Are you really giving us such advanced technology for free? Feels like there's gotta be some kind of catch. Besides, you must have known about us for a while, so why wait until now?
I'm not asking for anything in return. As for why I didn't reach out sooner, truth is, from what I've learned, your eyes possess even greater power. Perhaps the power within you could affect all of New Eridu.
Come on.
But you must understand, power is a double-edged sword. It can be used against enemies or allies. As the mayor of New Eridu, I must ensure everyone's safety. So I hope you'll forgive my caution. I'd been observing you for some time. That said, I'm confident to say that everyone at Victoria Housekeeping speaks highly of you.
Miss Bell and Mr. Wise are both kind and honorable individuals. I believe they'll use their power for the right cause.
Yeah, they're both good people.
Thank you for your kind words. Even though we have no idea what this power is. You're not just saying that to get our hopes up, are you?
Of course not. It's just that I don't have much information right now. I'll let you know as soon as I do. Well then, I'll let Lycon assist you with upgrading the HDD system. Rest assured he'll guide you through everything. You should be able to follow him with your knowledge.
If you would follow me.
Okay. But really, I feel almost as if invisible. After a while, you feel almost as if invisible bending within you has been undone. Your eyes are almost bloated, but it passes quickly, replaced by a sense of lightness and clarity you've never felt before. It's also vocabulary or shorting reality has vanished and mysterious powers falls with it.
How are you feeling now?
All good, I think.
Really? I'm feeling a bit off.
Your body is adjusting. Give it time to adapt to the changes. As a precaution, hold off on entering the hollows until you feel better.
I see. In that case, I'll sit back and help Belle for now then.
It's quite impressive one of you adapted so quickly. Your ether aptitude is now on par with most hollow investigators, meaning you're ready to explore regular hollows. But you must be careful at first. Lycon, Ellen, why don't you two go along? One of the data piles in the hollow near the metro is malfunctioning, and we need a skilled proxy to address it. I'll assign this task to you. Of course, you'll receive fair compensation upon completion. Take your time in the journeys ahead. You've got plenty of time to uncover your full potential.
Okay, that's interesting. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Master Proxy, the data pile that the mayor mentioned is in this direction. Let's keep moving.
Nothing here.
The data pile that the mayor mentioned is near that garage ahead. Let us make our way over.
Such a graceful run animation.
What a pain. There's nowhere else to go. We'll have to move the train.
Alright.
We should search for the passcode nearby to disable the laser, and then move the train.
I wish this game had, you know, Good. Hacking mini game. Now what defines a good hacking mini game? Really?
Ah, I get it now. We should be able to enter the passcode now.
Which is 4 seconds.
How are you feeling now, Master Proxy?
Not good. I feel like I'm about to pass out.
Glad to see you're well enough to crack jokes. If you feel any discomfort, please let us know at once.
Yeah, I'll carry you on my back if needed.
Really? I want you to carry me right now.
Let's finish the task first, Master Proxy.
You've always had a sharp mind, and now you've got the muscles to match.
Thanks for the compliment.
No, I was just thinking. When will you pick up some fighting skills?
Disaster supplies should you buy? Don't know the escape route? Don't panic! The answer's here! Bang nose! Huh? Bang nose! Bang blue nose! Janice Quarter, a premier shopping destination. Discover stuff.
Master Proxy, the data pile that the mayor mentioned is in this direction. The data pile that the mayor mentioned is near that garage ahead.
What a pain. There's nowhere...
We should search for the passcode nearby to disable the laser, and then move the train.
Ah, I get it now. We should be able to enter the passcode now.
How are you feeling now, Master Proxy?
fantastic. Never been better.
I'm relieved to hear it. If you feel any discomfort, please let us know at once.
Yeah, I'll carry you on my back if needed.
Really? I want you to carry me right now.
Let's finish the task first, Master Proxy.
You've always had a sharp mind, and now you've got the muscles to match.
Thanks for the compliment.
No, I was just thinking. When will you pick up some fighting skills? If you can fight, you could handle things in the hollow all on your own. That'd be pretty neat.
It would be pretty neat, but probably we'll still use. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Feels fucking annoying that we're the chosen ones once again. I don't like this.
Master Proxy, the data pile is right up ahead. It seems to be guarded, however.
Alright, let's see.
Worry not, Master Proxy. We'll ensure you're safe.
Thank you. Sorry, I still need you guys to protect me. Looks like I gotta buck up a little.
You're fine.
Roxy, you don't need to push yourself so hard. You're already pretty great. Just leave the rest to us.
Okay, boss. Get back. Weak spot. Take this. Get back.
Not a thing. I didn't like this.
No, it's another passcode.
We should be able to find the passcode nearby. Let's keep an eye out for it.
How about actual hacking? I mean, there are hacking minigames, but the rhythm one, the not rhythm one. They're fine, but you know.
Maintaining the data piles in the hollows requires a proxy with the utmost professionalism.
Not proxy. Fellow investigators, probably.
It is Victoria Housekeeping's honor to maintain a professional relationship with an outstanding proxy such as yourself. this. Master Proxy, let's take a look around this area. We might be able to find clues regarding the passcode.
This should be it. Huh. We need another passcode. Oh well, let's check the other side. Proxy's moves seemed more fluid in that last battle.
All I did was dodge, though.
Girl, my thoughts exactly.
Nimbly evading an enemy's attack is an important skill. As for combat, leave that to us. Master Proxy, this should be the second passcode. Master Proxy, we've been in the Hollow for quite some time. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. Nothing out of the ordinary.
That's good to hear. After all, this is the first time you've entered a Hollow since the system upgrade. Best not to overdo it. Let's end this fight quickly. Passcode is here. All right, that's all of them. Let us return and open that lock.
4, 5, 4. How did you fucking teleport?
The mission was a success, sir. Master Phaeton's performance was outstanding.
Excellent. You truly are exceptional. I'll be frank. I contacted you because I need your expertise for an important task.
Finally.
I'd like you to participate in an auction and help me secure an item up for bid.
Hold on. Is it the same auction I heard about? The one with all the high-profile attendees?
Yes, that's the one. I knew asking you was the right choice. Since you're aware of it, I'll get straight to the point. It's related to the sacrifice you encountered.
Oh no.
Sacrifice? Has it appeared again?
Remember the sacrifice you took down near the construction site? Public security did some research after retrieving it. It turns out it can maintain its form outside the hollow and carries human genes. Within it, we extracted a mysterious core. This core possesses the same inexplicable power as the sacrifice, allowing it to exist without relying on ether. However, the core was recently stolen from the most secure lab in New Eridu. We suspect this is an inside job rather than an external theft. We searched extensively without success, until I saw the auction flyer. The core has been concealed within an auction item.
So you want us to bid on it at the auction. But why us?
The power of the sacrifice is highly volatile and destructive. We must keep it confidential, at least for now. And I, as mayor, am not suited to participate in the auction myself. Plus, I'm running checks on my inner circle due to the theft. Frankly, there aren't many people I can trust. Don't worry, the funds are covered, and Victoria Housekeeping will be assisting you. Of course, this hinges on one condition: your willingness to aid me.
All right, we'll give it a shot.
Thank you very much. I knew that I could rely on you. The only hurdle now is the invitation. It's exclusive to Tops, so obtaining one might take some time. I'll handle that promptly. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands.
You seem a bit puzzled, Master Proxy.
The relationship between the mayor and Tops seems rather delicate.
You're quite perceptive. As you know, the roots of New Eridu's governance lie with the Mayflowers, while Tops is a conglomerate of companies. Power and profit often lay the foundation for conflicts, which is why securing invitations could be tricky for us. Things would be much easier if Tops weren't so involved. But worry not, Master Proxy. It may take some time, but we will overcome these obstacles. Now, if you've no further need of me, I'll take my leave. Have a good day.
Didn't that collector Hugo mention if we wanted to attend the auction to give him a call? But he didn't leave us with his contact information. Odd, right? If he wanted us to contact him, why not leave a number? Did he just forget?
Maybe he left a puzzle for us to solve, like in the movies.
You've been watching too many movies, Belle. We need to separate fiction from reality.
Well, he's a mysterious fella.
Come to think of it, Hugo did leave us a raffle ticket, and said something weird. He said something cringy like, "There are always secrets hiding behind the light." Wait, don't tell me. I get it now. This guy watches too many detective movies. Anyway, let's try contacting him.
Aha, it's you, the manager of my favorite video store. Glad you've cracked my little puzzle. I've been waiting for you to contact me. I was worried I might have left a bad impression.
Actually, I have a favor to ask. About the auction. auction you mentioned. Could you secure 2 invites for us?
Ah, so you'd like to attend the auction? I'd love to assist, but unfortunately, I have some tasks at hand.
I see.
But if you two can help me with my current task, I should be able to find time to get the invitations you need.
What kind of task? Is it something I can handle? Nothing too dangerous, I hope.
Don't worry, I would never put you in danger. Let's discuss the specifics in person. I'll wait for you at Dew Gardening Shop in Lumina Square.
I see. Dew garden. Well, if it's a dew gardening, then I know we're in capable hands.
You've arrived, my friend. Punctual as always.
What the fuck do you mean?
You've arrived, my friend. Punctual as always.
Serious. I'm gonna be real serious right now when it comes to those two. How much does you can know? Partner roll up. That I wonder what no, I need to
Another waste of my precious time.
Organs? Didn't that get shut down already? We both are gone. And here I had high hopes for her. But no. Yeah. That's really unfortunate. I shut the entire business down. Make sure to do it clean. And by the way, we'll try that medicine I mentioned before. As long as there's no problems. Problem, the thing is worth far more than your life. But to make sure everything goes perfectly. But forget our partners are dangerous people. Well, no, it's not. Twiggy did nothing wrong.
This time, I'll lead the family back to the top.
I'm watching.
Good day, manager. Wonderful to see you again. You're as sophisticated and charming as always. About our previous discussion, I assume you've made some progress?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I see. Looks like it's more complicated than I thought.
You also wish to give our life, right?
I appreciate your help. Here are the promised invitations for you. One was mine, but I won't be able to attend as I'll be occupied that day. I had to pull a few strings to secure these invitations, so please don't mention where they came from. Otherwise, someone might come hunt me down.
Wait, seriously? Is the auction really that dangerous?
Well, when you dance with sharks, you can't avoid risk. But I have faith in you, dear manager. I'm entrusting you with my life.
Don't worry, my lips are sealed. And so are my brothers.
I've been meaning to say, you're so close with your sibling. I'm kind of jealous. What's your view on family ties, manager?
It's a bond you have to maintain carefully. Even as family, we might not fully know each other. For example, someone who was like a mother to us loved us deeply, but also kept many things from us.
Kept a parent.
Mother. Huh. For me, that word only brings fear, pain, and hatred. I once had a half-sister. Different mothers.
Had? Did you two fall out of touch because of an argument or something?
No, we never argued. I would like to try, but it's too late. She's been gone so long. I can barely remember her face.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize it was a sensitive topic. My condolences.
It's okay. I brought it up first, and it was ages ago. Anyway, back to what we were saying. It's highly likely that Hartman will be at the auction as well. As you know, while he's the rightful heir to the Ravenlock family, he keeps many secrets. Should you cross paths with him in the future, be cautious. He's sitting up on his high horse, looking down on everyone else, and he'll do whatever it takes to get more power. I hope these upper-class people eventually face the punishment they deserve. Too bad the scales of fate lean one way or another, unless someone steps in to tip them back. I digress. That's all for today. I have some errands to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Have fun at the auction.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yay! I would expected you to say something more. Look, I hoped I would get to season 2.
It is a pleasure to see you again, Master Proxy.
But it looks like won't be happening for a time. Okay, brother. Good morning. Good morning, my brother.
It's been a while.
Has it? It's been less than a day. I seem to have caught a whiff of... No, it's nothing, probably just my imagination. Mr. Proxy, may I have a look at the invitation you received? This can't be fake, right? Indeed, and an authentic invitation. It's truly impressive that you were able to obtain it in such a short time. However, if I'm not mistaken, this invitation comes directly from Tops. So, you are in contract with Tops as well? My friend has connections in Tops. Oh, a friend. I see. There must be quite a character. Don't worry, I won't pray further if you're reluctant to share. Well then, I'll take my leave. See you at the auction later. Have a pleasant day. Now that we sorted out the invitation, let's get some good rest and prepare for the auction. Can I just fucking... Is it because I started this mission previously that I'm now bound to do that? How can I just fucking fast start? I have no clue. Reasonable. What paper? Procrastination. 12 ethereals for Bangbo novels. Strike right on campus. Poor guys. Go to the auction. Oh wow.
Lies, deception, betrayal. I see swirling mist, shrouding the truth in a deep, enigmatic haze. Found you. Chosen one.
Polygon. Let's go for peace. Oh, Vivian. Look into the camera. Move a bit to the right. Hey, hey. Look at that, I'm in the power, it's sweet. With my brother. It's just where the he look at all those people. Nicole will be so jealous.
You are exactly as I thought you'd be.
Chosen One. What's that? Sounds like something from a tacky novel that was popular a decade ago.
Words can only convey so much, so it's understandable if what I say doesn't make sense to you now.
You seemed pretty weird previously when I
But you'll
remarked.
know what I mean soon enough.
Young lady, I know you might think I'm lying, but I'm telling the truth. That item was my late husband's keepsake, and I had to pawn it due to financial difficulties. But I can't bear to see it auctioned away to who knows where. I'd never be able to get it back. Please help me bid for it. There's a hidden flaw in that item. If you point it out during inspection, it will be withdrawn from the auction and returned to the pawn shop. That way you won't have to pay for it. In return, I'll offer you some compensation. It may not be much, but it's all I can manage. Please.
What's the item?
Mom, please don't cry. Your story might be genuine, but your intention is not. Besides, this has nothing to do with me. Your misfortune is not my concern.
Young lady, you don't look like you're struggling for money. How can you be so cold-hearted? I'm sure this refined individual here feels the same way.
Huh? Are you referring to me?
I'm not refined.
Yes, you! If you're willing, could you please...
The auction is about to start. I'm not sure how you gained entry, but I'm sure you don't want to be driven out with your daughter. And you? Here's a little piece of advice. Don't let your sympathy easily sway you in an auction like this. Otherwise, you might get swindled. I'm Vivian, by the way. Pleasure to meet you.
Dear guests, the auction will begin shortly. Please make your way to the venue.
Look at me, dear child. Now I have your faces.
Dear guests, the auction will begin shortly. Please make your way to the venue.
Okay. Well, if you say so.
Dear guests, the auction will begin shortly. Please make your way to the venue.
Ilkan, I trust you'll be able to play it by the ear. Hey! Peace! Look at where we are! Gotta remove those from the picture. Maybe I should make another picture with real. Tienen de yo. What is a beautiful building that is situated here? I guess the police. Yay. Pictures are made. Okay.
He may be from the Ravenlock family, but he's been entering the lottery in secret. Maybe he's not as well off as I thought.
Ugh, what rotten luck. I didn't expect to see you here. I won't back down this time.
So weird.
Aren't you that bigwig from the Ravenlock clan? Surprised to see you at the same auction as us commoners.
This is the top auction in the industry. I really don't know how you got an invitation, but I doubt.
So signal searchers, not events. Faith and story. Advanced screening. How to advance screening and with Euro. Oh, that's 8 months ago. Two point zero. In the schedule screen, which is where? And it's coincidental screening. Oh god.
He may be from the Ravenlock family, but he's been entering the lottery in secret. Maybe he's not as well off as I thought.
Okay, I have the quest opened.
Ugh, what rotten luck. I didn't expect to see you here. I won't back down this time.
Well then, let's double our bid.
A commoner would never bid so high. Damn it.
A strong move, setting the tone right from the start.
You should just give up already. I'm dead set on getting this item.
Truth is, we've got a solid sponsor. Give up, because we're going to secure this no matter what.
So that's how you were able to join the auction? I knew there was something funny going on. Damn it! Am I really going to lose?
Nicely done. I see you're getting the hang of manipulating your opponent's emotions at the bargaining table.
Okay. Let's not rush into inflating the price. Seems like it's just the two of us interested in the item. Why don't we discuss this in private first?
No matter what, I won't back down.
Ugh, I didn't expect you to be so determined.
This is the perfect moment to shake your opponent.
You're really stubborn, huh? Is it really worth arguing over such a small collectible?
The current price seems a bit too high. Maybe we should raise it even more.
Are you for real? I had no clue commoners were so wealthy these days. Fine, alright, I'm out.
Well done. It stayed at a reasonable price. Regardless, congratulations on your winning bid. Though, in my opinion, its aesthetic style is a bit ahead of its time. But as long as you like it, that's what matters. After all, the true value of art is in the love people invest in it.
The next item is truly exceptional. The final creation of a legendary artist, the only one of its kind in all of New Eridoom. The artist's tale is quite fascinating. Unrecognized during his lifetime, his works were discovered by art collectors after his death and became hugely popular. Because of this, authentic works are few and far between, making each one incredibly precious. And this stunning final piece, anyone who loves his work won't want to miss it. Without further ado, let's get started! Starting bid, 200 million dennies!
Oof.
If I can get it for under 500 million, I can still turn a profit. 300 million!
If I'm not mistaken, Wise, isn't that the item the woman asked Vivian to bid on?
Yeah, that's the one. If our budget allows, perhaps we should.
1 billion.
Even if his final piece is a collectible of this quality, starting at $1 billion right off the bat. Since she doesn't have to earn her own money, any bid is just a number to her.
Was that Vivian? Wow, she just said, "Don't let your sympathy sway you," then went ahead and bid anyways.
Yeah, but she can literally afford not to take her own advice.
How do we know that? We don't know anything about how much money she has.
Ooh, this elegantly dressed lady certainly has refined taste and deep pockets. So, is anyone ready to challenge this young lady? Invest in the legacy of a talented artist who left us too soon. Its value could double in the future.
I'd advise against it. I'm going to bid on this no matter the price tonight.
This young lady is certainly very confident. Our time is almost up at $1 billion. Going once, going twice, going 3 times. Sold for $1 billion. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first half of the auction. Please feel free to unwind in the lounge for a bit, as more treasures await in the second half.
here is drinkable.
Why are there so many unfamiliar faces around? I thought this was for regulars only.
The co-
Hi guys.
The coffee here is drinkable.
Ihi. Look at me.
You have a strange look on your face. Despite her ruthless exterior, she's actually quite kind-hearted.
No, I have no clue why you bid on it.
Though you wouldn't dare think that, would you?
Not at all. That's not what I'm thinking.
You're not being honest, and I don't appreciate deceit. Just to clarify, I didn't assist that woman out of kindness, nor do I plan on giving up the item I just purchased.
And that's exactly what I personally thought.
Because it's nothing more than a common scam.
A scam? So you're saying that woman is a con artist?
They'll tell you a tragic story, begging you to help bid on a collectible at a high price. They promise a reward and guarantee the item will be withdrawn from the auction, so you think you won't have to pay anything. But the reality is, once you bid, the deal is done. No going back, and you end up shelling out a hefty sum for something worthless.
So, why did you still bid on the item?
I really enjoyed the story of that legendary artist. Art, at its essence, sells stories, doesn't it? I'm willing to pay the price for the stories I choose. That's another lie. Looks like you believed me.
I didn't really believe you.
Let me give you another piece of advice. Appearances can be deceiving. People often mask their true intentions. Sometimes, what you can't see is the real truth. I hope next time you'll accept my invitation, and not that of these pretenders.
No. I'm really confused.
I'll see you soon, my friend of many secrets.
Who? What the fuck does this mean? What the fuck does this mean? You shit, literally clueless. No, that's the same post she had previously.
The second half of the auction is about to begin. Please make your way to the venue.
Okay, Wolf.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Up next in our auction is tonight's showpiece, the one-of-a-kind Robe of Heroes!
Wow.
Legend has it that, long ago, this was a garment that only a hero could wear. What's truly fascinating is the unique gem embedded in the collar of this robe. It's unlike any gem I've ever seen. Almost magical.
That's really cool. I'm not sure if... Well, I mean, I know that it's not ray traced, but I wonder how they can make a gem.
Wise, that gem's probably what we're looking for.
Such an important item, yet it's just there on a piece of clothing, completely unprotected.
How gaudy.
This auction sure is busy. There's people of all sorts, whether they belong or not.
Robe of Heroes. What a tacky name. Nonetheless, I'll secure it. In the name of the Ravenlock family.
Yes, I see it. Seems authentic. Of course.
Morning, Mr. Rob. Can I...
I didn't expect this to drag on so long. I believe there is no meaning in continuing this senseless bidding war. Frankly, wasting time irks me more than squandering money. So, my friend, let's cut to the chase. What did you have in mind?
This item.
This man is pretty shrewd. Maybe I should match his energy.
I'm gonna also open up the answers. What I would press currently is what can you offer? Yeah, and looks like it's the correct approach, though Licon doesn't say anything, unfortunately. So we won't hire his wastelands here. It's just taking a less direct approach with someone like that, when lest he prey on your weakness. Okay, let's choose the second option because we'll listen to something really fucking funny.
I simply want to become a hero.
Let's just the first sound should be some sort.
I see. You have a unique aspiration indeed.
Just fucking.
While this banter is amusing, Master Proxy, it's unlikely to resolve our current dilemma.
Well, oh well.
There are more antiques in this auction than just the robe. Why rush into this? You might find something else you prefer.
Well, I'm going for the first one. Okay. The gem. Oh. Yeah. I would have won for the first one, but looks like the third one is the correct option.
Honestly, I don't find that robe of heroes all that impressive. All I want is that exquisite jewel on the collar. Could you perhaps sell me just the gem?
I'm afraid I cannot accept that, my friend. You're unaware of the true value of that gem.
A wisely pointed question. Now we know the gem is his true aim.
I'm glad that, aside from his pretty raw ring in combat, he is the correct amount of gentlemanly in
The Ravenlock family always gets what they desire. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask around.
What a coincidence, so do I. That's the correct answer, and the event is nowhere to be found, so...
What a coincidence! I, too, always get what I want.
You're quite confident.
You know when to stand your ground. Well done.
My time is valuable, my friend. I've already lost a significant amount of dennies talking to you. If I offer you a token of appreciation, let's say a hefty sum of dennies, would you consider backing out of this bid?
I'll give you the same offer. Just if I can screw with him. Okay. Interestingly enough, it seems that those failures don't actually do anything.
In that case, if I were to give you a hefty sum of dennies, would you back down?
I fear my price is beyond your means.
That was actually the correct answer.
been a while since someone dared speak to me like that. All right, since I can't sway you, we'll have to settle this with our financial power. But let me be clear. No matter how high it goes, I won't back down.
Oh no. Though the mayor gave us a huge sum of dennies, I have a sinking feeling it won't be enough to outbid this rich jerk.
Thank you, everyone. It appears I'm the final winner of this auction after all. Well, I'll be taking this masterpiece with me. Of course. I must extend my sincere gratitude to all of you.
Damn it, we almost won! Ugh, denny grabbing jerks.
I got a message from Hugo. He wants us to... look up?
What happened?
Why'd the lights go out?
What's going on? The power went out?
Mommy! I'm scared!
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to tonight's auction. My apologies for the long and dreary opening. Losers always have a lot to say.
That guy looks familiar.
Is that...
What are you all standing around for? Someone deal with this intruder!
How uncouth. I'm simply here to reclaim what's rightfully mine.
Yo! Literally just taking it. Just like that. It's already in his hands.
You! When did you?
Same question, my dude.
Well then, tonight's show is coming to an end. I wish you all a lovely evening. Yours truly, Mockingbird.
After him! Catch that thief or forget about getting paid tonight!
I can't believe he's here. And his target happens to be that core, too.
Okay. Back home.
Forgive me, Master Proxy, but that... Mockingbird and I have... history.
He might find it surprising, but I know him too.
You do? I see. So that's how you know him. Years ago, we founded Mockingbird, the Phantom Thieves Syndicate. Things started off well. We were young, with naive ideals and lofty goals, and we pursued what we thought was right. But one night, that all changed. There may have been signs of what was to come, but no one noticed them at the time, or perhaps we chose to ignore them. Eventually, I left Mockingbird and accepted the olive branch extended by the mayor. The separation was, shall we say, less than amicable. And my dearest friend became my sworn enemy. Master Proxy, if I may ask, what do you think of Hugo?
let's see what the options are. He seems pretty nice. He did lend us a hand, so he doesn't really come close as a band guy to me. I see, a facade, I'm sure. To earn your trust. Despite how he helped me, something falls off. I helped us before since I second hobo sense of all.
Though he helped us before, and he seems pretty nice, I can't help but feel something's off. He's a part of Mockingbird after all.
Mockingbird has changed from how we envisioned it. And Hugo too, No, it's nothing. In any case, he's very dangerous. I'm still unsure of his intentions, but we cannot risk letting him have the sacrifice core. Based on my past experiences, I can likely predict the route he'll take to evade his pursuers and escape. However, this path lies within the Hollow. Master Proxy, can you...
Let's head straight there. I'm feeling super strong right now.
Very well. Please, follow me then.
Let's have a filter. Classic. Good. It's alright, a gun home.
As I thought, Hugo really is here. When we were still working together, he would often choose routes that were difficult to attack, yet easy to defend. Don't worry, Master Proxy. I'll catch him. Master Proxy, the layout of the port is complex. Ethereals may jump out from any corner. Do be extra careful.
so many ethereals, but they don't seem to faze him at all.
Though I am loath to admit it, that man is quite formidable. You can always find him in the thick of things, be it in social functions or surrounded by ethereals.
Why not social gatherings?
Goodbye, my friends. Pay his provocations no heed.
All good. These small obstacles can't trip me up.
Careful, or you'll get hurt.
I'm not going to let you have your way. Master Proxy. That's one of Hugo's weapons. Make sure to avoid it. Be gone! It may look like a coin, but it's actually a dart. He carries around a briefcase filled with all sorts of weapons. It's quite the hassle to deal with. Stand still. He's extremely familiar with this place. Master Proxy, dragging this out will only be to our disadvantage. Let's proceed through here post-haste.
How about reading the dialogue?
Be gone! Evade, now! The mechanism here isn't damaged. It's still functioning normally. Something's not right. It feels too easy, almost as if he let us through on purpose. Move, please.
What's the rush, my friends? We still have plenty of time.
This is one crafty dude.
No matter, Master Proxy. I've already predicted where he'll go next. Amateurs. Stand still. This must be the right way. Not to worry, Master Proxy. We'll be able to catch up to him soon. It should be this way. Are they from the auction? No, they shouldn't be able to track Hugo here. They're likely just hollow raiders. Back then, Hugo would typically retreat into a hollow after securing the goods. And as his partner, I'd be responsible for leading the pursuers astray. I'm unsure if he has a partner now, or who they might be if he does.
Well, we actually do know because we were part of the event.
Well, Phantom Thieves usually have partners, right? He must have recruited a new one.
True. That could make things trickier, as he may have passed the court his partner. Regardless, Master Proxy, let's steer clear of those hollow raiders for now. Although I'm confident in my ability to defeat them, the clash here might delay us and jeopardize your safety. Our main focus now is locating Hugo and retrieving the gem.
Wow. The game face.
This. Stay calm now. Stand still. Stay calm now. He should be nearby.
Long time no see, traitor.
It was you who broke the oath, not me.
You haven't changed, pompous and self-righteous.
Beyond reason!
Both of
you all right, Master Proxy? Any injuries?
I'm fine. I just forgot I wasn't Eos. I thought your attacks would just go over my head. I'm not used to being this tall, I guess.
Rest assured, Manager, my blade has always been steady. I'll never point my weapon at my allies, especially not you. As for that oaf, he has no sense of control in the heat of battle, even turning on his own comrades.
I'd thank you not to spread lies.
What? Are you denying it? I merely spoke the truth, didn't I?
Thought we were in for a tough day, but it seems we struck gold in the end. If you value your lives, you better hand over all your etheric resources and any other valuables you've got.
I have no conflict with you, gentlemen. I'm here for personal reasons, not to mine ether resources.
Cut the crap. It's been a rough day, and we need something to make it right. Whatever your business is, pay your dough or bite the dust.
Pay our dough. This is the Hollow. You're not claiming this Hollow as your own, are you? Not even the current mayor of New Eridu would dare to make that assertion. Am I correct, Mr. Mayflower Watchdog?
You sure have a mouth on you, pretty boy. Don't push it. We've buried idiots like you in the Hollow before, and soon you'll be joining them.
I'd urge you to reconsider.
Huh? Unfortunately, your kind advice has come too late. They've already worn my patience thin.
Oh, help me!
Scared? Then perhaps you should think twice before you act. You've made your bed. Now lie in it.
Sorry! I'm so sorry! Please have mercy!
Spare us! We won't do it again!
Are you quite done blowing off steam? Don't kill them. I'll hand them over to public security once we're out of...
Who do you think you are to tell me what to do? They weren't planning to show you any mercy, yet you forgive them so easily. You haven't changed at all over the years, Lycon. To hell with you and your foolish fantasies of being some almighty savior. Haven't you learned your lesson from what happened with your eye and legs?
My principles remain unshaken. No one has the right to take another's life.
Sinners deserve punishment. Do you know how many lives they've taken? I'm merely delivering the justice the world needs.
Yo, guys, what the fuck?
To pass judgment.
We can't fucking just... Those guys don't... Well, first of all, we have no clue how many lives they taken indeed, and we can just fucking take them to PopSec. What the fuck, Hugo?
I know I will not sway you. There's no point in continuing this argument. I will stop you. I always will.
Go ahead and try. I will defeat you. I always will. Be prepared to kneel before me, traitor.
You talk too much.
Come on. I did press the dodge button. But come on.
Proxy, I'd advise against trusting anyone from the Mayflower family. Or their dog. To run, are we? How many...
Really? Do you two...
As I thought.
Oh, come on! Really, I need to restart all of
When
this.
we were still working together, you would often choose routes that were difficult to attack, yet easy to defend. Move, please.
Well,
Master Proxy,
should
the
have
layout of the
expected
core
as
is
much.
complex. Ethereals may jump out from any corner.
So many ethereals. But they don't seem to phase him at all.
Though I am loath to admit it. That...
I'm so fucking slow.
Careful, or you'll get hurt.
I'm not going to let you have your way. Master Proxy, that's one of Hugo's weapons. Make sure to avoid it. It may look like a coin, but it's actually a dart. He's extremely familiar with this place. Master Proxy, dragging this out will only be to our disadvantage. Let's proceed through here post-haste. Stay calm now. The mechanism here isn't damaged. It's still functioning normally. Something's not right. It feels... Stand still.
What's the rush, my friends? We still have plenty of time.
Be calm now. This must be the right way. Not to worry, Master Proxy. We'll be able to catch up to him soon. It should be this way. Are they? Back then, and as his partner, I'm unsure if he...
Well...
True. Regardless, Master, although I'm confident, our main focus
I'm
now...
not gonna say I'm not familiar with being this stuff.
Stand still.
Because this dude doesn't, Hugo doesn't know, needs to know that
Stay calm now.
I'm usually in the battlefield.
He should be nearby. Are you all right, Master Proc?
I'm fine. I just forgot I wasn't Eos. I thought.
Rest assured, Manager. I'll never point my weapon. As for that oath,
I'd thank you not.
what?
Thought we were in for a... Oh, help me!
Be prepared to kneel before me, traitor.
You talk too much. Amateurs.
Is that all?
Amateurs.
I have you now. Trying to run, are we?
Amateurs.
Proxy, I'd advise against trusting anyone from the Mayflower family. Or their dogs. How many bodies did the mayor step over in his ascent to power? Wait. See, I have you now.
Satisfactory.
Beg for mercy.
Really? Do you two have to do this now?
My apologies, dear manager, but I'm itching to teach him a lesson. Shut up.
The music really suits.
I have you.
Stay calm now.
Well, now this Mayflower dude knows that I'm usually in the use. Eat up, drink up. Can I make a photo? Well, somewhat.
Worry not. Mastery of my skills will come in time. But there's something more important I would like to teach you. Something about faith.
Does a phantom thief even need faith?
Of course. What else would we fight for?
For wealth, fame, and power to stand at the top, so nothing and no one can imprison us. Isn't that what everyone desires?
Well, the methods you choose define what you get.
Or perhaps by faith. Do you mean something asinine and empty, like justice, dreams, or friendship? Hilarious. Grow up, Lycon.
It's time to let go of your naive fantasies of being some almighty savior.
You just don't get it.
All right, enough squabbling. What I'm trying to teach you is very simple. I may not walk the path of justice, but I do not walk the path of evil. There's too much injustice in this world, and there are times when it becomes necessary to right those wrongs with unconventional methods. Taking lives, however, is out of the question. Life is a precious gift, one that nobody has the right to steal. No one should have the authority to judge whether another lives or dies. Keep that in mind.
I will.
You don't seem convinced, Hugo.
As you mentioned, this world is unjust. That's why we must strive to bring fairness to this world. Those who cause harm should face consequences, just as those who take lives should. But not all lives hold the same value. Sometimes, you may need to eliminate one if it means saving more.
True. Sometimes true.
You're too proud. Your pride may lead you astray.
I have my own path and beliefs, Jack. I'll determine for myself what's fair and unfair.
Hey, watch your mouth. If it weren't for Jack, you'd be dead already.
You're a smart kid, Hugo. Skilled too. You could easily take the life of a sinner. However, what if one day you found out you were wrong? What if that so-called sinner were innocent? Could you bring them back to life?
I wouldn't make that mistake.
To err is human. Everyone is bound to make mistakes. It's good you are open with your thoughts. I just don't want your troubled past to weigh you down. Because your hatred doesn't define you. It only eats away at you.
What's wrong, Lycon? You've been quiet for a while now.
My apologies, Master Proxy. I was just reminded of some past memories. Before Hugo and I founded Mockingbird, we had a mentor, Jack. He took us under his wing when we were in dire straits, imparting his skills and life lessons. But Hugo didn't agree with his viewpoints. Perhaps our paths were always fated to diverge.
Okay, I'll admit. I've been itching to ask, why did you two split up?
Mockingbird faced numerous triumphs, but also setbacks. And one of them was a disastrous one.
Hugo. You... Was this you? All this?
So what if it was?
Have you gone crazy? Have you been planning this all along? You bury all these lives in the name of vengeance?
They deserve to die. Especially my so-called father. I should have killed him a long time ago. A really long time ago. You know what, Lycon? There's some people whose only purpose in life is to bring more suffering into this world. Sometimes murder is what brings justice back into this world. And for that, I must stain these hands in blood.
Enough! I can't
trust anything you say anymore. I'm leaving Mockingbird, now!
Where are you going?
Anywhere. Someone from the Mayflowers got in touch with me before.
Are you mad? You know what those hypocrites in city administration are like. They're no different from tops. We fought them together all this time, and now you're leaving to serve as their lapdog. Are you going to turn your back on Mockingbird? Turn your back on me.
The mayor is different from the others. But it doesn't matter. I'm not going to even try convincing you. As your friend, I'll give you one last piece of advice. Please, stop here. Otherwise, the day will come where your hatred and ambition will consume you.
My apologies, Master Proxy, that you had to hear such an unpleasant tale.
No. It's fine.
Hugo came from a powerful family, and his relationship with them was always strained, especially with his own father. So much so that Hugo wanted to personally put an end to him. After shouldering a mountain of injustice, Hugo ran away from home. That's when Jack and I met him. And that setback that Mockingbird suffered turned out to be intimately connected to his family. I had thought it was just a normal mission, when in fact he was plotting revenge. He took advantage of me and everyone else there. I do not mean to pass judgment on him and his decision, but I refuse to accept a partner who is willing to trample over other people's lives for their own desires. Perhaps his family left a mark on him that continues to influence him to this day. In any case, Hugo still has the sacrifice core. We should contact the mayor to plan our next moves.
A pleasure to speak with you again. Lycon has already filled me in on Mockingbird stealing the sacrifice core. I'll deal with it.
Anything else we can do to help? I mean, we didn't manage to complete our mission.
No. You've done well. It's just not appropriate for you to get involved in what's to come.
We've been through far more dangerous situations. Plus, we've dealt with Mr. Mockingbird before. So maybe we could help you.
Really, I appreciate your kindness. It's just... Very well. Seeing as you're all people I know I can trust, I'm going to be frank. Not long ago, I received a letter declaring criminal intent.
Sir.
Lycon, I know you don't want to place them in danger. I feel the same way. However, I believe they deserve to know the truth. That letter threatened to use a sacrifice to take vengeance against the entire city of New Eridu.
What do you mean by vengeance?
And sacrifice call what?
I believe the person, or the organization, who sent the letter is planning to use the sacrifice to mount a large-scale attack against the city.
I see.
Everything we've uncovered so far seems to support this hypothesis. As you know, the sacrifice's true power is a mystery and cannot be controlled if anyone attempts to use it as a weapon. This is no small issue. If this gets out, it'll send the public into a panic. Please promise me you'll keep things confidential.
Then let us help out. We can do our part too.
But it's like I said before. It'll be too dangerous for you. Whichever way you look at it, you're still citizens of New Eridu, and as mayor, it's my duty to protect you. Plus, Carol would be furious with me if I put you in danger. If she were still around. Anyway, I'm not at liberty to discuss this matter any further. Please rest assured that we will handle things properly as the administrative authority of New Eridu.
That's right, Master Proxy. Please, trust us.
So that'll be all for today. Goodbye for now.
How do I do the quick start? Okay, so first of all, advanced screening in quotation marks. What the fuck was that? That is not...
Now, before I begin, I need to tell you guys something very important. ZZZ 2.0 is starting June 6th. Now, as a dev said during the 2.0 live stream, the game is going to go through a big overhaul, so I can't make a complete beginner's guide just yet. But don't worry, if you stick around this channel, I'll be making the journey with you. As you see, I made a new account, so this is going to be a more of a starter guide.
fuck? It's not here, I suppose. Oh, here it is. Here's the fucking button. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes, Laura. Mm-hmm. 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 Great. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What? Yunkai Summit is registered as disabled? But Ijon Shifu. Temporary, yeah.
Let's go to bed early, Bill. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day.
Gotcha. Nighty-night, Wise.
Bobalicious.
Shifu! Whoa! You're up earlier than usual? Or have you not slept? Is there something on your mind?
No, Fufu. I was just stargazing, trying to divine what's to come. The hour has arrived. I must go pick up the new disciples. This time, I'll escort them personally.
There is no physicality in her voice acting, unfortunately. Like she is moving, but the voice doesn't sound like she is. It's pretty fucking bad.
Sir, we've met with the investigator you mentioned.
I see. What do you think of her, my friends?
Her way of doing things is pretty special. She's very different from the stereotypical mystic. She even helped us when we ran into ethereals inside the hollow. I still don't really understand what those techniques of hers can do, but she certainly seems like a highly capable investigator.
Looks like you got along well. Good.
I'm really confused about what's happening. Obviously.
She can be a bit unpredictable, but her skills are beyond doubt. Whenever a crisis strikes, she and Yunquei Summit have proven to be reliable partners. You'll also be cooperating with Yunquei Summit in the upcoming investigation.
So, what exactly are we investigating?
I recently received a notice from the Hollow Investigative Association. They said Lemnian Hollow observation data has been frequently showing abnormal readings. The situation is worst around the Waifei Peninsula ruins. That location is currently the Porcelain Production Center under Tops's management.
Under Tops. Peninsula ruins.
Porcelain. Isn't that the special material used to block ether? So it's produced in Lemnian Hollow.
Yes. Right now, the Hollow observation data from that area has shown a large number of abnormal signals. The porcelain supply has also been delayed. Initially, I thought it was due to a production issue, until I obtained a photograph through a special channel. I'll send it to you. I suspect you're very familiar with the person in it.
It's our teacher, Carol Arna. But how? Isn't she?
That's right. Presumed dead during the fall of the old capital, though her remains have yet to be found or identified. I was equally shocked when I first saw this photo and initially questioned its authenticity. I've since had it examined, and the photo has been confirmed genuine. Unfortunately, we'll never know who the photographer was. The only thing we can know for certain is that it came from the porcelain production area near Wi-Fi Peninsula, inside Lemnian Hollow.
So she's alive? And she's there?
Well, she was alive when the photo was taken, probably.
No. Something feels off about this whole thing. As much as I'd like for it to be true, we'd better investigate first before we draw any conclusions.
I was thinking the same thing. Besides, if she's really there, then we need to be extra careful about keeping a low profile. We'll take the commission, sir. When should we head out?
Good. Your reactions were much calmer than I expected. You are indeed her students. I've already spoken with Yixuan. She will be inspecting the situation in Wi-Fi Peninsula as a special investigator. You can tag along under the guise of Yunque's Summit disciples. This will also be an opportunity to discover your potentials under her guidance. Leave the specifics of the operation to her. She just sent me a message saying she's getting ready to come meet you.
Got it. We'll talk to her.
Good. Then I'll leave the investigation to you. I hope everything goes swimmingly.
I need to take picture with my customers. Please say cheese. She doesn't want to say cheese.
Val, Wise, I'm here to pay you a formal visit as agreed. The mayor messaged me and said that you've accepted the commission. Is that right?
The mayor said he found a photograph of Carol Arna in Wi-Fi Peninsula. So we want to get to the bottom of this.
Yes, I've heard Mayflower mention it. Even though the world accuses her of being the culprit behind the old capital's fall, as her students, you still choose to believe that she's innocent and that there's more to the story. Such devotion is admirable. Since we'll be cooperating together on this investigation, Yunque's Summit will of course aid you in uncovering the source of that photo.
Thank you, Yixuan Shifu. Thank you so much for giving our teacher the benefit of the doubt.
I don't know Carol Arna personally, but I trust your judgment. We can investigate the photo and the observation data anomalies in tandem. When the time comes, we'll certainly be relying on your holo navigation skills.
Don't worry. You can leave the holo business to us, Shifu.
By the way, I also promised Mayflower that I'd teach you how to develop your potential. Yunque's Summit has rules that the techniques are not to be taught to outsiders. However, since I am the master, exceptions can be made.
Teach you how to develop it. Anyway, someone has rules that they can So not to be thoughts.
If you're willing, you can temporarily register yourselves as nominal disciples of Yunquai Summit. Don't worry, this is only out of convenience for the operation and will have no binding power over you. Which means it's also unnecessary for you to follow the formalities and call me Shifu like the disciples.
We'll still call you Shifu. You are teaching us how to control our ether aptitude after all.
We may only be disciples by name, but we're still learning from you. Besides, that's what they say in the movies.
You're putting the cart before the horse, but I suppose it's fine. Since you're calling me Shifu, I'll make sure your fellow seniors take care of your daily needs once we arrive in Waifei Peninsula. Also, take this.
What's this? A Yunquai Summit Disciples uniform?
Indeed. You are nominal disciples of Yunquai Summit now. The uniforms will also help avert suspicion. Do you remember the last time we went to Lumina Square? I was there to pick up the custom accessories for your uniforms.
So that's why Shifu was so secretive last time. Although, Shifu seems awfully well prepared. Could it be that you're actually eager to take in new disciples?
Belle, Junior Belle, makes a good point.
That is not the case. Don't make wild assumptions now, you two. It's just that a reading I did had foretold these events. That's all.
That's right. It must be Shifu's amazing divination skills. Senior-wise, looks like we were wrong.
Senior?
Speaking of, since you practice divination, Shifu, have you done a reading for this operation?
I have indeed, though the result was not very auspicious. Rest assured, I have prepared for everything.
Prepared for everything?
I took out insurance policies. You're also covered.
I like how she's actually the pragmatic type, despite being in this role.
Huh? Hold on. Insurance? Was the reading that dangerous?
Master, urgent reminder. Big data forecasting shows that this investigation may conflict with the interests of TOPS.
Urgent reminder, big data forecasting. So she also analyzed it.
Speculation. The probability of you encountering an accident is over 91.3%. It is recommended that you register Yixuan as an emergency contact. I will contact her when necessary.
Alright.
Fairy? What are you doing here?
Oh, and who's this? A fellow mystic?
Sure.
Oh, that's our AI assistant, Fairy.
Good to know she's here
This
also.
assistant is quite accurate with its readings. Is this the new big data fortune telling that everyone's talking about lately? Impressive. I heard they can even tell fortunes based on blood and personality types. Must be a secret technique from another school. Very well. Since you already know big data fortune telling, you are exempt from studying divination.
Thanks, Shifu? Hold on, we're getting off topic. We were talking about how the investigation would be very dangerous.
My reading said the investigation will have many twists and turns, but it also said our misfortune could be turned into a blessing. There's no need to worry. I'll be with you. It's just better to be safe than sorry, hence the insurance.
True. We should be fine with Shifu by our side.
Mm-hmm. Mayflower also made special arrangements and dedicated an airship route to this operation.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tested the flight with your seniors before. It went smoothly and Tops didn't give us any trouble. The mayor also prepared a temporary HDD device for you in Wi-Fi Peninsula. However, one of you must go there first while the other stays behind for remote tuning.
I'll go first. Wise can stay behind for remote tuning while I scope out the situation. He can join us when everything's settled.
Belle, I should go first.
Excuse you, it's Junior Bell. Seems I'm the more professional one here. It's decided. I'll go first.
But...
Wise, it's fine, really. Besides, Shifu's with me. I'm sure we can handle anything.
That's right. As your Shifu, your safety is my priority.
Fine. We'll do it your way. But please be careful out there.
Banter. Junior Bell, disclose release it. Кажется. Nice outfit. At least when it comes to legs.
Oh.
Is that Lemnian Hollow? Looks like we're almost there. Luckily, nothing happened along the way.
Indeed.
Target is approaching the designated location.
What's going on?
We're losing altitude!
Target neutralized.
Really? Her?
I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Thank goodness for that spatial rift. This could have been way worse. I should try to find Shifu first. What is this? It looks so weird. Hold on. This might be the corruptive substance we read about in the files. Is this miasma? Anywho, I better keep my distance.
That's not done. Oh. Options. Graphics. Box quality. High. Using SMA. It's not a shooter, so temporal anti-aliasing is not that big of a problem. Oh. Nice.
What's over you?
Shifu, you're here.
Hey.
What a nuisance.
What the fuck?
What a nuisance. Swift yet still. Scatter. She and mind of one. Let's make this quick. Well, there you are. Are you all right? Are you injured?
I'm fine. Shifu came just in time. The ethereals couldn't get to me. The airship suddenly lost altitude and crashed. That was terrifying. Thankfully, we fell into a fissure. It would have been really bad otherwise.
Belle, there's something I need to tell you. I inspected the crashed airship and found evidence of an explosion. It seems that someone attacked us with a ranged weapon on the way.
An attack with a ranged weapon? So this wasn't an accident, but a deliberate attempt to hurt us?
Correct. Just now, I spotted a few figures in the distance. It looked like they were keeping an eye on us. I wanted to chase after them, but your safety matters more than finding out who they are. So I searched the fissures around the crash location to look for you. Thankfully, I had anticipated trouble, so I brought a copy of Lemnian Hollow's carrot data, which saved a lot of time.
As expected of Shifu, you're so well prepared. But who were those people that attacked us?
It doesn't matter. Your safety is what's most important. They won't dare approach now that I'm around. As for their identity, we'll find out who they are in time. But that can wait. For now, let's find a way out of the hollow and head towards Waifei Peninsula.
Shifu, was that a Yunquei Summit technique you just used?
Indeed. The principles of such techniques are in fact rather simple. Corrupted substances inside the hollow have different biofrequencies. By manipulating their resonance or altering their frequencies, one can induce a change in their nature.
Still quite bad. Is it worse? What if I go for 1.2? Still bad. Okay, so higher quality shadows. That's fine. Doesn't help. 7, 8, 1. It's called 7 can handle PS 60. What if I go for an isotropic 16? Still... Okay. Something at top, right? Unfortunately, expected more. Top.
Carrot data indicates a nearby fissure leading out of the hollow. Let's locate that first. Let's go look for that fissure first.
Shifu, we finally made it. But this looks like the sea. We're still a ways away from Wi-Fi Peninsula. How do we get across?
Well, given our current options... Val, can you swim?
Swim? Shifu, you mean you want us to swim across? That looks a bit far. Shifu, is this really necessary?
Relax, it's only a last resort. The crash made a lot of noise. I'm sure someone will come and investigate. Besides, there's a waterway toward Phylum Heights nearby. We should be seeing ships around.
Thank goodness. Shifu, I really thought you were going to swim all the way over. Over there, a ship!
Is he literally speaking Chinese here?
Haya, dosele hambon sao choi modeyaching.
Why is that in Chinese?
Sai, fongwota henga min chatapla, buyoya le tipodega. Ulo le fe sam?
Shifu, what are you saying? I couldn't understand a thing.
Oh.
Oh, it's just a local dialect. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
I contacted your senior earlier. She'll come pick us up here.
My senior? Right. Yunkui Summit has many disciples. There must be others before me. And since Wise and I only just became disciples today, we're probably the juniors' juniors.
That's right. I have a few other disciples. Since you joined last, you are indeed everyone's juniors. But don't stress over it. Just treat them normally. You can also ask them for help if you need anything.
Shifu, what are my seniors like? I'm curious.
Patience. You'll see soon enough.
So, this is the place. You said someone will pick you up?
Yes, I've contacted my disciple. She's on her way, so she should be here soon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Shifu. Fufu's here. Huh? Who's this?
Yay. Someone I actually found in the hole previously.
Aha! So you must be the little junior Shifu spoke of. Oh wait, you seem kind of familiar. Have we met before? I don't quite remember. Anyway, let me introduce myself again. I'm Jufufu, and I'll be your senior here. Shifu was being all secretive before. I see now we have quite the interesting junior here. You've got nothing to worry about with Senior Fufu around. If anything comes up, I'll handle it.
Thank you so much, Senior Fufu. If I have any questions, I'll be sure to ask.
Ask me anything. Food, entertainment, training. Oh, I know a great tea house nearby.
Fufu, let's continue the conversation when we've returned to Suibian Temple. We've just exited a hollow.
I'm sorry, Shifu. I got a bit too excited. I'll take you to the temple now. Oh, would it be okay if I showed Junior Belle around on the way back?
Sure, I'll leave that to you. Then I'll see you back at Suebian Temple. Don't stay out too long.
Got it. Oh, right. Let me pay the boat fare first. Thank you for helping us. How much do we owe you?
Young lady, it sounds like you're all from Suebian Temple, yes? It's not my place to take your dennies, no.
Huh? But it's what we owe you.
I can't take your dennies. People like me wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you all back then. Anyway, you should go back and rest now. Oh, and make sure you steer clear of the hollow from now on.
All right, we got it. Thank you so much. If you need any help in the future, come find us at Suebian Temple.
Thank you kindly.
Well, Shifu's gone back to Suebian Temple, so I guess we're free to do whatever now. Come on, Belle, I'll show you around. There's plenty of fun to be had here.
We're not for fun here. We're doing our job. Ничего себе. Why can't I go? So weird. Oh. How the fuck did I get my business card here? Oh, and here's the tram. Oh.
Junior Belle, this is your first time in Wi-Fi, right? Yep, this is my first time around these parts. Then stay close to me or you might get lost.
You know what? I probably should end for today and go to sleep. I'll have a rough morning tomorrow. Most likely. Oh, I can go for one more. Utilizing circle. Reflection zone, motion blur on, zoom on. didn't hit.
The abyss is like the world's shadow.
Ability
It's
mode.
always there, and it will never perish.
Ah. Oh well. So I guess that's going to be it for the stream. Good luck upon thanks for watching.